and dug a hole in the boy's neck and then lived inside his body. In order to avoid being discovered by his classmates, he could only seal the hole with a band-aid. Because of the appearance of these ants, Ryan's appetite has greatly increased. He has to eat constantly every day. At the same time, this also brought Ryan great strength. Even if he encounters the fiercest bug beast, he can easily defeat it. Although he is hiding very well, he is also under investigation by the Reaper. Just now, he killed a terrifying bug beast on campus. After Ryan let the ants inside his body eat the bug beast's body, the Reaper department has arrived here. Looking at the scene of desolation, the two hunters couldn't help but feel that they had prepared for so long in vain. They had no difficulty in noticing that this was a battle between two bug beasts. But bug beasts generally do not kill each other of the same species. What exactly happened between them? At this moment, the captain suddenly remembered something. The female bug beast that appeared in the alley a couple of days ago. The only survivor said that she was taken out by a black ant boy. At this moment, the staff informed the captain that the rescued injured person saved by the bug beast has woken up. Soon, the two of them arrived at Nami's side. Nami recounted what happened at that time. It was a black-armored person who saved her. Are you sure the one who saved you was human? Nami is not sure, but that man in black was definitely different from other bug beasts. By simple questioning, Captain feels that this man in black should be someone Nami knows. So he asked Nami if there were any students absent at the time. Nami replied that indeed there was one. The only student who left on time was Ryan. Ryan has now returned home. Grandma greeted him warmly and invited him to have dinner. Seeing such a sumptuous meal, Ryan felt a little helpless because he had just eaten a whole bug beast. He could only tell Grandma that he had already eaten. Grandma was first surprised to hear this. She immediately asked Ryan if he was hurt. Ryan just felt like he had let Grandma down. Grandma said as long as he was okay, that's all that mattered. She quickly told him to rest well. Watching Ryan walk into the room, Grandma couldn't hold back anymore. Tears fell involuntarily. Why let my child suffer like this? At this moment, Aunt Orderly crawled in through the window. Ryan lay quietly on the bed, listening to the bug beast report from school during the day, letting those ants crawl one by one into the hole on his neck. At this moment, in an abandoned construction site in the outskirts, several soldiers looking for a missing child came here. Leader carefully directed everyone to climb the stairs. When he saw the situation in the room, he was stunned. He saw things resembling silkworm cocoons suspended in the air. At this time, another car arrived here. The people sitting in the car are from the Reaper squad. Raphael, who is in the driver's seat, seems a bit impatient. He doesn't understand why the higher-ups sent those soldiers out. On the other side, Joel is telling him to be more understanding. After all, their department is still under review. The police have priority in the investigation scene. Just at that moment, the communicator in the car rang with a request for assistance. Just now, the soldiers were anxiously rescuing the child. They took down the silkworm cocoon without authorization. The leader opened the silkworm cocoon and saw that indeed it contained the child. In a hurry, the squad mate opened another silkworm cocoon just as he was feeling doubtful. His head was instantly pierced by something inside. A humanoid mosquito bug beast appeared before everyone. The leader watched as the bug beast failed to recover from the blow delivered by Ryan. Another squanate quickly raised his gun and fired at the bug beast. But the bug beast instantly turned into a residual image and disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already pierced through the body of that squanmate. The bug beast then immediately turned around and stabbed towards the leader again. Suddenly, a gunshot interrupted the bug beast's attack. Its hard needle was also pierced by the bullet. It turns out it was coming from the signal tower in the distance. Joel had long been waiting with a sniper rifle, but the bug beast's speed was too fast. He failed to hit the vital spot. The bug beast that was attacked is extremely angry. Then it charged towards the leader again. Fortunately, Raphael appeared in time and blocked the bug beast's attack. Then he casually knocked the bug beast away with a stick. The bug beast was heavily hit into the wall. Taking this opportunity, the captain had someone take the child away first. How could the bug beast easily give up its food? It angrily rushed towards the child. The captain simply spat out a light green smoke upon seeing this. The bug beast, upon smelling the cigarette smoke, instantly collapsed to the ground. Captain then inquired, "What is your purpose in capturing these children?" Bug beast pulled Needle aside and asked what the food was being prepared to eliminate the black ant. The two of them didn't quite understand what it was saying. While the two were not paying attention, the bug beast spit out several darts from its mouth towards them. Captain spit out smoke again. The dart miraculously stopped in midair. Raphael also waved the stick in his hand to block the attack. The bug beast knew it was no match for the two of them. It took the opportunity to fly out the window. Captain quickly reminded Joel to take a shot. However, Joel lacked experience. He was hit by several darts and fell to the ground. The two people inside the house could only watch helplessly as the bug beast escaped. On the other side, Nami was sitting on a chair in the park. She couldn't help but feel furious when she saw Eric being praised in the phone. Because her good friend Alice is lying in the hospital disfigured. It's because Eric pulled her at that time. Suddenly, a masked boy appeared and startled Nami. But then, he was scolded by Nami. The boy could only cry and go to find his mother to complain. She is obviously very ladylike. Why does this noisy young brother appear when Nami turns back again? She found out Ryan had arrived here at some point. Ryan also noticed Nami beside him. So the three of them sat down and ate ice cream together. After finishing the ice cream, young brother ran off to play with another child. The boy accidentally kicked the ball out of bounds. Young brother said he would go look for the ball together with the boy. Then he followed him through the hole in the barrier net. Ryan seemed to notice something. He asked Nami to wait here, outside the barrier net. Ryan held back young brother, who was about to climb out, and told him to go back to find his sister. He then looked for something in the woods. Soon he found another boy holding a soccer ball. The boy thought he had met a friendly peer and approached. Ryan ignored the boy and tore off the band-aid from his neck. Suddenly, a dense swarm of ants crawled out of Ryan's body. The boy's face instantly showed a look of shock. Looking at Ryan wrapped in black ant, he recognized that this was the fellow hunter Black Ant. The boy angrily crushed the football in his hand. Then, he accused Black Ant of various crimes. "You, the guy who violated Bug Beast rules. How dare you attack the same species? Watch me destroy you." After speaking, the boy gathered strength in place. His body disappeared in an instant in the original place, leaving only the shattered mask behind. At this moment, the boy had already turned into Mosquito Beast, and he rushed towards Ryan on the side. Ryan didn't have time to dodge, and was hit in the head. Inside the broken armor, Ryan's cold half-face was revealed. Bug Beast's blow injured Black Ant with ease. He couldn't help but feel a bit inflated. He looked at the unmoving Ryan. Bug Beast shuttled around him, showing off his speed. Ryan scratched his head with an indifferent look on his face. Then he punched Bug Beast to the ground with one punch. Shortly after, Ryan walked out of the jungle. He arrived next to Nami, and the two of them. He told young brother that the ball had been found. The person had also been sent away. They were unaware that the Bug Beast was being slowly savored by Ryan's ant. The boy had a hole dug in his neck by the ant. He lived inside. He has to provide a large amount of food for the ant every day. Otherwise, those ants will go crazy and bite him from the inside. The feeling is unbearable. At the same time, the ant also provided Ryan with great power. Earlier, there was a Bug Beast incident in the class where Ryan was. After a week's suspension of classes, everyone was reassigned to classes and returned to school. At this moment in the school classroom, Eric was still bragging about how brave he was at that time. He completely forgot that it was him who dragged Alice into the abyss back then. Nami beside her wanted to kick him in the face. However, the cool girl sitting next to her couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and gave Eric a kick in the stomach. Eric was stunned by her actions. "Your trash is too noisy." Nami learned from the talk of everyone that no one dared to provoke the girl named Clara in the class. Just as Clara was about to leave, Ryan, who was walking towards her, blocked her way. The two of them stared at each other. Both seemed to sense something. After a long while, Ryan took the lead and entered the classroom. He sat down right next to Nami. Then he snacked while listening to the other person describing Clara's cool behavior. Suddenly, Ryan noticed that there were bug beasts lurking nearby. When Nami wanted to invite Ryan for lunch, she found that he had already disappeared without a trace. At this time, Ryan had already climbed over the wall and left the campus. On the other side, two reapers are heading towards the school. They couldn't find any trace of the mosquito beast anywhere, and there have been no more incidents of children disappearing. Little did they know, the mosquito beast had already been eaten by Ryan. At this moment, Ryan suddenly rushed out from the alley. He accidentally bumped into Captain. Captain looked pensive as he watched Ryan's anxious appearance, but he did not pursue the matter further. Then the two of them continued walking towards the campus. In fact, their purpose for this trip was to find Ryan. Nami told them that Ryan had just left. The two of them also realized that the student they had just met might be him. So they took out a business card and handed it to Nami, hoping she would pass it on to Ryan. Then they hurriedly left the place. At the same time, underneath an overpass, a humanoid mantis is tightly pressed against the wall. It seems to be waiting for someone in the darkness. Soon, a figure slowly appears. The newcomer is Black Ant Ryan. Ryan follows the scent and locates the mantis beast, seeing the target appear. The mantis then slowly descends from the wall. It waves at Ryan, as if saying, "Come on over." Ryan wasted no words. He suddenly exerted force with his legs and charged straight towards the mantis. But Ryan's attack was not only easily evaded by the mantis. His own arm was also hit by the sickle and flew off, deformed. Then Mantis heavily kicked Ryan in the chest with its hind leg. Ryan hadn't stabilized his position yet. Mantis charged towards him again. Little did they know that this was a flaw deliberately exposed by Ryan. He landed a heavy punch on Mantis's face. The beaten Mantis swayed his body like a puppet, looking very strange. Ryan was also a bit confused by its movements. After careful observation, Ryan suddenly found his ant suspended behind him. Someone must be manipulating the mantis beast with silk from behind. To confirm his suspicion, he dispersed some of the ants in his hands. Then, he exerted force, and threw the ant towards the mantis. Faced with the flying ant, the mantis remained motionless. But these ants were not meant to attack it in the first place. The ants climbed up along the silk. The manipulator behind the scenes had no choice but to cut off the silk, causing the silk mantis beast to fall to the ground. Just as Ryan was puzzled, looking at the silk in his hand, to his surprise, the body of the mantis beast moved again. Its head suddenly turned towards Ryan. Soon after, it opened its big mouth, revealing a bomb inside that was about to explode. The smoke generated by the explosion instantly engulfed Ryan. Immediately, two bug beasts from behind the scenes walked out. At this moment, Ryan was leaning against the wall with great difficulty. It was obvious that he was quite injured. Judging from the momentum emanating from the two bug beasts, Ryan was probably in deep trouble this time. Silk Ant stepped forward and placed a foot on Ryan's shoulder. "Finally, we've caught you. Don't you like protecting humans? Did you also kill Mosquito Beast?" Faced with the enemy's questions, Ryan chose to remain silent. At this moment, Explosive Ant also walked over. "Just because of you, we lost access to fresh meat. You must pay the price for this." Saying so, Explosive Ant raised its arm and aimed at Ryan. But unexpectedly, Silk Ant took action first. She kicked and shattered Ryan's head. However, she found that Ryan's real body was not inside. It was just an empty shell. The explosive ant on the side suddenly reminded her to be careful. It turns out that Ryan, who had retreated from his armor, had already jumped above them. He fiercely smashed towards the head of Silk Ant. After landing, he exerted force with his toes. His body quickly charged towards Explosive Ant. Ryan's movements were like flowing clouds and running water, done in one go. He made Explosive Ant retreat repeatedly with his attacks. In the end, unable to withstand Ryan's attacks, Explosive Ant took a heavy punch. However, Explosive Ant also took advantage of this opportunity to retreat and shot the missile in his hand towards Ryan. The shot hit Ryan solidly, but the armor on his arm blocked most of the damage. Ryan knew he couldn't give the opponent a chance to catch their breath. He raised his fist again and swung it towards Explosive Ant. Just as his fist was a few centimeters away from Explosive Ant, his arm was entwined by several thin blue threads. He could no longer move forward even a tiny bit. It turned out that he was being controlled by the Silk Ant behind him. Then the Silk Ant jumped into the air, its body spinning continuously. He used a thin thread to pull Ryan towards himself. Finally, he delivered a powerful spinning kick to Ryan's head. Although Ryan blocked the strike with his armored arm, the tremendous impact still caused blood to flow from his mouth and nose. He flew several dozen meters away as well. In the end, Ryan knelt on the ground. Explosive Ant took advantage of Ryan's temporary loss of consciousness. He aimed the energy cannon in his hand at Ryan's head. The charging process was about to end. Ryan suddenly woke up. The uneasy Ryan immediately shouted at Armor's location. "Move." Black Ant quickly obeyed Ryan's command and disintegrated rapidly. Afterwards, they transformed into black substances and converged towards Ryan. However, at this moment, Explosive Ant had completed charging. Without hesitation, it pulled the trigger towards Ryan's head. The explosive target turned out to be the underside of the bridge above him. It turned out to be Raphael, who arrived just in time. He used the stick in his hand to change the trajectory of the cannonball. He didn't forget to mock afterwards. "Is this to welcome the fireworks I set off?" He immediately waved the stick in his hand to drive away the enemy. Two bug beasts gathered together, as if facing a formidable enemy. "Because the captain of the Reaper squad has also arrived here. Let me be your opponent. You trash." Explosive Ant sensed that this person was not simple. He took out a ball from the cannon. The two persons felt that something was wrong at the sight. Before the two persons could react, Explosive Ant smashed the ball to the ground. A large amount of thick smoke instantly enveloped several people. Silk Ant took the opportunity to drag Explosive Ant and flew away. Raphael couldn't help but complain that these flying bug beasts were too disgusting. Captain stood there with a look of embarrassment. But fortunately, when they tried to catch Black Ant, they found that Black Ant was also missing. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Ryan slowly supported his injured body and walked home while leaning on the wall. The first thing he did when he got home was to ask Grandma to prepare a table of delicious food. Looking at Ryan, who was covered in injuries, Grandma burst into tears and asked while sobbing, "Did you not eat anything today?" Ryan did not hide anything and admitted that he didn't catch anything today. "So I want to eat more." Even though he knew it wouldn't make any difference. After finishing the meal, Ryan returned to the room. The first thing he did was to lock himself in. Then he began to roar softly, as if welcoming immense pain. When he tore open his shirt, his body was covered with dense red spots. These red spots are spreading at a rate visible to the naked eye. This is when the ants inside him are gnawing at his flesh and blood. Human food other than bug beasts cannot satisfy them. The torment, both mentally and physically, is making Ryan suffer unbearably. The boy's body is filled with ants. He does his best to prevent these ants from running around everywhere. He can only use band-aids to seal the holes. Although the ant gave him superpowers. But he has to prepare bug beasts as food for them every day. Just now, Ryan was looking for bugs for nutrition. He was ambushed by 2 advanced bug beasts. He almost lost his life. Although in the end, he managed to drag his injured body back home. But he couldn't eat the ant of the bug beast, which was tearing at him crazily inside his body. The mental and physical torment made Ryan wish he were dead. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory, a mysterious woman wearing protective gear is dragging 3 body bags forward. She puts these 3 body bags into the freezer. Just as she is about to put the last one in, she discovers that the person in the bag is reaching out to her for help. But she still puts it into the freezer. No matter how the other person shouted, she still heartlessly closed the hatch. Afterwards, she went to the warehouse to take off her protective gear. This person is none other than the cool Clara from Ryan's class. Next to Clara, there is an old man. The old man is complaining because the appearance of the Reaper squad prevented them from capturing the Black Ant, which led to them failing to ally with the Skyworm organization. From here, it can be seen that the 2 bug beasts that ambushed Ryan during the day belonged to him. Later, the old man said he wanted to increase the reserve of food, but Clara refused. She doesn't like doing this kind of thing. However, the old man suddenly realized that Clara was wearing the same school uniform as the Black Ant. "Do you know each other?" Clara quickly denied it, and then she refused again. Her own goal was not that. But before she could finish her words, the old man grabbed Clara's neck. He reminded Clara that in order to cooperate with the Skyworm organization, they must eliminate Black Ant. At this time, the barking outside suddenly caught the attention of the 2 people. They looked out through the window. A person with a number on his body is running outside. Old man immediately pulled up the surveillance footage. He found that the person was the one who ran out of the freezer. Old man turned to Clara and asked if she had forgotten to lock the door. Clara hesitantly replied, "Maybe." After hearing this, the old man's right hand started to transform into a bug, and he walked towards Clara. "It's better to tell the truth." Clara, seeing this, immediately said she couldn't do it anymore. She wanted to part ways with the old man. The old man then lightly pressed his thumb onto his index finger. At the same time, the man who was running outside stopped his body. A faint light emitted from his chest. Then, the man was engulfed in the explosion. Following that, the old man raised his thumb again. The same light also appeared in front of Clara's chest. Old man said coldly with a stern look, "Killing Black Ant is an order." The next day at noon, Ryan was eating in the cafeteria like a starving ghost. Nami on the side felt that Ryan was eating more than usual. Ryan completely ignored the eyes of others. He stuffed food into his mouth desperately. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. The spoon also fell on the ground, because the ant inside him started to crazily devour his flesh and blood. Nami couldn't help but worry when she saw how uncomfortable Ryan looked. At this point, the annoying Eric came over to seek death. "Ryan, what's wrong with you? Are you a pig, eating so much by yourself?" Nami on the side wants to help Ryan break free. He usually eats the amount of food for 10 people. Most people can't eat the amount of food for 10 people. Or maybe you're not human to begin with. The people around cast strange glances after hearing that, including Clara, who entered later. Eric has not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. He is mocking Ryan like crazy. Little did he know he was already on the brink of losing control. Just at this moment, another ant fiercely pierced into Ryan's flesh. Ryan's body shuddered. He grabbed the chatty Eric. Then Eric was slowly lifted up in the air like a little chicken. Just as Ryan was about to take down Eric, his companion Nami timely stopped him. Regaining his senses, Ryan threw him out in one swift motion. Then he left without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he ran to the rooftop. At this moment, the ant inside his body ran uncontrollably outward. Ryan howled in pain. The gathered ants formed another head. They sought to take control of Ryan's body. At this moment, the accompanying Clara suddenly appeared behind Ryan. "Are you trying to let everyone know you are the Black Ant?" She said she meant no harm. At the same time, her body began to bugificate. Seeing Clara fully bugified, Ryan's hunger became even stronger. Then his body uncontrollably rushed towards Clara. Clara was seen putting her hands together. Then she condensed strands of blue silk in her hands. The two instantly started fighting. The battle was about to begin. The scene changed, and Ryan slowly opened his eyes. He found his body covered with ants. His limbs were firmly held by 4 huge ants. Just as Ryan was screaming in pain, a larger ant slowly appeared behind Ryan. The giant ant aimed its pincers at Ryan's head, just as it was about to strike Ryan with its tusk. A red ant suddenly rushed out from the side and saved Ryan. In the blink of an eye, it had eliminated all the black ants. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in bed, and the pain on his body was no longer there. He only remembered meeting Clara, who had turned into a silk ant, on the rooftop. He learned from Grandma that it was Clara who carried him back last night. It looks like she also suffered quite a bit of damage. Ryan was confused why Clara was still alive. Wasn't his aunt quiet because he ate Clara? Suddenly, Ryan noticed that bug beasts were lurking nearby again. He had an image of the old man in his mind. He couldn't hear what Grandma was saying to him at all. Old man asked Clara out and immediately blamed her for messing things up. Clara said she had done her best, but old man was not satisfied. He asked her to deal with Black Ant as soon as possible. Clara was furious upon hearing this. That guy is a monster. If you think you can handle it, you go do it. I don't want to die. Old man's expression turned fierce upon hearing this. But at that moment, their argument was interrupted by footsteps behind them. A dark figure slowly emerged from under the bridge. The person approaching was none other than Black Ant, who had tracked them by scent. Ryan and Clara reacted as if facing a great enemy and immediately activated their beautification mode. Don't disappoint me this time. Just after Old Man finished speaking, Clara took the lead and charged forward. Clara lifted her right leg and kicked hard towards Ryan, but he easily deflected the blow. At the same time, Ryan's ant swiftly gathered onto his hand. The massive fist smashed heavily onto Clara's body. The force of this punch directly broke Clara's armor. Clara, who was seriously injured, clearly realized that he had grown stronger again. But Ryan did not continue to attack Clara. Instead, he walked towards the explosive ant on the side, but Clara suddenly grabbed Ryan's leg from behind. Are you sympathizing with me, pitying me? Then she angrily shouted at Ryan. If even you can't catch him, how can I seek revenge on Skyworm Organization? At this moment, Explosive Ant slowly raised her thumb and said, Clara, now you really look like a pitiful bug. Seeing Explosive Ant's actions, Clara panicked. She shouted at him to stop. When Explosive Ant saw that Clara had no value to him, he revealed the truth. Do you think I would really help you seek revenge? Everything I did was to be able to join the Skyworm Organization. Upon learning the truth, Clara roared in madness. I did so many dirty things for you. In the end, am I destined to die in despair? Explosive Ant doesn't want to listen to her nonsense. She's about to press the thumb button. But at this moment, Ryan suddenly disappeared on the spot. Explosive Ant couldn't see Ryan's position at all. But at this moment, there was suddenly an explosion beside Clara. A dark figure flashed by in an instant. It quickly headed towards Explosive Ant. However, Explosive Ant sneered. You can't escape my heatwave minefield. Soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, as the force of the explosion couldn't catch up with Ryan's speed. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Explosive Ant fired the missile in his hand towards Ryan. But Ryan easily dodged the attack. Then, Explosive Ant prepared to detonate the bomb on Clara to get Ryan's attention by pressing his thumb. But before he could react, Ryan grabbed his arm. When he tried to press it, he found that he couldn't control his body, as Ryan had already removed his head. When Clara saw Ryan again, she found that he had evolved into a completely new form. Countless ants crawled out of the boy's body. These ants will bite, and tear at Ryan's flesh as long as they can't reach the bug beast. The mental and physical torment is making Ryan's life unbearable. On this day, Ryan fell into an ambush by explosive ants while hunting bug beasts. He almost lost his life without even catching the bug beast. But the next day, Ryan's wound inexplicably healed. That night, when he found the 2 bug beasts that ambushed him before, Ryan awakened a new form during the battle. He easily took down the explosive ant. Clara was also shocked by Ryan's strength. He dealt with her explosive ant that had been bothering her all along. Ryan looked pensive at his body. Then he gave the command to ant to eat it. As soon as the words fell, Ryan slowly returned to his original form. Without eating bug beast for 2 days, ant began to devour the body of explosive ant frantically. Clara was scared by this cruel scene and widened her eyes. At this moment, Ryan also walked to her side. He looked at her indifferently. Clara closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. But Ryan did not make a move against her. He walked straight past her. However, Clara did not respond with anger, but instead remained calm. "Are you also harboring some other motives by keeping me around, you scoundrel? Are you also looking to oppose the Skyworm organization like me?" Ryan stopped in his tracks at the sound of the words. He turned around and asked lightly what had happened on the rooftop. Clara looked a little confused when asked, "Do you really not remember?" It turns out that the 2 of them dueled on the rooftop at that time. Ryan quickly knocked Clara down with just a few moves. At this moment, Ryan is aggressively suppressing Black Ant's desire for food. But he was still freed from Ant's restraints and rushed towards Clara. At this critical moment, Ryan timely grabbed Black Ant by the neck and stopped. This one cannot be eaten. The food in front of his eyes couldn't be reached by his mouth. Black Ant angrily turned his head. Then it opened its huge bloody mouth towards Ryan. Fortunately, Clara acted in time. She managed to control the Black Ant that was going to eat Ryan. But Clara knew she couldn't hold on for much longer. But at that moment, a mutated ant inside Ryan's body, accompanied by a scream from Ryan. The huge Black Ant disappeared instantly. Ryan also fainted and lost consciousness. Right when Clara was undecided whether to finish off Ryan or not. But she thought that maybe he could help fight against the Skyworm organization, so she sent Ryan back home. After what just happened, Ryan had no doubt about it. Clara seizes the opportunity. She wants to take advantage of the situation to pull him in to scheme against the Skyworm organization. You just took out the reserve food supply chain of the explosive and Skyworm organization, causing it to be cut off. Not only you will be affected by that time, your friends and family will also be in danger. Only with the 2 of us cooperating can we have a better chance of winning. Ryan interrupted Clara's conversation by taking a step forward. He then grabs Clara's hand, which is full of ants. You are just looking for a backer because of your lack of ability. But I am different from you. As long as those guys dare to come, I'll just eat them all. As soon as the words fell, Ryan grabbed Clara by the neck. Countless ants crawled into Clara's mouth. After a long time, Clara slowly opened her eyes. It turns out that Ryan did this just to help her get rid of the bomb inside her body. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. The Reaper squad sealed off the accident scene. Just as the intern picked up the leftover prosthetic limb of the explosive ant, suddenly a small pill fell out from inside. Before the intern could see clearly what it was, there is a stranger outside the quarantine zone trying to break in. Long-haired man quickly subdued the person and kindly advised him to leave. But the man just raised his hand lightly. He then chopped off one arm of the long-haired man. The long-haired man let out a heart-wrenching scream instantly. Realizing the threat of the newcomer, everyone pulled out their weapons and prepared for battle. The man not only did not feel nervous, but he also had an excited expression on his face. He punched and immediately burst one member of the Reaper squad. In the blink of an eye, only this intern was left. But in the end, he still couldn't escape the man's clutches. The man then picked up the capsule on the ground. Then he made a phone call. He said that the sample collection was completed. Upon closer inspection, the sample turned out to be an egg. On the other side, Ryan was teaching in the classroom as usual. Clara utilizes Silk's ability to shoot out a paper note. The paper note flies past Nami's eyes. It fell into Ryan's hands. The paper note reads, "Meet downstairs after class." Soon, the two of them arrived as agreed. Upon seeing Ryan so awkward, Clara couldn't help but tease him. "Is this your first time talking to a girl like this?" Ryan said nothing. Instead, he directly asked her the purpose of summoning him. Clara simply wanted to express her gratitude for his mercy in not killing her yesterday. Then she invited Ryan again to fight against the Skyworm organization. But Ryan told her not to misunderstand. "You are just my emergency rations. You could be eaten at any time." After saying that, he was about to rip off the band-aid. Although Clara was scared and shaking all over. But she still reminded Ryan, "Have you forgotten what I said? You are already a target of the Skyworm organization. I will help you." But Ryan doesn't want to listen to her nonsense anymore. He pushed her away directly. Little did they know, all of this was seen by Nami upstairs. She doesn't know when the two of them got together. In her eyes, the two seemed to be flirting. This made Nami somewhat jealous. Looking back at the Reaper squad, in order to improve the survival ability of the team members, they have developed mecha specifically to deal with bug beasts. The one used as an experimental subject is Raphael from the squad. For a more precise test, Mecha Captain told Raphael not to use his own weapons. Raphael, who is used to using a stick, looks at the current lightsaber with disdain on his face. At this time, the opponent who is going to fight him also walked out from the other side. But Mr. looks sickly, and doesn't seem to have much strength. But he immediately gets excited when he hears that he can defeat his opponent. In the blink of an eye, Mr. disappeared from the spot. Raphael didn't have time to react. Mr., who had turned into Bug Beast, was already behind him. Raphael quickly blocked and leveraged his strength to create distance. Seeing that he had not suffered any substantial damage, Raphael was very satisfied with his defense against Mecha. However, at this moment, Bug Beast was circling Raphael at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Seeing that the timing was right, Bug Beast gathered its strength and threw a punch towards Raphael. Although Raphael managed to block Bug Beast's terrifying blow, cracks had also clearly appeared on the armor of his arm. However, relying on years of combat experience, Raphael managed to wound Bug Beast with a backhand strike. He then delivered a heavy kick and created some distance. However, Mecha's arm has also been broken. Bug Beast saw this and excitedly rushed towards him again. At this moment, Raphael had lost his combat ability. He crazily sought help from the people outside. But before he could finish his sentence, he was grabbed by the Bug Beast around his neck. Raphael struggled desperately. Was he really going to die in the lab? A huge electrical flow suddenly shocked the Bug Beast, making it scream loudly. Soon it lost consciousness. It turned out that in a life-threatening situation, Mecha would release a 100,000-volt electrical attack to defeat the enemy. Afterward, the Bug Beast was dragged away by the lasso once again. He didn't forget to taunt Raphael as he left, saying, "Next time, I will definitely take you down." Captain also left here after the battle ended. He came to the archives. He actually found the Skyworm organization's leader Brad here. This beauty is actually not human. I only saw her spit out a yellow egg from her mouth. Then she pinched Alice's chin. Then she fed the egg into the other person's mouth. Alice also turned into an ugly Bug Beast as a result. She became a pawn of the Skyworm organization. At this moment, Clara finally revealed her true intentions in order to cooperate with Ryan. In fact, her goal is not the Skyworm organization, but their leader, Brad. He suddenly became excited upon hearing Brad Ryan's name. There was anger and resentment written all over his face. because it was Brad who killed his own mother all those years ago. He was also the one who caused Clara's family to be destroyed. On this day after school, Clara once again approached Ryan. But shortly after the two of them walked out of the school gate, that familiar feeling came over Ryan again. He carefully observed the pedestrians around him. Finally, he fixed his gaze on a couple. The man among them was obviously a bug beast hidden among humans. Clara, who had just finished buying ice cream on the side, noticed that something was off about Ryan. She learned from Ryan's mouth. The man among the two in front is a bug beast. On the other side, Nami came to the hospital after school to visit Alice. But Alice didn't want anyone to see her current appearance. She directly told Nami to leave. But just as Nami was about to leave the hospital, a nurse walked past her. Nami couldn't help but take a second glance at such a beautiful woman. Shortly after, Alice in the ward noticed someone entering. She even thought it was Nami and immediately shouted at them. But when the person walked in, they saw that it was the same nurse as before. Do you want to become even more beautiful than before? I can help you. She then spat out a yellow egg from her mouth. Upon closer inspection, this is indeed the egg dropped by the explosive ant. Do you also want to get rid of those annoying people? I will help you make your wish come true. Then she put the egg into Alice's mouth, and Alice's body suddenly trembled. The woman watched gleefully as she reacted to the egg. A sudden intense pain emanated from Alice's body. This made her roar loudly involuntarily. Seeing Alice's appearance, the woman also became extremely excited. On the other side, Bug Beast's boyfriend took the girl to the swimming pool. Then, taking advantage of her off guard, he gave her a kick and pushed her into the pool. When the girl resurfaced, she found no trace of the man, unaware that there were eyes watching her underwater. It turned out that boyfriend had sneaked into the water without her noticing. She saw the man grinning. Then suddenly he grabbed her foot and made a throwing motion with force. The girl's head hit the bottom of the pool heavily, losing consciousness. The man looked at the girl floating up and complained about how troublesome it was to hunt every day. Then he opened his mouth wide, ready to eat the girl. However, at that moment, an ant suddenly crawled onto his face. Then the man turned his head towards the glass. It turned out that Ryan, who had turned into a black ant, had appeared here at some point. Ryan smashed the glass with one punch. Then he flew a leap. A heavy kick hit the man's stomach. This move directly embedded the man into the wall. But the man acted as if nothing happened. He got up and launched a counterattack against Ryan. Ryan solidly took this punch. While Ryan was knocked away, Clara had already set up a trap. Several silks appeared in front of the man, wrapping him up tightly in no time. Clara then rescued the girl from the water, who luckily just fainted and was not in danger. After settling the girl, Clara returned to Ryan's side. The man showed no fear at this point, questioning why they interrupted a meal of the same species. You are really bored. Do you know who I am? Ryan said he didn't care. You are just food in my eyes. Just as Ryan was about to consume him, Clara stopped him. She believed they could get some clues from the man. The man recognized Ryan as the fellow hunter Black Ant. I didn't expect you to have an ally, but you are not qualified to kill me, the man said as he began to transform into a bug. Clara was very confident in her silks, but the man completed his bug transformation, causing the silks to slowly split apart under strong light. The man's overwhelming momentum made Ryan feel shocked. Quick, get out of the way, Ryan warned, but it was too late. Countless air blades burst out from the man's body. Clara didn't have time to dodge and was hit on the shoulder. Ryan barely blocked the attack with Black Ant's sturdy armor. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was left with deep grooves from the air blades. Then another voice came from beside the two. Maybe you can handle ordinary bug beasts, but daring to lay hands on members of the Skyworm organization? You must be out of your minds. I am Camel from the Skyworm organization. If you don't believe me, you can try again. The two prepared for battle upon hearing this and rushed towards Camel. However, their moves were easily countered by the enemy. Camel's knife hand lightly skimmed the water's surface, leaving behind several afterimages. In an instant, he appeared behind the two. The blade energy emitted from Camel's knife hand pierced through the bodies of the two individuals directly. Injured Ryan could only let his body fall downward. Camel seized the opportunity, aiming his knife hand at the descending Ryan, but fortunately Clara reacted in time and bravely rescued him. At this moment, the two of them dare not be careless at all. It is obvious that this swimming pool is Camel's home court. Once you get close, you will be attacked. But just as Clara was thinking of a strategy to deal with this monster, Ryan on the side rushed up unexpectedly. At the same time, he reminded Clara to cover the swimming pool with your silk fabric. Although Clara didn't quite understand. But she still followed Ryan's instructions. Using Clara's silk as a fulcrum, Ryan ran towards Camo. He had to transform once again into Red and to have a chance at defeating him. Soon, Ryan rushed up to Camo. But before he could make a move, one of his antennae was cut off by the opponent. Ryan immediately punched back, but the opponent easily avoided it. And then Ryan's punches became faster and faster. His body started to gradually change color. He finally landed a punch on Camel's face after his continuous effort. Then he punched Camel's left arm. Then he hit Camel's right hand. He watched as Camel's two weapons slipped out of his hands. Ryan wanted to take this opportunity to finish off the opponent in one go. Unexpectedly, a blade wind suddenly swept past him. This directly cut off the armor on his face. At this moment, Camel not only fused the fallen knife hand into his legs, but also drew out two more powerful weapons behind him. This is my true strength. He swiftly moved behind Ryan. Ryan was also hit by Camel's cross slash. His armor instantly shattered, blood spraying out. Camel thought victory was at hand. He found that his weapons were entwined with a lot of blue silk. Clara suddenly appeared behind Camel. She tightly grabbed Silk with both hands while delivering a fierce blow with her knee to the back of Camel's head. Although her move damaged Camel's facial armor. But Clara was also pierced by the suddenly appearing light blade. Clara continued to control Silk despite the excruciating pain. She threw Camel's blade into the air. Ryan seized the opportunity and leaped up to catch the blade. He ruthlessly stabbed blade into Camel's chest. But it was not enough to kill the enemy. Just saw Camel swing another blade and chop towards Ryan. Ryan was powerless to escape. He could only use his arm to block this strike. The blade also plunged into half of his arm. Under the stalemate, Ryan dispatched a large number of ants to crawl towards Camel's wound. Camel, who was gnawed by the ants, immediately let out a terrifying scream. But as soon as he dealt with Camel, another unwelcome guest arrived. Ryan had just prepared to turn around and check the situation. He was punched in the face by the newcomer. Ryan was heavily smashed into the wall. Obviously, he had lost consciousness. Clara also didn't know when she was lying on the water. The man who had previously attacked Reaper's squad is here. He picked up Camel and did not continue to attack Ryan. Instead, he shot a card towards Ryan. The card reads Club 6. The woman spat out a yellow egg from her mouth. Then she fed it to the girl across from her. Then the girl turned into a scary bug beast. Today is Alice's first hunt as a bug beast. The man across had been waiting for a long time once again. Seeing a charming young lady like Alice, the man seemed a bit shy. "Beauty, I know there is a nice hotel nearby. Would you like Big Brother to take you to play some games?" Alice blushed shyly after hearing that. "You are so naughty." Alice took off her mask in the midst of conversation. This immediately stirred up a wave of spring feelings in the man. Alice took the opportunity to tiptoe. She kissed the man directly. This happiness came a bit too suddenly. But the next second, the man's eyes widened. His skin was quickly drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Alice didn't stop until she sucked him dry. The man who fell to the ground obviously had stopped breathing. At this moment, another beauty walked down the alley. It was the woman who fed Alice the egg. She held Alice tightly, as if to show that she was her plaything. "Sweetheart, how does it feel to hunt for the first time?" "Not bad, she tastes delicious." At the same time, on a rapidly moving subway train, a mister with a very unnatural expression was muttering to himself. This inevitably attracted strange glances from the crowd. Just saw Mr. suddenly opening his big mouth, revealing gullet inside with sharp teeth. The few people in front of him were instantly impaled by him. This scene immediately caused panic among the others. At this moment, Mr. transformed into the Grim Reaper, continuously harvesting the lives of the people in the carriage. Not long after, there were no more screams in the carriage. Only Mr. remained there, twisting his strange body. On the other side, Nami was walking on her way to school. Suddenly, she noticed a familiar figure ahead. It was Ryan, the person she secretly admired. So Nami hurried forward to say hello. "Good morning, Ryan." But when she saw Ryan's face, she was almost scared to death. "What's wrong with you?" Ryan could only explain that he got into a fight with someone. He can't possibly tell her that he was beaten up by Bug Beast yesterday. Upon returning to the classroom, Nami saw Alice lost and thought right away. Nami happily pounced on the other person. Nami saw her best friend recovered. Nami excitedly shed tears. "I didn't see you when I went to the hospital last time. Do you know how worried I was?" "Sorry, Nami. I didn't want anyone to see my current hairstyle at that time." The two of them chatted and laughed as if they were back to the beginning. But suddenly an unexpected guest interrupted their conversation. This person is Eric, who caused Alice to be hospitalized. At this moment, he not only does not feel sorry for Alice, he also keeps mocking Alice's scars, saying they are disgusting. Her hairstyle is so ugly. This immediately provoked Alice into a rage. She wanted to swallow him whole right now, if she could. But before she could make a move, Nami next to her landed a punch on Eric. The usually gentle Nami started cursing Eric out loudly. Would Alice be in her current state if it weren't for your cowardice and self-preservation? Nami's intervention helped to ease Alice's anger, although Eric apologized. But obviously, he was still unwilling deep down. "You guys wait for me." Ryan also noticed the anomaly in Alice's anger just now. This is obviously not a human scent. In the other train car, the murderer known as Mr. had completely transformed into a huge flesh worm when a man, with a Reaper emblem on his clothes, entered the carriage. This person is none other than young brother Jack from the squad. Old brother Jace is the one who walked in through the front door. Their arrival immediately caused Bug Beast's dissatisfaction. The two of them blocked Bug Beast in the middle one after the other. "The doctor asks us to take this back for research. Be careful not to break it." This sentence instantly enraged the giant worm, and it opened its mouth towards the brother. But before it could make a sound, Jack stabbed it with a knife. And then he made sure to fire a few shots as well. "I've reminded you not to break it, haven't I?" But before Jace could finish his sentence, he was immediately knocked aside by the giant worm. "No way, bro, are you dead?" And the Bug Beast seized the opportunity. It used its tail to firmly press down on Jack. "Just with this strength alone, it cannot overpower me. You are far inferior to my older brother." He lifted the entire giant worm up into the air. Jace took advantage of the opportunity and struck with his knife. He actually cut the giant worm in half. Just as the two of them were about to pack up and take the giant worm with them, a mini little worm crawled out of the body of the giant worm. The little worm looked up at Jace. Then its body shot into his head like a bullet. Watching his brother's body tremble non-stop, Jack quickly asked, "What's wrong?" The next second, it was as if nothing had happened at all. There was just a strange thing wandering around on his forehead. The girl simply ate an egg that someone fed her. As a result, she turned into a terrifying bloodthirsty Bug Beast. After she absorbed the essence of a man, she then pretended as if nothing had happened and went back to school. After school, the few people prepared to eat together. As a result, Halfway there, Alice received a text message. Soon after, she made an excuse saying she had something to attend to and needed to leave early. Nami reluctantly suggested that they could reschedule for tomorrow. But when Alice left, Ryan was staring at her back thoughtfully. Later, Nami and the two of them prepared to go home together. But she suddenly remembered that Alice's homework was still in her own backpack. The teacher is going to check it tomorrow. She said goodbye to Ryan and planned to deliver it to Alice. However, she was suddenly stopped by Ryan. "Danger, don't go." Ryan's words made Nami a little dazed. "I mean, Alice just got out of the hospital. The teacher will understand." On the other side, Alice saw the person who was messaging her. She licked her lips as if she saw her prey. Then she climbed into the man's car. Eric, not far away, happened to witness the scene. From the looks of the two, it was clear that this was definitely not a father-daughter relationship. Afterward, Eric flashed a playful smile. Clara has been resting at home since she was injured last time. She decided to do something to find out the leader of the Skyworm organization, Brad. At night, Clara dressed in a cool outfit, walking in the night market. She never expected that Red Card's address was a club. She knew it was unusually popular just by looking at the long line at the entrance. She wanted to contact Ryan to come for an investigation. Unexpectedly, she was refused. Just as she was going crazy because of this, someone suddenly appeared behind her and called out to her. "Is the beauty by herself? I feel like your back looks familiar." Clara also feels that this person's voice sounds like it's been heard somewhere before. So she turned her head curiously. She found that the person who was fighting with him and Ryan, Camille Clara, followed the other person into the club. She found that it was bustling here. Inside were all young and beautiful young ladies, and the atmosphere was pretty good. But Clara knew that things here were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. So she took out the red card from her chest and said, "I was invited here. You're not just going to show me these things, are you?" Camille seemed to have already expected the card. "Since that's the case, I'll take you to see something exciting." The two walked through the corridor and arrived at an elevator lobby. The red card is used to activate the elevator, and only VIP customers have such a card. Soon, the elevator door slowly opened. Clara was even more shocked by what she saw inside. Because the bug beasts and humans were actually mixed together here. Underneath is a rectangular fighting arena. Humans and bug beasts on the field are fighting each other. The audience on the stands are desperately shouting and cheering. Soon, the bug beast on the field fell victim to a poisonous attack. It died at the hands of several humans. However, at this moment, another huge bug beast appeared in front of everyone. It emitted a terrifying roar. Then it lifted its leg and stomped on several humans, crushing them into pulp. Watching the humans and bug beast Clara cheering together on stage, I didn't understand why two different species could mix freely here. Camille seems to have noticed Clara's confusion. "You really don't understand humans. They can do anything for power and wealth." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge bug beast in the field was pierced through the body. It turns out a red bug beast attacked the giant worm from behind. Clara doesn't understand the meaning behind this kind of violence. Camille explains that this not only can bring people pleasure and excitement. The most important thing is that they have the opportunity to become members of the Skyworm organization. Camille took out a yellow egg and asked Clara if she was interested in trying it. Clara accepted his kind offer. While she was looking at the egg and asking for instructions on how to use it, Camille was stopped by another bug beast that came rushing over. "The boss has been waiting for you in the private room for a long time." Camille turned around and intended to let Clara wait here for a while. He didn't expect that the other party used a stomachache as an excuse and got on the departing elevator. Clara didn't let go of her hanging heart until the elevator doors closed. "Damn, Ryan stood me up." At this moment, Bug Beast reminded Camille to go over again. However, Camille, who was impatient, chopped off its head. And he shook his hand very contemptuously. The next morning, Clara arrived at school. She couldn't help but feel annoyed when she saw Ryan being leisurely. So she kicked Ryan right away. Then she said while hitting him, "Do you know what I went through yesterday?" After learning that Clara had obtained useful information, Ryan gave her a thumbs up. At this moment, the classmates in the classroom were whispering about something. When Alice walked into the classroom, the murmuring voices seemed to grow louder. Everyone cast a look of disdain towards her. Listening to the classmates' foul language, Nami raised a question. "What are you all talking about?" At this time, the annoying Eric stood up again. He mentioned that he had already posted the recorded news of the explosion on the school's website. He then handed the recorded video to the two of them. The video showed Alice and an old man walking into the hotel. Then Eric made a disgusted expression. "You are looking for shortcuts because you can't make money, right?" Clara almost wanted to kick him to death. Ryan on the side once again felt that familiar aura, and this time it was definitely dangerous. Nami is also on the brink of going berserk. Finally, she couldn't control herself and swung her fist at Eric again. But halfway there, she was intercepted by Alice. "Nami, thank you. You will always be my best friend." After saying that, she pushed with both hands. "This time, let me handle it myself." Nami was then pushed out of the door by her. Eric was unaware of the impending danger. He continued to mock Alice with his words. Unexpectedly, Alice burst into wild laughter upon hearing it. "I had originally planned to keep you alive longer. I didn't expect you to be so eager to die." The two ignorant individuals were completely unaware that danger was imminent. One of them boldly stepped forward. "How much can you earn at once? I made a good amount of money delivering packages. Would you consider it?" He didn't even wait for him to finish speaking before noticing the bulging veins on the person's neck. Suddenly, Alice turned her head. 5 big eyes stared at the other person intently. This is a girl who has been beautified. The tongue she spits out of her mouth can instantly claim lives. The girl turned into this state is entirely Eric's fault. At that time, a sudden bug beast incident occurred at the school. Eric held on to Alice to save his life. He threw her towards Bug Beast, causing Alice to be disfigured. Eric not only felt no remorse in his heart. Now he even slanders Alice and mixes with the old man. Alice, who was insulted again, no longer conceals. She directly reveals her true face in front of her classmates. The voice of the boy who was just joking about Alice suddenly stopped abruptly. Ryan and Clara standing beside her were also shocked to see her appearance. Alice glared angrily at the boy in front of her. Then she casually punched him, sending him flying out. Others went crazy and ran towards the door when they saw what was happening. Alice, on the other hand, slowly raised her hand. Suddenly, her arm seemed to stretch several meters, directly blocking her classmates' way. The wooden door was also blocked by chair legs and couldn't be opened. Nami heard a commotion inside. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. The furniture inside blocked the other doorway tightly. Clara wanted to transform, but was stopped by Ryan. It was too obvious here. Alice saw Eric taking out his phone to call the police. She directly shouted, "Get out!" Eric was scared and hid in the crowd, too afraid to speak. The classmates, sensing the situation, all tactfully took a step back. They left Eric standing where he was. Alice reached out her arm again, grabbing Eric by the neck. "It's all your fault. Why did you trample on my dreams, causing me to become like this?" Alice opened her big mouth as she spoke, revealing a gullet with teeth inside. The next second, the gullet was right in front of Eric. Just as Gullet opened its big mouth ready to eat Eric. Suddenly, a loud shout made Alice stop attacking. Only to see Ryan walking out of the crowd. He kindly persuaded Alice to stop. "If you kill Eric now, how do you think Nami will feel when she sees it? Aren't you her best friend?" At this moment, knocking sounds can also be heard at the door from Nami. "Alice, are you okay?" Please open the door quickly. It's too late for Eric to ask for mercy at this point. Then he shouted frantically at his classmates again. Why haven't you contacted the Reaper department yet? But who wants to stand out at this moment? Eric was so angry that he scolded everyone present. Ryan just looked on coldly. He had no intention of taking action. At this moment, Alice suddenly called out to Ryan. Please give me some time. Please don't request assistance for now. After saying that, she forcefully pushed Eric against the wall. Eric, you listen to me carefully. All of this is your own fault. Alice only saw reached into her backpack. Then she took out a yellow egg from it. Then she pried open Eric's mouth. Killing you directly may not resolve the hatred in my heart. Letting you taste my current pain might. Although Eric knows that Alice has something bad in her hand, no matter how he struggles, his mouth still gets bigger and bigger. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the egg fell into his mouth. Eric, who swallowed the egg, immediately had a reaction. His body kept twisting. His clothes were slowly being stretched to bursting, and his neck was getting longer. His facial features were also visibly changing at a rapid pace. At this moment, Clara suddenly remembered something. Wasn't the egg that Eric had just eaten the kind that Camel gave him? Looking at Eric now, he had completely transformed into an ugly bug beast. He tried to call for help but could only let out strange roars. Alice on the side expressed great satisfaction with this. You can understand my feelings now, right? At this time, there was another knock on the door. It turned out that Nami was worried about Alice and brought the class teacher. In the end, Alice asked Ryan for one thing. Take care of Nami for me. I won't see her again in the future. I now hate humanity. After saying that, her body leaned back. She fled from this upsetting place. On the other side, the classroom door was forcefully kicked open. The teacher walked in grumbling. When he saw the bug beast in the classroom, he immediately shut his mouth. The boy who was knocked out by Alice also slowly regained consciousness. He mistakenly thought that the bug beast in front of him was transformed by Alice. He then took out his phone and quickly called the Reaper department. Nami believed it to be true. But in order to protect Alice, she immediately snatched the other person's phone. But in the struggle between the two, the phone accidentally slipped away. The phone happened to fall right in front of Bug Beast. At this moment, a voice from the Reaper department came through the phone. May I help you with something? Eric tried to ask for help, but all that came out of his mouth were whimpering sounds. To figure out what was going on, he turned his head and looked at the glass behind him. He only then realized that he had turned into Bug Beast Eric, angrily smashing the glass in front of him. Because he could not accept reality, he wildly waved his two tails. Clara quickly saved a girl with her quick hands and eyes, while his other tail came to Nami's side. At a critical moment, Ryan leaped forward and protected Nami in his arms. At this moment, Eric let out a reluctant roar. But in order to save his life, he could only break the window and leave here. After landing, he dashed away towards the distance with a strange dance move. Ryan glanced at Clara. Clara nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the two of them began to track. Clara mentioned that Alice must be associated with the Skyworm organization, because the egg she just took out is the same as the one inside Club 6. Ryan left an ant mark on Alice. The two of them chased after Alice at high speed. Soon the two caught up with a bridge tunnel below. They found Alice alone in front wiping tears. Alice also noticed someone approaching. We have something to discuss with you. Please talk to us. But as soon as he finished speaking, the two of them were shocked by what happened before their eyes. Their eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out that Alice was not alone here. Another figure was slowly emerging before their eyes. What I hate the most is when someone else messes with my things. So no matter who you are, it will be difficult to leave here alive today. This is an exceptionally ferocious bug beast. As long as she moves her tongue, she can easily defeat the humans who provoke her. However, even such a powerful being is just a plaything in the hands of others. Just now, Alice stuffed dozens of eggs into Eric's mouth. The next second, Eric turned into an ugly bug beast. After doing all this, Alice escaped to a place where no one was. Ryan and 2 others tracked and found this place. But what they didn't know was that Alice's master had been waiting here for a long time. I hate it when people mess with my things. Today, you all must die. Just as the words fell, the figure of Ariel was miraculously disappearing. Ryan suddenly felt that something was terribly wrong. She hurriedly pulled Clara aside and took a heavy blow from Ariel herself. At the same time as she kicked Ryan away, Ariel raised her fist again. She attacked Clara, but it was just a feint. Suddenly, she moved quickly to Clara's side. "You look pretty good, little girl." The next second, she appeared behind her. "I really can't bear to kill you." After speaking, she bit Clara's little ear. Purple blood flowed from her mouth. Clara reacted and threw a punch to push her back. Ariel wiped the blood off the corner of her mouth. "So you are also a bug beast. What a pity." Clara is thoroughly enraged. She directly transformed into a bug beast and attacked Ariel. "So it's just a silk moth, but your attack is too slow." Thinking of this, Ariel couldn't help but glance at Ryan. He should also be a bug beast, right? Sure enough, at this moment, Ryan had already transformed into a bug and was punching towards her. But Ariel easily dodged with her elusive agility. "Attacks like yours are impossible to hit me. My ability is not only invisibility, but also precognition of your attacks." At this moment, Alice by the side is also extremely shocked, because she also just found out that Ryan and the others are bug beasts. This is not the first time the 2 of them have worked together. They quickly came up with a plan. Ryan once again swung his fist towards Ariel. Ariel, who had intended to dodge, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. It turns out that Clara had already laid a trap around her. But this also successfully angered Ariel. "Dare to touch me, you're dead." Ryan paid no attention to her threats at all. He hit Ariel's face hard with his fist. This punch made Ariel spit out a mouthful of blood directly. At the same time, a sharp bone spur grew out of Ariel's arm. "How dare you make me bleed?" With that, he stabbed into Ryan's chest. And this bone spur is still absorbing Ryan's blood. But Ariel, seeing this, was nothing short of surprised. "Why is your blood red?" Seeing Ryan injured, Clara hurriedly rushed over. Ariel looked at the other party coldly. Slowly, she raised her left hand and aimed it at her. Then her left hand suddenly extended several meters. Bone spur pierced into Clara's shoulder. Ariel pulled out the bone spur. Clara said the attack just now was like scratching an itch. As she spoke, she charged towards Ariel again. Ariel remained calm, licking the blood off the needle point. Shortly after, Ryan and Clara's injured areas began to swell continuously. After 2 explosions, the 2 of them were obviously seriously injured. "I had just warmed up. Can't you 2 keep up?" Ariel raised her arm and prepared to take them down. But at that moment, Alice suddenly appeared and stood in front of the 2 people. She said, "This is my client. I invited them here to trade the egg. You know the consequences of lying to me, right?" After receiving Alice's approval, Ariel immediately changed her attitude. "Oh, you're one of us. I almost got you killed. But I only have 1 egg on me. Who should use it first?" Ryan said, "We don't need it right away. Can you introduce the function of the egg first? Don't you know? If Bug Beast eats it directly, it will increase some of its strength. If an ordinary person eats it, they will transform into a larva like Alice. At this point, consuming the larva will double their power." The 2 people were shocked to hear this. Doesn't that mean it's equivalent to eating people directly? Just at this moment, 2 unlucky runners happened to pass by. Ariel said, "Let me show you once, and you'll understand." Then she stopped the 2 young men. Taking advantage of one of them not reacting fast enough, she directly stuffed the egg into the person's mouth. The boy's body quickly began to change. The next moment, he transformed into an ugly larva. Although they had just experienced this kind of thing, the two of them were still shocked. This can be considered as a gift for your meeting. As long as you eat it, you will become stronger. You enjoy it slowly. If you need anything, just come to Club 6 and find me. After Ariel left, Larva targeted its companion. However, Ryan arrived and punched Larva away. Then he clasped his hands together and struck Larva's head repeatedly. Clara behind him tried to stop Ryan, but he told her to shut up. Seeing Ryan's next move, Clara hurried forward to intervene. "You lunatic! You're not really going to eat it, are you? It was just a human a moment ago," she said. But Ryan remained indifferent and ordered, "Do not hinder my experiment. Eat it." With his command, all the black ants gathered around Larva's body. Ryan looked on coldly at everything. But at the same time, this also made Clara completely disappointed in Ryan. You know that this is no different from cannibalism, right? Why go to such lengths? What's the difference between what you're doing and those people from the Skyworm organization? I must have been blind to collaborate with you. Ryan just gave her a glance at her words. You better take a good look at it for me. Only saw the larva on the ground was rapidly undergoing changes. In the blink of an eye, it had a hint of a human appearance. All of this was within Ryan's expectations. Clara curiously asked what was going on. Ryan started his research as soon as he noticed that Alice had a problem. Now he could only test if it works. He had just finished speaking when the man on the ground opened his mouth in agony. The egg that he had just eaten was dragged out by an ant. This thing is the main culprit that turns people into bug beasts. Watching ant continuously nibble on the eggs on the ground, Clara can't help but worry about Ryan. Will these ants eating the eggs affect you? I'm not sure either. We'll know once they get back into their bodies. The eggs on the ground were quickly eaten up. When they returned to Ryan's body, Ryan immediately sensed something was wrong. Seeing Ryan in pain, Clara was also very worried. Are you okay? Ryan suddenly turned around and shouted at Clara upon hearing her words. Get away from me quickly. With Ant's return, the blue veins on Ryan's neck suddenly bulged. These ants seemed to be trying to break free from Ryan's control. Inevitably, Ryan let out a painful roar. The boy's body is full of ants. He is trying to prevent these ants from running around. Normally, he could only use band-aids to seal the openings. That day, he let the ant eat a larva. As these ants returned to his body after eating, Ryan's body underwent a strange change. The ants seemed to break free from Ryan's control, causing him unbearable pain. On the other side, Ariel brought Alice back to the club. The boss here is none other than Strongman Cody. He noticed that Ariel's arm was wrapped in bandages. So he asked her if something had happened. Ariel explained that it was just a misunderstanding with a client. What is the purpose of you bringing me here? Cody said the club lost 50 pills yesterday. Do you know what happened? Ariel said it's your fault for not guarding properly. Alice beside remained silent. At this moment, Cody stood up. The next second, he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already pinned Alice against the wall. You are quite daring to steal my medicine. Cody was furious at this time. He threatened to eat Alice right away. But he was suddenly pressed by a golden needle on his neck. Two bug girls quickly rushed forward to protect the master when they saw this. They placed knife hand against Ariel's neck. But Ariel remained completely calm. She also threatened Cody. If you dare to move, you are finished. Cody just smiled slightly at this. He continued to inquire about the whereabouts of Pill and increased the strength of his grip. Ariel also did not hesitate to stab the golden needle into Cody's neck. She seems to really care about Alice being hurt. But she couldn't stop this crazy man at all. Alice, who couldn't bear it anymore, finally admitted that she took the pill. But I was just seeking revenge. Cody finally smiled in satisfaction after hearing that. Actually, I knew it was you who took the pill a long time ago. And I also know what you used it for. He said that, then he put down Alice. Ariel hurried to Alice's side and inquired about her injuries with concern. Cody on the side was laughing madly. How could you, this little girl, have such a brilliant idea? You will soon meet your old classmates. They are on their way. What changes would occur if someone took 50 pills? And at this moment, Eric, who has turned into Bug Beast, is frantically fleeing. Several combat personnel from the Reaper department are closely following. Soon they caught up with Eric, swords and weapons constantly attacking him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but could only let out helpless cries. As Captain's hand rose and fell with a knife. Eric also finally lost his resistance. Afterwards, Captain ordered everyone to recover the body. But at this moment, the ground suddenly started shaking. Captain turned around at the sound. He found that half of his team members were stuck in the mud pit. There were also two unfamiliar figures appearing ahead. At this time, the captain realized that the newcomers were unfriendly. So he inquired about their identities. But Camel ignored the man and had Kid take the body away. However, Kid disagreed because he wanted to get rid of the humans in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the soil controlled by Kid was about to swallow two Reaper team members. Captain not only did not attack upon seeing this, but also withdrew his own long sword. He even leisurely lit a cigarette. This scene not only stunned the enemies across from him. The team members also couldn't understand Captain's intentions. They just saw Captain calmly saying, "I'm wondering why you all are going to such lengths to obtain this body." No one noticed that the red mark on his scabbard had turned green. Your squad mate is almost out of time, and you're still thinking about such boring questions. Do you really have the heart to watch them lose their lives? Upon hearing this, the captain finally raised his weapon and aimed at the enemy. Kid was a bit puzzled by this. Can you actually attack us from such a distance? Just as Camel was about to warn him to be careful, Kid was hit by a green electrical flow. Seeing his companion fall in front of him, the angry Camel instantly activated beautification. You despicable human. At this time, Captain was not idle either. He powered up again and shot the electrical flow towards the opponent. Camel waved his knife hand when he saw the situation. He thought he had successfully blocked this blow. But the next second, he felt shocked. Is it useless even if you block this thing? The team members took this opportunity to climb upwards desperately. Captain suddenly disappeared from the spot with a leap. At the moment he rushed toward Camel, he instructed the team members to retrieve the body, ensuring it would not fall into the hands of the enemy. As soon as his words fell, the weapons of the two clashed together. With just one strike, the captain knew that this was definitely a dangerous guy. Camel also drew the other long sword behind him. But the two had similar strength. Neither could overpower the other in a short time. Camel doesn't want to waste time. He immediately exerted all his strength and swung his sword at Captain. Feeling the opponent's powerful attack, Captain couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Just saw Captain taking a puff and inhaling the entire cigarette in one breath. Then he exhaled smoke and enveloped Camel in it. However, Camel showed a look of disdain and dispersed the smoke with a single swing of his knife. Yet Captain in front of him was nowhere to be found. The sudden sound of electrical flow behind him alerted him. But just as he turned around to check the situation, he was struck hard by Captain's sharp knife. But fortunately, this was not a fatal blow. Captain asks again about their intentions to get the body. But vibrations came again under his feet. Captain, who sensed danger, immediately leaped backward. Unexpectedly, what awaited him below was precisely at that moment. There was no escape for him. Fortunately, squad mate arrived in time to block this dangerous blow. However, right after that, another red spike emerged from the ground, piercing through one squad mate's body. It was then that he realized it was the gullet with teeth. Before a few people could react, the bald man was thrown into the air. Then he was thrown into the mud pit. Camel finally realized that Kid had been pretending to be dead all along. The boy who was completely transformed into a bug slowly emerged from the ground at this moment. It seems that he should be a bug beast bald man like Skyworm slowly appearing in front of everyone. The two immediately decided not to play anymore. Take away the body first, and then figure it out. Then Kid sank Eric into the quagmire. Camel asked Kid to take the body back to the club first, and he would cover their tracks. Club? That is the only information Captain received today. The opponent is about to flee. Captain raised his weapon at them again. But to his surprise, the scabbard has run out of power. At this moment, the surrounding buildings also began to tremble continuously. Then the building began to collapse. The squad mate quickly called for the captain to retreat. The captain let them go first. Instead, he rushed towards the center of the collapse. Soon, he stepped on the stones and reached Camel. Camel was ready for battle. Unexpectedly, the captain only wanted to rescue his squadmate. Watching the enemy sink, the captain felt helpless. He could only evacuate the area with his squadmate. However, next he will thoroughly investigate the club in this area. Now it's our turn to hunt. A black ant is riding on the yellow bug beast. Upon closer inspection, they are not reproducing, but the black ant is gnawing at the flesh of the other. At this moment, Ryan is quietly watching from the side. Ever since he ate that egg last time, Ryan found that the number of ants inside his body has increased a lot. As his body's vessel capacity is limited, this strange black ant split out. Ryan failed after several attempts at fusion. He could only dispatch an ant captain to control this black beast. At this moment, the black ant finished eating and stood up. He came to Ryan and said, "I'm still very hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his big mouth wide in front of Ryan. Ryan punched through its head. The sent-out ant captain appeared in Ryan's hand. The scattered ants all merged back together. But at that moment, Ryan once again sensed the presence of the bug beast. And its target is just beneath the bridge tunnel not far away. To test his current strength, Ryan decided to go meet them. Just as he was rushing towards the other party, he suddenly sensed the disappearance of the aura of a bug beast. Soon, Ryan arrived near the bridge tunnel. He then concealed his aura and looked into the tunnel. He found a bug beast's corpse lying under the feet of a rhino beast. The culprit is the red ladybug beast across from him. Because there are too many rules in the club, I can only invite you out for a practice match. After saying that, he once again took a fighting stance. Rhino Beast couldn't help but get angry upon hearing this. Just because it's a practice match, you killed my companion. Seeing this, it leaped like a cannonball towards Ladybug Beast. Ladybug Beast just made a small move to dodge this strike. Rhino Beast used the wall as a fulcrum point, then turned around to charge again. Ladybug Beast chose to face it head-on this time. It clenched its powerful fist. After dodging Rhino Beast's charge, it struck back with a punch that pierced through the opponent's body. In the end, Rhino Beast went down in defeat. Ladybug Beast shook off the bloodstains from its hand and turned its head expressionlessly. The person who is lurking in the dark watching the fight can come out now. Even if he doesn't say it, Ryan will show up. Because his purpose in coming here is to test his current strength. It is not difficult to notice that at this moment, Ryan's armor is more domineering than before. After staring at each other for a long time, Ladybug Beast took the initiative to attack. Ryan chose not to dodge but resisted the blow. Ladybug Beast couldn't help but be secretly shocked because its fist was suddenly bitten by another ant that appeared next to Ryan. Ladybug Beast, who had never seen such a situation before, immediately withdrew. "You scared me. What kind of monster are you?" "My name is Black Ant. This should be the last name you hear before you die." Ladybug Beast became even more excited after hearing this. The recent accident has instead triggered its combative mentality. It swung its fists again and charged towards Ryan, but not a single punch touched Ryan even after dozens of them in a row. And Ryan did not retaliate. This made Ladybug Beast somewhat irritated. "Are you trying to play tricks on me?" Immediately, it launched another heavy punch. When Ryan dodged this attack, he finally clenched his fist to retaliate. However, Ladybug Beast had already seen through Ryan's movements. At this moment, Ryan's fist was swinging out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Ladybug Beast quickly assumed a defensive posture, but it was still hit in the face by a punch. Instantly, its body flew backwards like a bullet. Ladybug Beast was obviously stunned by Ryan. His strength and speed were beyond its expectations. At this moment, Ryan was looking down on it from above. "Tell me your name before you die." Ladybug Beast felt insulted and completely enraged. It stood up and collided its fists together. Ryan's attack followed suit. However, his fist landed on a barrier, and this red barrier was expanding continuously. With a roar from Ladybug Beast, Ryan was shaken and flung out forcefully. At this moment, a bus happened to pass by right above the bridge tunnel. However, the bridge deck is about to collapse due to the fight between the two people. Unaware, Ryan was hit out of the bridge tunnel. Just as Ryan was about to take down the other party in one go, a runaway bus crashed through the guardrail. Ryan turned back and suddenly felt that something big was not right. So he quickly cloned himself and retreated towards the direction of the bus. Fortunately, Ryan caught the bus before it landed. However, as the entire bus pressed down on him, Ryan was struggling. At the same time, his clone was grabbed by the Ladybug Beast. If the Ladybug Beast chose to attack him at this moment, it would be very dangerous. But unexpectedly, it went up to help Ryan, and together they managed to safely place the bus on the ground. After the passengers on the bus were safely evacuated, the Ladybug Beast was already impatient. "Our match can continue now." Saying that, it charged towards Ryan. And Ryan seemed unimpressed by the opponent. He casually raised his hand and blocked the opponent's attack. Then he slapped Ladybug Beast on the head with his paw. This blow directly shattered its facial armor, rendering it unable to fight back. Ryan grabbed the opponent's neck and lifted it in midair. Clone Ant stepped forward to sniff. Then, he opened his mouth wide to swallow the opponent. However, Ryan stopped him with a loud shout. He then threw it aside. After he withdrew Clone Black Ant, Ryan turned and walked away from here. Ladybug Beast struggled to open its eyes and thought, "Next time we meet, I must defeat you." Since Alice turned into Bug Beast, she has never appeared again. Nami searches for her whereabouts every day after school. Nami had just hung up the phone that day. Someone suddenly called out to her from behind. The person who came was Kid Troy, who had fought Reaper that day. "Is Alice your friend? I can take you to find her." Before long, Troy led Nami into a small forest. Nami was afraid that Troy would take advantage and attack her. So she asked, "Do you really know where Alice is?" Troy, listening to this, no longer concealed the truth, revealing his ugly face. "I brought you here just to eat you," Troy said. As he spoke, several larvae crawled down from the trees. "Blame it on the fact that you are Alice's friend. I really hate that guy." "If I were to eat you, she would definitely be very angry," Troy replied. In the past, they wanted to eat Alice, who had just turned into a larva. She didn't expect that she would later tell Ariel about this matter. The result was that Ariel caused them heavy losses. But they could only swallow their anger. Nami didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. She turned around and was about to leave this place. At this moment, Troy has already completed the beautification. It was obviously too late for her to run. Nami's body was seen slowly sinking into the mire, following Troy's command. Several larvae suddenly pounced on Nami. At this critical moment, the charging larvae were suddenly cut into several pieces by someone. The newcomer was Clara, who was angry to see the prey slipping away from her mouth again. Troy was extremely furious. Clara kept spinning and gathering energy in the air. After landing, she fiercely kicked Troy's head with her heel. The damage caused by this blow was not great, but it was highly insulting. At this time, Clara took the opportunity to pull Nami up. "Who in the world are you? Another bug beast helping humans?" only to see Clara slowly land on Silk. She answered lightly, "I am your father." Then she turned to look at Nami and said, "I will put you down now. You should run away immediately." The moment she finished speaking, the silk holding Nami suddenly loosened. She didn't understand why the bug beast in front of her would save her. And she looked so familiar. "I told you to run. What are you still looking at?" Nami kept stepping back after hearing that. After saying, "Thank you," she turned around and fled from here. Several larvae wanted to step forward to stop Nami after seeing the situation. But they were all controlled by Clara using Silk. Clara just exerted a little force and sliced those larvae into chunks of meat. Covered in blood, Clara seemed to have turned into a grim reaper harvesting bug beasts, but this also completely infuriated Troy. "You will pay the price for today's actions," Clara asked casually. "Are you a member of the Skyworm organization like Camel?" Troy couldn't help but burst into laughter at the words. "Since you know I'm with the Skyworm organization, you better surrender now. I know it's difficult for me alone to deal with members of the Skyworm organization. But what if I consume this egg?" Troy was also shocked to see the egg in Clara's hand. "How did you get that thing?" Clara ignored the other person. She knew that in order to defeat this guy, she must place her hope on this egg. So she directly put the egg into her mouth. Troy sensed that something big was about to happen. So he transformed into 4 hard long cones and shot them at Clara. Smoke immediately rose where Clara was. Troy was very pleased at this moment. How big of a boost could just one pill provide? What a fool. But the next second, his long cone was chopped into pieces by Clara. Troy was instantly shocked. Why did just one pill make her improve so much? On the other hand, Clara has already evolved into her latest form. Let me show you my current strength. Seeing Clara's current appearance, Troy couldn't help but feel a little doubtful, thinking, "Is she joking? Did I take fake medicine before?" Before he could react, Clara's side kick had already landed on his head. This blow directly shattered his facial armor. And Clara, before hitting the ground, also managed to chop off his arm. Troy, with a terrified expression, kept retreating. This made him more convinced that he had been fed fake medicine. To confirm his suspicion, he had to take out the enemy in front of him. So he spat out a gullet with teeth towards Clara. The gullet bit right into Clara's neck. Troy was very excited when he saw this, thinking that he had won this round. He didn't expect Clara to have no reaction at all. "Are you tickling me?" It turns out that Troy's tusk didn't even manage to pierce Clara's skin. Following that, Clara grabbed Gullet by the throat. Then she controlled Silk to wrap around Gullet. Silk quickly spread along Gullet. "Let me help you cut it into small pieces." Troy sensed that something major was amiss. He could only bite off Gullet in order to save himself. Troy immediately let out a reluctant roar. He didn't expect to be defeated so thoroughly. Then he plunged straight into the ground. Clara, on the other hand, remained calm, as if everything was under her control. The escaping Troy was still daydreaming. "When I become stronger, I must seek revenge on her." However, in the next moment, he widened his eyes in disbelief because his path was already blocked by the net thrower, Silk. In an instant, he turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Clara felt so exhilarated to experience the power of becoming stronger. However, at this moment, a person holding a blade appeared in front of her. This person is none other than Camel, whom she had clashed with before. Although at that time, both she and Ryan were almost defeated by him, now she has become stronger. Clara believes that she now has full confidence in defeating the opponent. Camel takes this opportunity to ask about the whereabouts of Black Ant. He mentioned that the sword stab he received from me still hurts faintly. "That's not a problem. As long as you die, it won't hurt anymore." As soon as her voice fell, Clara controlled Silk to shoot towards Camel. Camel obviously did not take Clara seriously. He drew out his blade and blocked Clara's attack. But he didn't realize that as soon as Silk touched blade, it instantly cracked. It was clear that the effect of the medicine was at work. Afterward, blade shattered into several pieces in front of Camel's eyes. Clara then jumped into the air. Seeing this, Camel placed his hands on the weapons behind his back. When Clara attacked, he drew his knife to block once again. But Camel was caught off guard by Clara's sudden knee strike. Then she followed up with another kick, sending him flying out. But this is far from enough. Just as Clara was about to deliver a fatal blow to him, she suddenly realized that her strength was fading away. Then she knelt down beside Camel. Her hair was receding at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, her body returned to its original state. At the same time, Camel's blade was also pressed against Clara's neck. "You better come back with me obediently. I suddenly came up with an interesting game. Ryan is currently watching TV with Grandma." The sudden vibration of the phone caught his attention. When he saw the message, his face filled with anger, because the picture showed Clara wearing the armor and holding the business card of Club 6. Since Clara lost to Camel, she has become a prisoner in Club 6. She is forced into the fighting arena every day to be a spectacle for others to watch. The cruel bug beast subjects her to inhumane torture. On this day, Camel came to the cell. At this point, Clara had already been beaten to the brink of death. Camel curiously asked Clara what her purpose was, and why she didn't fight back in the fighting arena. "I choose not to fight back just to avoid being manipulated by you all," she replied. "If you want to talk about purpose, I do have one, and that is to eliminate you vermin." Camel's expression turned cold instantly upon hearing this. Before leaving, he told her that the next match was about to begin. The audience at Fighting Arena was extremely excited because the MC announced a special program. Among the 10 participants today, only one can survive. The first to enter the arena was today's protagonist, Clara. She must kill the enemy within a minute, or else another enemy will appear for every minute that passes, until Clara dies in battle, or she can defeat all opponents. Across from her, the blue beetle beast had been waiting for a long time. Instantly, it pounced on Clara upon seeing her appear, and Clara seemed to not have placed much importance on the opponent. Meanwhile, not far away on the stands, the ladybug beast, who was defeated by Ryan, was also here. In front of it was Camel, who wanted it to take action to get rid of Clara. However, the ladybug beast was disdainful of Camel's arrangement, refusing to participate in such unreasonable games. "Are you insulting me? I would be willing to assist if the target were you or Cody." As soon as the words fell, the ladybug beast threw a punch at Camel. It can be seen from this that the relationship between the two is very tense. Camel was successfully provoked by the opponent. Just as the big battle was about to erupt, they were interrupted by a sudden ringing of a bell. The person calling is a staff member from the club. I don't know who it is. The elevator leading to the fighting arena has been destroyed. Camel, upon hearing the news, quietly hung up the phone. He then turned to remind Ladybug Beast that the opponent you were looking forward to has arrived. On the other side, Clara at the fighting arena has already taken out 4 opponents. But at this moment, she is already at the end of her strength. However, Claude does not give her any time to catch her breath. The 5th opponent has already appeared behind her. With his roar, exhausted Clara was kicked into the air by the opponent. Just one hit made Clara spit out blood. At the same time as she landed, she was kicked hard in the waist again. After being knocked back tens of meters, Clara obviously couldn't get up anymore. At this time, several bug beasts walked out again. They surrounded Clara in the middle. MC had already pronounced Clara's death sentence. But everyone was suddenly attracted by the strange sound coming from the entrance. They saw the head of a bug beast slowly appearing in the darkness in front of everyone. Then he was thrown to the ground by someone who mercilessly stepped on it. That person was the fiercely determined Ryan, with his clone holding a bug beast's body in its mouth. Camel in the audience also noticed the situation here. The several bug beasts on the field were also drawn to Ryan's gaze. Seeing this, MC immediately became furious and raised his huge fist to smash towards Ryan, while Ryan looked at the other party, as if he were looking at a dead person. At this point, All his clones gathered on his right hand. The light from the clone's mouth continued to spread. Ryan seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger at MC. This shot directly blasted half of the opponent's body into pieces. "This is Ryan's latest plasma form," he said in a domineering tone. "Dare to bully my friend, you will all die today." After saying that, he raised the ion cannon in his hand again. He directed the gathered energy towards the center of the bug beast. In the blink of an eye, another bug beast died in his hands. The powerful energy almost reached Clara beside them. "You sneaky fellow. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation to get rid of me too?" But as soon as she finished speaking, Clara found a sharp blade pressed against her neck. Behind her, Camel kept teasing Ryan, saying, "Come on, just shoot me already." Ryan never expected the other party to be so despicable. He didn't know what to do with his raised arm for a moment. Camel was sure the other party wouldn't dare to open fire. So he ordered Underling to take out Ryan. Seeing such a large number of enemies, Ryan dared not underestimate them, so he covered his head with armor. He immediately fired a shot. He once again took care of an enemy. Ryan then recharged again. He aimed the cannon at the largest bug beast. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. But in that critical moment, the giant bug beast grabbed a small bug beast nearby and threw it towards the incoming cannonball. The giant bug beast raised its powerful fist. Before Ryan could react, the entire body of the giant bug beast pounced on him. It pressed Ryan tightly underneath. Seeing this, Camel thought victory was within grasp, and ordered the giant bug beast to bring Ryan over. But after a long time, there was still no response from the other side. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Only to see the face of the giant bug beast began to melt. Then an explosion blew it to pieces. And Ryan emerged unscathed from inside. Camel, who is known as the strongest combat force of the Skywarm organization, is now so frightened that he has resorted to taking a woman as a hostage. This is because Ryan's latest form has made him sense danger. In just a few rounds, he has eliminated all bug beast warriors in the fighting arena. Seeing Ryan so powerful, Camel curiously asks if you also have consumed larvae. At this time, Ryan still has a face full of killing intent. "Please release my friend." With that, he slowly approached Camel. Seeing this, Camel brought Blade closer to Clara. The spectators in the stands saw the player they had bet on being taken out. They all shouted at Camel to refund their money. This instantly angered Camel, who was already furious. He slowly turned his head, his face full of killing intent, as he looked at the crowd. He then angrily shouted, "Shut up if you don't want to die!" Ryan is afraid of Clara getting hurt and dare not act rashly. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out to Ryan, "Your opponent is me!" The newcomer is the red ladybug beast. Ryan curiously asked if he had come to seek revenge on her. The ladybug beast did not respond. Instead, she charged directly towards Ryan. Ryan prepared for battle, but the ladybug beast unexpectedly bypassed Ryan and charged towards his back. Then it landed a straight punch directly on Camel's face. This punch immediately rescued Clara, who was in danger. Camel was sent flying for several meters before stabilizing himself. Camel was now completely enraged. On the side, Ryan and Clara also looked puzzled. Ladybug Beast explained that they couldn't stand Camel's actions. "I want to have a man-to-man fight with you. Leave this to me. You and your girlfriend go first. I'm only here to get back my emergency rations, but thank you anyway." With that, Ryan slung the emergency rations over his shoulder. Before Clara could react, Ryan sprinted towards the exit. Camel was very confused by Ladybug Beast's actions. "Aren't you afraid that Cody will eat you for doing this?" Ladybug Beast didn't respond, just slowly walked towards Camel. The battle between the two was about to begin. At this moment, Clara was a bit curious. How did you come down without the elevator key? But when she saw the hole, she instantly understood. Just as Ryan was about to leave this place, a sudden cascade of falling rocks from above made him feel uneasy. Just now, Eric, transformed into Bug Beast, was brought before Cody as food. Bug Girl, standing on the side, couldn't help but drool when she saw it. Cody didn't want to share with anyone. He gave the other a warning look. As long as I eat this fleshworm, my strength should be on par with those guys above. Saying that, he grabbed the Bug Beast and prepared to enjoy it. But just then, vibrations suddenly came from the room. At the same time, a panicked underling also ran in. Bad news! Our fighting arena has been invaded, and those people are about to escape. Upon hearing this, Cody went to the underling. Do I have to personally deal with such a trivial matter? The underling wanted to explain something, but the next moment, Cody pierced his head. I don't need useless people here. It looks like I have to do some exercise before the meal. Ryan just took the first step here. A deathly breath instantly hit. It turned out that Cody was waving his fist and charging down. This punch directly embedded Ryan into the ground. This is just one punch from Cody without transforming. He smashed Ryan's armor and made him spit blood. Cody, interrupted while feeding, appeared exceptionally angry. He then lifted the dying Ryan into the air. At this moment, Clara on the side was already trembling with fear. She had never experienced such a powerful sense of oppression before. Even Ryan seemed completely powerless in front of him. Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. I hope you can make me happy by letting me have some fun. He threw a heavy punch to Ryan's stomach as soon as he finished speaking. Before Clara could react from shock, Cody instantly passed by her side. When Clara turned around, Cody's heavy foot had already landed on Ryan. Then, he was inhumanely torturing Ryan. Defiant Ryan roared in agony. Are you giving me a massage? But the force is not enough. However, his stubbornness was only causing himself more trouble. Cody only saw him grab Ryan's head. Since you can't make me happy, then just go die. But at that moment, a clone suddenly appeared behind Ryan. The clone wrapped around Cody's arm and lifted his head, about to devour him. Cody had no choice but to throw Ryan aside and throw a punch at the clone. But the next second, his punching arm was also controlled by several blue silks. This is Clara using her ability to restrict the opponent's movements. However, it is obvious that she cannot persist for long. The duo's skilled moves appeared like toys in his eyes. In the other side of the fighting arena, Ladybug Beast was already covered in wounds. Camel also collapsed in exhaustion on the ground. Looking at him, it was clear he wasn't taking advantage of Ladybug Beast here. Ladybug Beast stood in front of Camel and raised his middle finger. Your strength and character are far inferior to Black Ant. Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud noise as the wall behind him was smashed open. It turned out that Ryan and Clara had been thrown in from that side. This immediately caught Ladybug Beast's attention. Cody walked out slowly from inside. Camel, you took quite a beating. Camel tried to explain when he saw the situation. He was interrupted by the angry Cody. Who did this to you? You are my subordinate, Camel. Before meeting Ryan, Ladybug Beast only wanted to defeat Cody. The audience present looked confused because it was their first time seeing Boss Cody being friendly and waving to the audience. Then, he looked towards Ryan and the others. You haven't eaten, have you? Camel, go and get some food for me. Camel thought he had misheard and was about to confirm again. He was stopped by Cody's gaze. Camel immediately got up and flew towards the audience stands. Ryan and the others couldn't help but be curious about what the other party was up to. They saw a figure slowly descending from above. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a human. At the moment when this person landed, his body slowly transformed into a larva. Cody had arrived behind him. The smell of it still tasted as delicious as ever. Then more and more humans turned into bug beasts fell from above. Cody came up behind him. The smell was as delicious as ever. Humans who turn into bug beasts keep falling from above. Soon, Ryan and his group were surrounded. This is the food that I have carefully prepared for you. Let's continue the fight after eating. These are a group of humans who have just turned into bug beasts. Cody is gnawing on their bodies on the side. Just a while ago, Ryan's ant also ate this kind of flesh worm. It thereby evolved into a more powerful force. Yet even so, it is still no match for Cody. If Cody is allowed to feed now, then the heavily wounded individuals will be even less of a match for him. On the side, Ryan coldly said, "You guys need to do your best to stop him. Leave the remaining larvae to me." But what he said is easier said than done. How can we stop that monster? However, at this moment, Cody dug out a golden larva from the bug beast's body. The ladybug beast noticed and secretly exclaimed, "Oh no!" Then, it swiftly charged towards Cody. Clara noticed and wanted to step forward to help. But she was suddenly stopped by Ryan behind her. "Take the opportunity to leave here quickly. Leave this to us. My original purpose in coming here was to save you." Clara was very happy to hear Ryan say that. "But you underestimate me too much. I will hold out with that red guy until you absorb larva. But you need to move fast." As soon as she finished speaking, Clara rushed towards Cody. Later, Ryan ordered the clone behind him to eat them all. The clone immediately opened its mouth and charged towards the bug beast on the side. "You guys can also help with eating." As soon as he finished speaking, the armor on his body turned into countless ants. They also dashed towards the bug beast on the side. The ladybug beast at this moment was swinging its fists, ready to strike Cody. I did not expect his steel-like fists to be easily bitten into by Cody. Ladybug beast raised his other fist in response, but it was successfully caught by the opponent as well. "I hate it when people disturb me while I am eating." After saying this, Cody shook his head. Ladybug and beast then flew towards the audience seats. However, their bodies landed on some blue silk. It turned out that Clara arrived just in time. She used her abilities. With the help of Silk's rebound ability, Ladybug Beast charged at Cody again, who was trying to eat. The punch landed solidly on his face. Ladybug Beast is relentless. It wildly swings its fists. In the end, he gathered all his strength in his right hand and blasted Cody out directly. But his toes firmly caught the ground. He quickly stabilized his retreating body. And he had already put the flesh worm in his mouth. Suddenly, an indescribable force swept through his body. It was obvious that his momentum was even stronger than before. Cody punched Ladybug Beast from a distance. Ladybug Beast immediately activated a red shield. The powerful punch wind blew the audience away. Ladybug Beast's shield also showed cracks. Such power without beautification. He is simply a monster. Cody is also quite satisfied with this. If he can eat all the flesh worms, it is not impossible for him to reach the level of those guys above. Thinking of this, Cody no longer pays attention to the other party. He turned around and walked towards the food. But Ladybug Beast wouldn't let him get his way so easily. Ignoring the danger to his life, he raised his fist again and charged towards Cody. Clara on the side wanted to stop, but it was obviously too late. Because Cody's fist had already struck Ladybug Beast, before Ladybug Beast could react in any way. He was kicked in the face again. Ladybug Beast's body hit the wall like a missile. His head and body armor are completely shattered. Life and death are uncertain. Clara was completely scared by this scene. She knew she was wrong. The monster in front of them has not yet been beautified, so it is impossible to defeat. And he is constantly absorbing the power of the larva. At this moment, Cody grabbed another bug beast and ate it. This is the fifth one. But Cody suddenly had a look of disbelief on his face. The bug beast was covered in ants and transforming back into a human form. The larva that could enhance its power was also dragged out of its mouth by the ants. Cody curiously looked to the side. He found that the ants had put the flesh worm in Ryan's hand. "Are you trying to compete with me for food?" Ryan ignored this and directly put the flesh worm into his mouth. "Just 10 of you, I should be able to take you down. Ignorant little ghost, you successfully angered me. You will pay for this. Since you ate my food. Then let me eat you up." Cody charged towards Ryan as he spoke. But at that moment, several dark shadows suddenly emerged from Ryan's body. These shadows, upon landing, transformed into humanoid ant warriors. The armor on Ryan's arm also grew a pair of purple eyes. Ryan slowly lifted his arm and pointed towards Cody, saying, "You guys go and eat him for me." This is Black Ant Ryan, who has eaten 10 golden larvae. Although Cody on the other side also ate 5 larvae. But at this point, Ryan is completely confident in defeating the opponent. It's just 10 more pieces of trash. Even if I don't beautification you, you're not my opponent. Ryan no longer talked nonsense, and just saw him wave his hand. Go and eat him for me. His words had just fallen. The 11 ants behind Ryan all rushed towards Cody. Facing these charging monsters, Cody showed no panic at all. He even had an excited smile on his face. The black ant charging at the forefront was instantly scattered by him. These clones in front of him seem as fragile as toys. However, the ants are like invincible cockroaches. Cody not only had his movements restricted. Those just scattered black ants recovered in no time. At this moment, a clone seized the opportunity and raised a powerful fist. He smashed his fist into Cody's head. The strong force made him bend down involuntarily. This is simply humiliation for Cody. As he broke free from the shackles on his hands turned into blades and instantly split the clone in front of him. But when he looked up, he found an incredible scene. It turns out that 2 other clones had already aimed their ion cannons at him. He could tell just by looking at the momentum emanating from the cannons. The power was definitely no less than Ryan's own. At this moment, Ryan also slowly raised his left hand. With his command, the 2 clones pulled the trigger without hesitation. Cody had no chance to hide. Because his feet were firmly controlled by the black ant, he couldn't hide anymore. But he still didn't feel the slightest bit of tension. He even found it quite amusing. But when the ion cannon blasted on him, the pain coming from his body made Cody grit his teeth. But Black Ant's attack did not end there. They continued to shoot ion cannons in Cody's direction for several minutes. Ryan only gave the order to stop the attack. They thought the battle would end there. But as the smoke slowly dispersed, a sinister smile appeared in front of everyone. Following that was a strong figure. This person is none other than the beautification transformed Cody Emperor Tiger Beetle Beast. Such a fierce attack didn't harm him in the slightest. You're actually quite good. You've even forced me to consider beautification. I am becoming more and more interested in you. I almost don't want to kill you. Ryan didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore, so he waved his hand directly. 2 clones aimed the ion cannon at Cody again. But this time, before they could pull the trigger, Cody punched them into pieces. Just the force of the punch blew a big hole in the wall behind Ryan. At this point, Ryan was completely exposed in front of the opponent. His attempt to gather the clones was clearly too late. Cody wouldn't give Ryan another chance and charged straight at him. Ryan quickly shielded his chest with his armored arm, avoiding the risk of being crushed into meat paste. But even so, he was still pushed against the wall by Cody. The intense pressure made it hard for Ryan to breathe. Did adding 10 flesh worms really enhance his strength by this much? You disappoint me. As soon as the words fell, Cody exerted force again. He slammed Ryan into another room. Then he pressed Ryan's head on the ground, rubbing it continuously. Ryan couldn't hold on anymore, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cody slowly lifted Ryan in midair. I will kill you now, just as easy as squashing an ant. I will eat you a bite at a time. I won't let you die so easily. Eat, come and eat me. Ryan's sudden sentence puzzled Cody. Little did he know it wasn't even directed at him. Cody turned curiously, only to find Ryan's clone transforming into a series of black snakes, all rushing towards him. They snatched Ryan from Cody's hands and bit him. The tearing pain made Ryan let out screams of agony. Cody on the side was a bit stunned. Are you trying to commit suicide? As he spoke, a black snake had already coiled around Ryan from behind. Shortly after, it opened its gaping mouth and swallowed Ryan down. Yet Ryan not only didn't die, but also evolved into the demonic Azura form. At this moment, Cody appeared as prey in Ryan's eyes, while in Cody's eyes, Ryan seemed like a beast devoid of humanity. Just as Ryan let out a roar and charged towards Cody, Cody grinned, finding the situation more interesting. After saying that, he also punched and charged towards Ryan. Clara was already so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. Little did they know, even if Ryan ends up winning in the end, he would become completely inhuman, turning into a demon who only knows how to kill. After Ryan consumed 10 golden larvae, he then transformed into 10 ant clones again. These clones not only have ion cannons just like the original body, they can also lock onto targets and accurately hit the enemies. When facing the naturally predatory Emperor Tiger Beetle Beast, not only did they fail to cause any harm, but they were also continuously rubbed against the ground by the opponent. In the end, Ryan had no choice but to let Clone devour him. As a result, he evolved into the demonic Azura form, and the ultimate showdown between the two began. Camel in the stands couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. Black Ant actually forced the boss to initiate beautification. How far could he possibly grow? The situation is no longer under their control. It must be reported to the superiors. With this in mind, Camel and the underling exchanged a signal and were about to leave. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. Camel broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. "Can you please tell me more about this Black Ant you mentioned?" Club is very interested in him. The newcomer is one of the 7 managements of the Skyworm organization. On the other side, Cody and Black Ant are already grappling with each other. They are grappling back and forth, neither giving an inch. Every time they make a move, they aim to crush each other to death, both foregoing defense. The battle is unusually intense. Cody is outshining Black Ant with his superior skills. A punch lands on Black Ant's face, sending him flying backward. A laser beam sweeps across Cody's face. A burning pain makes Cody glare angrily at his opponent. Black Ant's hands tightly grip the ground to stabilize his posture, only to see a giant scorpion tail aimed directly at Cody. At the moment when the energy was fully gathered, Black Ant shot towards the opponent without hesitation. Cody quickly raised his arm to block the attack. "Do you only know these simple moves? Let me teach you a simpler one." After saying that, he suddenly kicked with his back leg. He charged towards the opponent while facing Black Ant's laser cannon head-on. The fierce impact directly knocked Black Ant's cannon barrel upwards, although the laser cannon did not cause any damage to Cody. But its powerful destructive force instantly pierced through the building of the club. The battle between the two had already shocked Clara speechless. At this moment, Ladybug Beast beside her also slowly woke up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cody kept pushing Black Ant back. Black Ant suddenly tried to push the opponent back aggressively, but was unsuccessful. Cody dodged the attack and simultaneously threw a heavy punch. This blow directly severed Black Ant's right arm. However, the severed arm instantly transformed into a clone and bit onto Cody's body. Before the opponent could react, the clone's sharp claws had already struck. But such an attack on Cody seemed merely ticklish. "If this is your full strength, then you might as well die." Before his words had even finished, Cody threw another punch. He instantly smashed Black Ant's body into pieces. But things did not end as expected. It was only when he turned around that he realized. The body of Black Ant was rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cody clenched his fists in anger at this scene. "You're a tough one. I'll keep hitting you until you can't recover." But at that moment, a miraculous scene occurred. Cody's outstretched arm vanished mysteriously. What could be happening? Cody slowly turned his head and found that his arm had actually fallen to the ground. It looks like the inside of the arm has hollowed out, and it was crawling with ants. Cody couldn't believe it. He had been injured like this by a little worm. "What have you done to me, you damn guy?" With that, he punched and dispersed the body of the Black Ant again. At this point, Cody has lost his sanity. Why did things turn out like this? I clearly gave it my all. But why can't I defeat the guy in front of me? Suddenly Cody felt a chill on his back. It turned out that Black Ant, who had transformed into a demon, had come up behind him. Struggle as much as you can. My meal? Are you kidding with me, you guy? I am the top predator. But before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly lost balance and fell to the ground. It turned out that his 2 legs were eaten by Black Ant using the same method. Cody finally couldn't bear it and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Even if I've turned into what I am now, you're still not my match. I will still eat you. But when he saw what Black Ant looked like now, he instantly closed his mouth. At this moment, Cody's heart was filled with tension and despair. He was so frightened that he trembled all over, constantly begging for mercy from Black Ant. Just then, Black Ant opened its huge blood-stained mouth, revealing Ryan hidden inside. Let's start enjoying our meal. After saying that, Black Ant transformed into a hungry wolf and gnawed on Cody's body. After finishing the last bite of flesh and blood, it suddenly looked up and roared towards above. Upon hearing the commotion, Clara arrived with Ladybug and Beast by her side at Black Ant's location. What came into view was Ryan wrapped up by Black Ant, as well as Cody's broken body on the ground. This scene immediately shocked Clara. Ryan, are you okay? Little did she know that the person in front of her was no longer Ryan. The figure slowly turned its head. Our food has arrived again. He was the Predator Emperor Tiger Beetle Beast in the entomology department, but now not only had his limbs been cut off, but he also ended up becoming someone else's food. It was all because his opponent was Ryan in Demon Azura form. Although Ryan emerged victorious in the end, he also lost his humanity. After hearing the commotion, Clara arrived at Ryan's side with the Ladybug Beast. What greeted her was a scene of the Emperor Tiger Beetle Beast's shattered remains on the ground, and Ryan, who had already lost his humanity, seeing another meal being brought to him. Ryan revealed an evil smile. The two of them were also stunned by Ryan's current appearance. The evil aura emanating from him seemed to have materialized, leaving the two unable to catch their breath. Without waiting for Ladybug Beast to make any response, Demon Ryan has already arrived in front of Clara. At this point, Ladybug Beast's desire to intervene is obviously too late, because Ryan has already grabbed Clara's neck. At the same time, he shoots out a black shadow from his body. The black shadow instantly transformed into a clone and bit Ladybug Beast. Ryan slowly lifted Clara into the air. Clara could hardly believe her eyes. She looked at Ryan as if he had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Just as he was about to eat Clara, Ladybug Beast struggled free in time. A punch broke Ryan's meal. Clara also couldn't help but roar, "Wake up! Can't you even recognize me?" Ladybug and Beast were also filled with disappointment towards Ryan. This was not the Black Ant he knew at all. Both of them attacked Ryan simultaneously without prior consultation. Facing the actions of the two individuals, Ryan's face was full of disdain. Let's start enjoying our food. With Ryan's command, Clara's legs and Ladybug Beast's arms were instantly covered with ants that were continuously sucking their chakra. If not stopped in time, their fate will be the same as Cody's, being eaten by Ryan as food. Facing his former friends, Ryan at this moment showed no mercy, even revealing a twisted smile. But this is not Ryan's true intention. The real Ryan is kneeling in his mental world like a sinner, surrounded by black ants and numerous clones. At this point, Ryan has lost his desire to resist. After obtaining Ryan's consent, all the clones walk towards him, ready to devour him. However, at this moment, a strange sound caught their attention. Ryan slowly lifted his head. He found a red claw stepping on a giant black ant under his feet. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the red ant that had saved him the last time he lost control. "Thank you for coming to rescue me again. But I have reached my limit. Let's give up." Red Ant heard it. Stunning red light started to radiate from his body. The next second, Ryan was shocked, his eyes widening, because the red light quickly coalesced into a human figure. Ryan looked at this person, as if feeling a strange sense of familiarity. At this moment, the energy emanating from Red Ant instantly repelled the approaching Black Ant clone, sensing the situation was not favorable. The clone rushed towards Red Ant simply raised a hand slightly, and the oncoming clone turned into ashes in an instant, with powerful energy even reaching Ryan beside them. Before leaving, Red Ant cryptically said something to Ryan. "My child, you must live well. Who are you? Please don't leave me behind." Ryan could only watch as Red Ant slowly disappeared. Meanwhile, the real Ryan in reality was clutching his head, screaming in agony. The ants on Clara and Ladybug Beast began to fade away slowly. The crisis was thus averted. When Clara looked up at Ryan, she noticed that he seemed to be going through some kind of exceptionally tragic event. Clara tenderly held him in her arms. Ryan's emotions gradually settled down. A tear suddenly fell on Clara's shoulder. She looked up, and only then did she notice that Ryan was already in tears. Because the Red Ant he had just seen was his mother, whom he had not seen for a long time. Clara, who was completely unaware, looked bewildered. The person who was just going crazy is now crying. "Ryan, what's wrong with you? Everything is over. I will take you away now. Your relationship is indeed extraordinary. You are dating, aren't you?" Clara directly handed Ryan over to the other party after hearing that. "If you like him, I'll give him to you." At this time, the club's building collapsed. Just as a few people were preparing to leave here, a stranger's figure appeared behind them without a sound. Isn't it impolite to just leave like this? The two people who heard the sound couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. When did he appear there? Camel and Cody stood up slowly beside the two bug girl men who appeared at the same time. "Is all this you're doing?" Ladybug Beast handed Ryan over to Clara. "This guy is very dangerous. You should leave first. I just want to get off work quickly and ask a few questions. I hope you all don't do anything stupid." Before the man could finish speaking, Camel on the side couldn't take it anymore. "You guys dared to kill my boss." Before the words had even finished, he immediately rushed towards Ryan. Two bug girls followed closely behind. The man behind them could only sigh helplessly. Then the heads of the two bug girls flew into the air. Camel was also suddenly pressed to the ground by a hand. This simple blow almost made Camel lose consciousness. The one who acted was this mysterious man. "I hate it when someone interrupts me while I'm speaking." Clara and Ladybug Beast instantly realized. This person is definitely a more dangerous presence than Cody. Now, no one will interrupt me while I speak. I am Death Moth, one of the 6 managements of the Skyworm organization. From now on, you just need to answer my questions. How terrifying is Ryan in his demon form? Emperor Tiger Beetle Beast is just food in front of him. Clara and Ladybug Beast together can't even touch the hem of his clothes. Just as Ryan ordered Black Ant to prepare to eat the two of them, the Red Ant appearing in his body woke him up just in time. The recovered Ryan fell into Clara's arms. Just as the three of them were preparing to leave here, a mysterious man arrived with Camel and two bug girls behind them. Camel and bug girl saw their boss killed. Angry, they rushed towards the three of them. But the next moment, the heads of the two bug girls flew into the air. Camel also lost consciousness after being struck by someone. It was the mysterious man who acted. "Sorry for making you a laughingstock. I am one of the management members of the Skyworm organization. I want to ask you some questions. Firstly, our leader Brad admires you a lot. Do you want to join the Skyworm organization?" The three people didn't expect the other party to ask such a brainless question. "Where is that guy named Brad that you're talking about? I wish I could kill him right now. Please do not casually call our leader's name. I can't help but want to kill you. You said you are one of the management. How many people are there in total?" "There are a total of 6 people who are of similar strength as me in the cadre. Cody has been striving to become a cadre. Unfortunately, he was killed by you guys. However, the organization had been looking disapprovingly at him for a while. Even if you didn't take action, I would have solved him this time. We simply do not value individuals like him, who rely on worms to enhance their strength. The Skyworm organization is currently engaged in intense battles with humans. Our goal is to replace humans as the top of the food chain. Clara and Ladybug Beast couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed after hearing this. I can kill all of you instantly right now. But Leader has specifically instructed me to spare your lives. So do you want to join the Skyworm organization or not? All you need to do is answer yes or no. Both of them find this guy's tone of speech very irritating. They both raise their middle fingers at each other unconsciously. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. But this also successfully angered the man in front of them. At this moment, Ladybug Beast suddenly stepped forward. I don't know what grievances exist between you. I just want to compete with the strong. If I join the Skyworm organization, won't I miss out on a lot of fun? Men like Ladybug Beast are very attracted to girls. Single brothers can first check out the comments section of the dating app. Next door younger sister. Gentle older sister, sweet goddess. Being picky among hundreds of girlfriends. Easily find the ideal type. Not only have a regular job, but also take the initiative to be enthusiastic. Much better than those who don't reply for half a day. Real person verification is required for registration. Even artistic photos cannot pass the review. There is no need to worry about fake photos at all. My brother found a 165 centimeters dance teacher within a week of downloading. Pretty and gentle. I just want to remind you here, go quickly to the comments section. Clara doesn't need to be mentioned. It was all Brad's fault that her family was destroyed and lives were lost. She would rather die than join the Skyworm organization. The man who was originally angry laughed when he heard their words. Young people can be arrogant but not ignorant. I understand your point now. After speaking, the man threw Camel in front of them. This guy counts as my gift to you. Among you, there are those who need to rely on eating Bug Beast to survive. The person he's talking about is obviously Ryan. Whether you kill him or feed him to eat, it's up to you how to deal with it. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. Ladybug Beast finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then the few people left this place of right and wrong. Soon they flew to the top layer. Ladybug Beast casually tossed Camel aside. Clara couldn't help but roar in anger. What are you doing with this burden? Don't you think this guy is pretty pitiful? Plus, the floor is about to collapse. I still need a sandbag. A group of people are approaching them as they speak. Ladybug Beast realized it was too late to react. Reaper Squad arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Ladybug Beast hurriedly shielded the two people behind them. Squad's members informed Joel, who was still downstairs, of the situation. Then, they rushed towards the group of people. Clara held Ryan with one hand while using the other hand to create a human figure out of silk that looked exactly like Ryan, making sure they wouldn't be discovered. So the few people stopped bothering them after covering their faces. Reaper Squad showed no mercy and fired several shots at them. However, these bullets were unable to break through Ladybug Beast's armor. Ladybug Beast raised its fist in anger. He then smashed hard towards the ground to stop members of Squad from pursuing them. Joel managed to escape from the enemy. Clara and a few others broke through the building of the club, although they looked a little disheveled. But they still managed to escape from the scene. Joel also fired several shots at the few people when he saw the situation. But this distance was obviously out of range. He could only watch as the few people escaped. It is comforting that they caught a Bug Beast at the scene, which turned out to be the abandoned camel. It's strange that the large fleshworm Cody was about to eat is missing. No one knows who secretly ate it. The Reaper Squad captain, who hasn't been seen for a long time, has reappeared. He has summoned other captains to hold an important meeting. They are all the strongest members of the Reaper department. He was originally the strongest combatant of Club 6. Camel once fought Ryan and Clara with just one hand and didn't fall behind. But now not only has his boss been killed, even he himself has become a captive of the Reaper Squad. After experiencing some terrifying events, The Squad B group captain called for an emergency meeting. The people attending the meeting are all members of the Reaper Department cadre. Someone said that the Reaper Department is weak. If you could see their battles later, you wouldn't say that. The one-eyed captain on the side impatiently asked, "What is the main topic of this meeting? We are clearly at the same level. Why should we listen to his call?" Each of them expressed their dissatisfaction. The meeting was chaotic for a while. "I heard that there have been many accidents in the area under your jurisdiction. We have lost a lot of resources because of this. Please explain." This is exactly the purpose of this meeting. This person is in Squad B group combat personnel. However, his words were met with mockery from another person. The relationship between the two is obviously strained. "I heard that one of your underlings also received insect genes and has now become a special member who is rising rapidly. But you seem indifferent and ignore this." "I have also received insect genes. What's wrong with that? You are just jealous that others have become more powerful than you. In fact, Captain B just hates insects. It's just a momentary inability to accept it. Why are there insects buzzing around in a department that is clearly meant for catching bugs? Should I kill them to make this place quieter?" Man with glasses is also very dissatisfied. You can try it. Their conversation woke up a sleeping captain. "Please everyone be quiet. I will announce the meeting agenda. This time we are mainly gathered to deal with the all-out attack by insects. We need a large number of combat personnel." "Are you talking about total war? Do those insects dare to attack our headquarters?" "You are right. Lately, these insects have been very active. They have formed a group called the Skyworm Organization." One-eyed captain said that the bug beasts from the Skyworm Organization that they fought against are indeed different from ordinary bug beasts. At this moment, the long-haired man took out a notebook from his arms. "Let me show you this. Take a good look at the content inside, and let's come up with a question. Is the photo of the experiment subject a mother and son?" Masked Man saw this and snatched the notebook. He always felt like he had seen the experiment subject on the notebook somewhere before. Suddenly an old man walked in through the door. "Although I don't know where you got that book from. But please stop spreading it. This person is the doctor of the laboratory. Is this book yours? Please tell us about the situation described in it." "That book belongs to my student. However, I watched all the experiments described in it from the side. The castle plan is a secret project carried out by the experimental team. Very few people know about it. We have created a total of 3 experiment subjects, and they have been very successful. But one day, the laboratory suddenly caught fire and destroyed everything. When the relevant department arrived, only 1 experiment subject was left inside. Where is that experiment subject you mentioned? Why do we know nothing about it?" The doctor also shook his head. He only knows this much. The people above are the only ones who know the rest. You've been researching that book to combat bug beast, haven't you? You can totally become stronger by trying out the insect genes that I developed. Your department has always rejected my research. Why not take this opportunity to give it a try? The student of Masked Man injected my insect genes. He has now been promoted to the next branch leader position. The old man became more and more excited as he spoke. He paid no attention to a cold stare watching him closely. Masked Man couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed his fist on the table. The marble tabletop shattered instantly from the impact. Doctor finally closed his mouth. "If you dare to make such demands to our team again, I will smash your head next time." However, this once again brought mocking from Man with glasses. "It's because of your supreme human dignity that your underling has died so many people. Don't be discouraged, old man. Our group is very interested in studying you. Next time you have a reinforcement experiment, please don't forget our team." The meeting ended in chaos like this. Let's head back too. At this moment, they had no idea. The group has been under attack internally. These 2 brothers don't know if everyone still remembers them. Before, they killed a bug beast on the train. At that time, a golden larva crawled out of the bug beast's body. The larva also shot into the head of the older brother. He can see it swimming inside clearly. At this time, the young brother is under attack in the branch. Surprisingly, it was his older brother who made the move. Judging by his appearance, it is clear that a mutation has occurred. He eliminated all the guards here, and stabbed blade into the young brother. Then, he arrived at an iron gate. He pressed the switch without hesitation. As the iron gate slowly opened, a figure emerged from inside. Brother showed an extremely excited expression after seeing this. That huge black shadow looked so familiar. Does everyone think it might be another black ant? These two brothers were originally powerful bug cleaners from the Reaper squad. But they were in a battle with a bug beast. My brother was accidentally shot in the head by a larva. It's obvious that you can see the larva wandering on his forehead. At that time, there were no abnormal incidents between the two. But it was during the emergency meeting called by the Reaper department. My brother suddenly mutated. He killed all the guards nearby, and he impaled blade into young brother's body. Then he released a monster imprisoned at the bottom level. It looks like it should be a larger-sized black ant. Its height reaches only up to its brother's knee. His brother seemed unusually excited to see this big guy. Then he knelt on the ground. "Please help me awaken, sir." Monster ignored his request and reached for his head instead. The brother thought Monster would fulfill his wish. But to his surprise, this monster just squeezed his head with a little force and crushed it. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere instantly. Due to a level 1 alarm sounding, all combat personnel rushed over here. And they also sprayed insecticide here in advance. The squad members quickly surrounded the black monster. Upon seeing this, the monster released the brother, who was now only left with his body. The squad members did not waste any time. They immediately opened fire on the monster without any hesitation. At this moment, the squad members did not know how it had escaped. Their bullets hitting the monster's body felt like scratching an itch, causing no substantial harm. At this moment, the monster let out a series of low growls from its throat. One of them realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. Only to see Monster wave his hand casually towards the crowd. The people in front of him were instantly cut in half. After dealing with these troubles, Monster did not rush to leave. It seemed to be waiting for someone to arrive. At this time, the few people who were ending the meeting were rushing back to the base at high speed. It turns out that the severely injured young brother has informed Captain of what happened here. When they rushed back to the base, they found that a fierce fire had already ignited here. After a loud explosion, the car was forced to stop in place. At this moment, the few people finally realized how serious the situation had become. Captain also saw the culprit of this accident. Just saw the black monster slowly walking out of the smoke. The strongest fighter, Masked Man, was also secretly shocked. How did this terrible guy come out? At the same time, Monster also noticed their presence. Captain took out his weapon and stood in front of Monster. Although Raphael also wanted to fight together, facing such a powerful opponent, Captain asked him to drive back to headquarters to request support. At this point, the Masked Man has also prepared for battle. "You better not interfere with me. It's mine." Captain silently lit a cigarette. He was underestimated for not taking action for a long time. Let's compare to see who is more powerful. With a roar from the monster, both of them charged towards each other at the same time. An intense battle is about to break out. At the same time, in a luxurious villa, Clara, who had just taken a shower, walked out of the room. She was almost blinded by the shining golden statue next to her. So these are all awards that Ladybug Beast won as a boxer. Since a few people left the club, they have come to Ladybug Beast's house. Why is this guy Bug Beast living so well even though he's also a bug beast? Clara is obviously a little jealous. At this time, Rhyme was placed on the sofa by the two of them. This battle has made him suffer a lot, although he has not yet woken up temporarily. but Clara found that he recovered quickly. There is no danger to his life. However, Ladybug Beast suddenly expressed great regret for bringing Ryan home, because there are ants crawling all over Ryan's body, which makes Ladybug Beast feel very uncomfortable. After a moment of joking, Clara carefully cleans Ryan's wounds. Ladybug Beast pointed at Ryan and remembered something. Death Moth once said that Brad wanted Ryan to live well. Why doesn't he just kill us troublemakers? Clara looked at Ryan with great concern. She only remembered Ryan looking extremely angry when he heard Brad's name. Does he really have a special relationship with Ryan and the leader of the Skyworm organization, considering he wants to kill that mysterious guy more than anyone else? This man was originally a member of the Reaper Squad. However, he was accidentally infected by a bug beast during a mission. Not only did he himself turn into a bug beast, he also killed many of his former comrades. He released the imprisoned super monster at the headquarters. Faced with the arriving guards, the monster casually waved its hand. All the people were instantly split in half by it. Then the monster casually walked out of the headquarters. The captain and a few others who received the notification hurried towards the headquarters. They had just gotten off the car when they saw the monster walking towards them. Faced with such a terrifying creature, the two of them decided to take it on together. But when the weapons of the two struck the monster's body, they realized something was wrong, because their weapons were blocked by a black substance and could not advance at all. Both of them knew that the monster in front of them was very strong, but they didn't expect the gap to be this big. At this time, the black monster's mouth also emitted a sneer. Is this the extent of your strength as a captain? If that's the case, then you can go die. As soon as the words fell, the monster raised its arm. The two of them immediately sensed the danger and shielded their weapons in front of their chests, stepping back. Without waiting for the two to react, the black monster raised its arm and charged towards them again. At the same time, the two of them also did not show weakness. But as they attacked, they were surprised to discover those black substances turned out to be tiny ants. If we are defeated by the ants, there's no point in staying in the department. After saying that, the masked man threw the weapon in his hand towards the opponent. At the same time, Captain released a powerful electrical flow. It enveloped the broken blade thrown by the masked man. But the perfect coordination between the two was still unable to break through the defense of the black monster. However, their attack did not end there, only to see the masked man leaping high into the air. He fiercely slashed the broken blade in his hand onto the monster's body. A spurt of purple blood instantly shot out. How does it feel? Doesn't it feel great? The actions of the masked man clearly angered the other party. Do you know what it means to make me bleed? I'm not interested in its meaning. I only know this color is truly disgusting. He finished speaking and then leaped up again. The weapon in his hand kept swinging and chopping at the monster's body. At this moment, the monster's eyes seemed to be looking at a dead person. Masked Man did not expect it all. His full-force attack received absolutely no response from the opponent. He didn't even see the opponent's movement. The black monster appeared behind him. At the same time, one of Masked Man's arms and one leg were cut off and flew into the air. Watching his companion being injured helplessly, Captain could only let out an angry roar. The masked man felt unwilling. He landed on one foot, then turned around and swung at the black monster again. He also successfully cut off one arm of the monster. When he landed, the masked man cradled the monster's arm in his arms. However, this minor injury was nothing to the monster. At this moment, the masked man was half kneeling next to the monster, already unable to escape. He also knew that even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be a match for the monster. So he shouted for Captain to leave this place. Captain couldn't abandon his squadmate. He slowly walked up to the monster. The monster didn't rush to attack. Instead, it stated its demands. If you obediently hand over the experiment case, I may consider letting you off the hook. But Captain looks confused. He really has no idea what he's talking about. The thing you mentioned should be an absolute confidential matter. What do you plan to do with that thing? Actually, the experiment case mentioned by Monster is the experiment subject in Castle Plan, but he does not know that the experiment subject is not in the Reaper department. Before he could mention the function of the experiment subject, a car suddenly appeared and knocked Monster out. It turned out that Raphael did not leave here. He drove the car towards Monster after seeing his companion injured. Another person looking for death. Let me grant your wish. After speaking, he raised his hand and split the car in half. Fortunately, Raphael reacted in time and was unharmed. Captain, I will try to buy some time. Please make sure to leave with him alive. However, Captain did not pay any attention to Raphael, because Captain knows in his heart that today all three of them may have to stay here. However, at this moment, a missile flew in this direction. Monster, too late to hide, could only reach out to catch it. After an explosion, the two turned their heads to look behind. It turned out that Joel arrived here in a helicopter. Raphael took this opportunity to pick up the masked man. Several people sat in the helicopter and left here. When Monster walked out of the smoke, he discovered the missing people and roared to the sky instantly. Several days later, Ryan and Clara, who had already recovered, arrived at the school classroom. But there were only the two of them in the classroom. Ryan picked up his phone, and only then did he realize. Nami said the school is organizing a school trip, something Clara definitely does not want to miss. Ryan, let's also join in. Do we have a way to catch up with them? How could this kind of thing stump me, Clara? Long afterward, the two of them appeared at the school gate. Then a red Mercedes-Benz appeared in front of them. It turned out that Clara's solution was to have Ladybug Beast act as the driver. You two guys, don't forget to invite me for a meal when the time comes. Clara has long been unable to wait. But just as a few people set out happily, little did they know that there was a dragonfly following them from behind. Could this dragonfly be someone from the Skyworm organization? What could be the purpose of following them? The boy, who was originally a warrior defending his country, has now turned into a terrifying bug beast. However, the cause of his mutation is just a small dragonfly. Just a while ago, a veteran in the troop caught a dragonfly, and the new recruits were all praising the captain for being awesome. Only Luca kept his head down, feeling bored. After seeing this, the captain smirked and approached Luca. I heard that this thing is rich in protein. I caught it to help you boost your body. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Luca was shocked to hear this. But before he could refuse, he was silenced by the captain. If you dare to say no, I guarantee you will disappear tonight. Luca was instantly frightened into silence, and had no choice but to accept. The captain then stuffed the dragonfly into Luca's mouth, and had his underling watch Luca swallow it. If Luca dared to spit it out, he would be force-fed more. After making sure Luca swallowed it, they all casually left as if nothing had happened. Luca was left with tears of humiliation. However, on the second day, when the troops held a soccer match, although it was June, Luca felt a chill all over. He felt as if something inside him was about to burst out. At that moment, the opposing player was dribbling towards him. The captain who was teasing him shouted for him to stop the ball. However, Luca was in too much discomfort to even hear. When he finally reacted, the football had already been shot into the goal by the opponent. The captain thought Luca was playing around, so he walked up and punched him. He cursed at his entire family while punching him. Others seemed to have already gotten used to it. No one stepped forward to stop them. Nightfall came quickly. Luca and Captain are on duty tonight. Sorry for what happened during the day. Can you relax a bit? But Luca seemed not to have heard his words, keeping a straight face. After seeing this, Captain shouted again. I'm apologizing to you. Are you deaf? Little did Captain know that dragonfly inside Luca's body had almost been completely digested. Seeing no response from Luca, Captain raised his arm, and threw the cigarette he was holding directly at Luca. Do you want me to beat you again? However, at that moment, Luca's body began to undergo a mutation. Captain, who intended to confront Luca, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Because Luca, who had just been in human form, had transformed in the blink of an eye into a bug beast, leaving Captain incredulous. A burst of random gunfire drowned out Captain's screams. On the other side, inside a bus, Nami looked out of the window boredly. At this moment, a boy holding a lollipop noticed Nami staring blankly. He handed the lollipop to Nami. "Please accept my love." Before he could finish his sentence, Nami threw a punch at him. The boy was so scared that he threw the candy on the ground. "Don't tell me those boring things." Later, Nami noticed the lollipop on the ground. But just as she bent down to pick it up, a dark shadow suddenly flew past the window. The shadow aimed the weapon in its hand at the passing bus. Everyone except Nami, who was picking lollipops, was shot. The boy who had just chatted with Nami had lost his life. Nami slowly lifted her head and found that everyone in the car was dead. At this moment, something seemed to fall from the roof of the car. It turned out that the mutated soldier was standing on top. Can Nami escape another disaster? This is an extremely dangerous mutated bug beast, aiming its gun at the students in the car. Almost everyone in the car was shot into a sieve by it. Only Nami, who was bending over to pick something up, narrowly avoided being hit. Unaware of the situation, Ryan and his two companions are on their way over here. On the way, Ladybug Beast suddenly remembered something. "When did you two start your evolution? Why did you suddenly think of this question? You go first and talk about yourself." Ladybug Beast didn't mince words after hearing that. She shared her own past without hesitation. It turns out, he was a famous fighter back in school. At that time, he beat up the bullies who were bullying students in the vicinity. But the next day, Ladybug Beast was retaliated against. Although he fought fiercely, he was no match for the four-handed opponent. Ladybug Beast was soon covered in bruises. Because he was too angry to control his emotions at that moment, he underwent mutation and took out all the thugs surrounding him. This was his first mutation process. Later, he joined Club 6 and learned some information from Ariel, who was involved in producing the worm drug. Whether you swallow insects or get bitten by insects with mutated cells, mutations will occur. Those cells merge into the body and slowly alter our genes. People who are unknowingly infected can live a normal life just like regular people. However, once triggered by external stimuli, they may awaken the ability of insects. That's when they realize they accidentally ate a ladybug. Unfortunately, where did Ariel go after disappearing from the club? Such a beautiful woman. Upon hearing this, Clara also remembered that she seemed to have eaten a bug. 2 years ago, Clara and her father were on their way home. At that time, she stuck her head out of the car window. A furry bug flew straight towards her and ended up flying right into her mouth. The father beside her instructed her to quickly spit it out. But Clara pointed to her mouth and said that the bug had been swallowed by her. Later, members of the Skyworm organization killed her entire family. Since that day, Clara found that her body had undergone mutation. Speaking of this, Clara fell into contemplation. Ladybug Beast apologized in a hurry upon seeing the situation, feeling sorry for reminding you of unhappy things. Ladybug Beast then turned to Ryan Black Ant in the rearview mirror and asked, "When did you start to awaken?" Clara on the side was also curious about this. However, Ryan said he had been like this since he was very young and couldn't remember the details. Although Ryan was telling the truth, both of them were obviously somewhat dissatisfied. The destination they are heading towards is just ahead. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to happen. At this time, the vehicles ahead suddenly got stuck in a traffic jam. And there are also many troops guarding personnel around. Then a soldier came to their car. He said that there was a riot ahead. He asked them to turn back. But Clara really didn't want to give up on this trip. She kept pleading with the soldier, hoping that he would let them pass. At this moment, Ryan suddenly felt the pheromones of a bug beast nearby. At the same time, there were a few gunshots heard not far away. It looks like something has indeed happened up ahead. What should we do now? Facing Ladybug Beast's inquiry, Ryan coldly said, "Charge ahead. The bug beast we are looking for may be up ahead." Ladybug Beast revved up and charged out immediately upon hearing this. "I didn't expect to encounter such an exciting event coming out with you all." The soldiers reacted too late. Ladybug Beast has already broken through the guardrail with the vehicle. Gunshots continue to come from the battlefield ahead. Warriors keep firing missiles into the sky. Dragonfly Bug Beast dodges the missiles while rapidly diving downward. The warriors' attempt to dodge clearly came too late. In the blink of an eye, they were cut in half by Dragonfly. The surviving warrior wanted to call headquarters for support, unaware that the enemy was right behind him, slowly picking up a magazine. It skillfully loaded the magazine into the weapon. Next is the real show of skills. "You guys are all gonna die." The soldier on the other side is still requesting backup. The next second, a grenade landed right in front of him. Then this soldier was engulfed in the explosion flames. But when the smoke cleared, the soldier was miraculously unharmed. When he looked up, he discovered two mysterious figures standing in front of him. The person in front was none other than purple-haired captain of Reaper Squad in the Southern District. "Leave the matter to us from now on. We will definitely take down that bug beast and avenge our brothers." At this point, it seems that Dragonfly has also sensed the danger. It aimed its gun at Purple-Hair Captain. "You are the treacherous bug beast. Leader of justice, I will eliminate you." As soon as he finished speaking, two capable underlings appeared behind him. Purple-Hair Captain also revealed his fist crackling with lightning. But can they really defeat this Dragonfly bug beast? This is an exceptionally cruel mutation Dragonfly bug beast. Previously, it was a patriotic warrior, but now it has turned its gun on a car full of students, leaving no one unharmed except for those on Nami's car. Such a deranged act will surely lead to the warriors hunting it down. In order to eliminate this monster, humans use powerful tracking missiles. However, the Dragonfly bug beast is too fast. The missile not only failed to harm it in the slightest, but also led to the deaths of several human warriors at the hands of the opponent. Fortunately, the purple-haired captain of the Reaper Squad arrived here just in time. The Dragonfly bug beast sensed danger from the other party, and aimed its gun at the purple-haired captain. The purple-haired captain harbors a deep hatred for the bug beast's harmful actions. She is determined to take down this cruel individual today. The Dragonfly bug beast wastes no words either. Without hesitation, it pulled the trigger on her. But the purple-haired captain had no intention of dodging at all. The two competent underlings behind her had already blocked the bullets for her. Then, they suddenly disappeared on the spot. If it didn't have the compound eye of the Dragonfly, it would have been difficult to see the other party's movements clearly. Only to see the Dragonfly's body constantly retreating backwards. At the same time, the weapon in its hand keeps shooting at the enemy. But the cloaks of the two underlings are like armor. They cannot be harmed at all. The two capable underlings don't want to play with it anymore. Sharp spikes have grown on their arms. The two of them swung the spikes towards the Dragonfly. Dragonfly's two arms were instantly cut off. At the same time, a strong electrical flow swept through its entire body. Dragonfly let out a piercing scream. Purple-haired captain seized the opportunity and rushed towards Dragonfly, crossing over two underlings. Only to see her raising a fist charged with lightning. "If that's all the strength you got, then you can go die." As soon as the words fell, Dragonfly was punched hard in the face. And this fist from Purple-haired captain is precisely the long-lost totally transformed fist in the martial arts world. Dragonfly was punched and sent flying tens of meters away. Its left eye has been punched out. It seems to have no fighting power left. But it still let out an unwilling roar towards the opponent. Purple-haired captain delivered another totally transformed fist to Dragonfly's stomach, who was screaming out of control. The captain continued to vent his anger on it. A cruel bug beast like you should be punched to death by my fist. The dragonfly is almost losing consciousness from being beaten. This scene is exactly the same as when the monitor bullied him. However, Captain didn't give it a chance to react at all. The fist once again landed on its face. Just as Purple Hair was about to strike it to death in one go, he suddenly stopped again. Because Dragonfly mistook her for the squad leader, she kept begging Purple Hair for mercy. Purple Hair mistakenly thought the Dragonfly had an accomplice when it said these words. So she had Underling capture him alive. Bring him back to the base for further interrogation. But at this point, neither of them had noticed that Dragonfly's hands, which had just been cut off, had miraculously grown back. Dragonfly, who had been begging for mercy, suddenly roared, "Dream on if you think you can catch me!" It then raised its newly regenerated arm. Two underlings noticed the danger and charged towards their captain. Dragonfly opened its arms to reveal a big mouth. Several small yellow bug beasts shot out from inside. The two underlings blocking the captain were instantly decapitated. They were willing to sacrifice their own lives to save the captain. The arrogant Dragonfly was still taunting Purple Hair, saying, "You guys wanted to catch me, right? How did you end up accidentally killing me?" Purple Hair, who had lost Underling, instantly flew into a rage. "You despicable person!" Dragonfly knew that she might not be a match for her opponent on the ground. So she flew into the air. Then she raised her arm again and aimed at Purple Hair Captain. The next second, countless little worms flew towards Purple Hair. "Do you think this boring trick can hurt me?" Purple Hair swung a fist with lightning towards the air. The little worms that flew towards were instantly deprived of vitality by the electricity. Dragonfly saw that even its killer move could not hurt the opponent. It no longer lingered and turned to leave. However, how could Purple Hair easily let it go? She gathered a wave of energy with the gesture of 1,000 years of death. The powerful energy quickly shot towards the flying dragonfly. It hit the back of the dragonfly with precision. The attacked dragonfly's body uncontrollably plummeted downwards. But just as it was halfway down, it suddenly accelerated and shot forward. Purple Hair was enraged again at the sight. "How dare you ask me?" She then chased after Dragonfly in the direction it fled, swearing to kill this bug beast for sure. Looking back at the bus that was attacked, the staff on duty didn't notice a dark shadow flying overhead. Clara sneaked over here quietly. She came into the bus to check the situation. She found that there was no one inside, and everywhere was covered in dried blood stains. Ladybug Beast, pretending to be a student's brother, learned about the situation from the staff. They found that there was no one inside the bus. On the other side, Ryan was rushing towards Bug Beast that he had sensed earlier. Halfway there, he received a call. Clara reported the situation here to him. Based on her understanding of Bug Beast, she estimated that the people on the bus were probably being hidden as food. Ryan doesn't know if Nami has been killed or not. To find the Bug Beast as soon as possible, he untied the band-aid around his neck. He let the ant inside out. Soon the ant covered his whole body. The killer black ant of the same species appeared again. I really hope he can rescue the lovely Nami soon. The boy peeled off the band-aid on his neck. Countless black ants drilled out of his hole. Soon these ants covered his whole body. Ryan transformed into Ant Warrior again because he needed to quickly rescue an important partner. Not long ago, the bus Nami was on was attacked. The culprit was a newly mutated dragonfly bug beast. At this moment, Nami lifted her head in fear. She found that the monster had already entered the bus. She was scared and quickly hid behind the seat, not daring to make a sound. Dragonfly only saw a car full of corpses, as if it had not discovered Nami's presence. After a long time, Nami did not notice anything unusual. So she mustered up the courage to look outside, only to find that Dragonfly had already left. She knew it was still very dangerous outside. But just as she was about to call the police, a drop of slime fell onto her phone from above. Nami slowly raised her head. She found that the monster was actually right above her head. It showed a sly look in its eyes as it stared at little sister Nami. "Are you looking for me?" it said. Before she could respond, it opened its huge mouth wide towards Nami. When Nami woke up again, she found herself lying among a pile of corpses. Not only were there bodies of the people from the bus here, but also the bodies of Dragonfly's former comrades were stored here. Nami was already trembling in fear. What on earth was going on? At the same time, strange sounds could be heard from outside. Curiously, Nami looked up and gazed towards the warehouse entrance. She felt something rapidly approaching this place. Sure enough, not long after, a green claw fell right in front of Nami. The newcomer is none other than Dragonfly, who just had a battle with Purple Hair Captain. Nami quickly laid down pretending to be dead, not daring to make a sound. Dragonfly, exhausted from the previous battle, must now replenish some strength. It walked to a pile of corpses. It crouched down and picked up the food in front of it. At this moment, Nami was unaware of what Dragonfly was up to behind her. However, the next second, Dragonfly bit off the head of a corpse and continued to chew, with a sound coming from its mouth. This cruel bug beast had become deeply addicted to this enticing taste. Nami, upon hearing the sound, finally realized that this monster was eating humans. Regaining strength, Dragonfly's body underwent another evolution after eating more than a dozen corpses before patting its belly contentedly, satisfied from the meal. After eating its fill, Dragonfly is ready to leave this place. Nami knows she must find a chance to escape from here. Otherwise, she will be eaten sooner or later. However, just at this moment, she didn't know who called her. Her phone vibrated. At this moment, Nami didn't know yet. The small vibration unexpectedly caught the attention of Dragonfly. She took out her phone and saw that the call was from Ryan. After learning that Nami was temporarily safe, Ryan finally felt relieved and promised to rescue her. However, at this moment, Dragonfly was slowly moving towards Nami's direction. Just as Nami, who had just hung up the phone, seemed to sense the danger. When she turned around, she discovered that Dragonfly was staring at her with a predatory gaze. "You are not honest." As soon as the words fell, it lifted Nami into the air. However, it watched Nami crying. There was not a hint of mercy in its pleading appearance. It also displayed exceptionally angry behavior, because looking at Nami's expression reminded it of its own experience of being bullied. At that time, Captain also grabbed its neck like this. The angry Dragonfly mistook Nami for Captain and said, "I will eat you up bite by bite." Nami was scared and screamed immediately. Dragonfly slowly pulled Nami closer. "Ryan, where are you? Didn't you promise to save me?" But what she got instead was Dragonfly's huge bloody mouth. However, just as it was about to devour Nami, it was suddenly struck in the face by a black fist. The newcomer was Black Ant, who then tore off one of Dragonfly's hands and shielded Nami with his body. Dragonfly was hit, and its body uncontrollably flew backward. Nami slowly turned her head. She saw the appearance of Black Ant. Could this person be Ryan? A Dragonfly bug beast caught a girl. Just as it was about to harm the girl, it was suddenly punched in the face by a black fist. It turned out that Black Ant Ryan arrived just in time and rescued Nami. Nami turned around in surprise. The black bug beast is exactly the one that saved her at school last time. Could it be Ryan? Dragonfly, who was suddenly disturbed at this moment, was extremely angry. The arm that Ryan pulled off not only grew back, but also became thicker than before. Ryan, seeing this, also took out the controlling ant captain of the clone. He casually threw the captain to the side. The black ant clone instantly revealed its true form. Dragonfly, seeing this, raised her arm and aimed at Ryan. Ryan ordered the clone to protect Nami, while he himself rushed towards the opponent. Dragonfly also pulled the trigger without hesitation. He faced these incoming little worms. Ryan did not pay them any attention. As he ran, Ryan could easily crush them. However, the clone behind him was also under attack. Fortunately, Nami inside was not harmed. Dragonfly was not afraid at all when facing the approaching Ryan. With Compound Eye, it can easily evade Ryan's punches. And it can also make effective counterattacks. Ryan can also block the opponent's counterattacks. The two of them fought back and forth, and the battle was extremely intense. However, Ryan still has rich combat experience. He seized the opportunity. Grabbing Dragonfly by the head, he was about to smash it towards the ground. Dragonfly, who came from a military background, suddenly felt things were not going well. While breaking free from control, he aimed his handgun at Ryan. Ryan had nowhere to hide. Several little worms pierced through his body, causing him to cough up blood. Meanwhile, Dragonfly had already flown halfway into the air. Powerless to fly, Ryan was helpless in this situation. Just then, Dragonfly waved his hand casually. Several little worms instantly surrounded Ryan in the middle. Then they simultaneously launched attacks against Ryan. Ryan was actually directly broken in half by these little worms. The clone on the side remained calm after seeing this. Nami inside had no idea what was happening. At this moment, Ryan, whose upper body had been cut off, was turning into small ant dragonflies, unaware of this. He thought he had one. However, the next second, Ryan unexpectedly appeared behind him. He then raised his steel-like claws and swung towards Dragonfly. Dragonfly, trying to dodge, clearly had no time. This blow sent Dragonfly flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into the wall. Ryan took the opportunity to pursue victory and intended to finish off the opponent in one breath. Unexpectedly, Dragonfly not only adjusted well, but also counterattacked Ryan. Helplessly, Ryan had to temporarily switch to a defensive position. At the same time, he gave the order to Clone to regroup. The next second, countless black little ants gathered behind Dragonfly. At first, Dragonfly did not pay attention to them. But more and more of these things appeared. In the end, they rushed towards Dragonfly like demons. When the smoke cleared, Ryan thought it would be over. But he found only Dragonfly's broken leg on the ground. It was not until he turned around that he realized. Dragonfly had already broken through the roof and flew off into the distance. And it took Nami with it when it left. Ryan saw this and made a leap onto the roof. However, Dragonfly was getting farther and farther away from them. Ryan couldn't help but blame the clone next to him. "Other than eating you, what else can you do?" "I can do a lot of things." After saying that, the clone attached itself to Ryan's back. Then Ryan sprouted a pair of black wings and flew into the sky. A few minutes later, they were getting closer and closer to Dragonfly. However, this was Dragonfly's strategy. Watching the approaching enemy, Dragonfly let go of Nami's hand and threw her down. Then it began to gather energy on its arm. It aimed at the falling Nami. In the moment before Ryan arrived to catch Nami, Dragonfly unhesitatingly fired the energy cannon at the two of them. Fortunately, Ryan reacted quickly enough to dodge Dragonfly's attack. When he turned back to look at the enemy, he found the Dragonfly had already been submerged in lightning. It turns out that it was the purple-haired captain of the Reaper squad who chased here. Dragonfly turned into ashes amid a howl. After dealing with Dragonfly, purple-haired captain turned his gaze to Ryan, the black guy in front. "It's better not to hurt that girl. Otherwise, I will make you end up like that guy just now. She is the female captain of Reaper squad who loathes bug beasts the most. She saw a bug beast dropping a human girl from the sky, but she also found out that the girl was unexpectedly saved by another black bug beast. This action subverted her perception of bug beasts. Take advantage of Dragonfly's inattention. Purple-haired captain submerged it in thunder and lightning with one move. After dealing with Dragonfly, purple-haired captain looked down at Ryan from a commanding position. "If you spare the girl, I may consider leaving your whole body." But Ryan had no reaction to this. "Do you think I won't act just because you have a hostage?" As soon as the words fell, purple-haired captain rushed towards Ryan with a fist. However, Ryan had no intention of dodging. He directly took the punch from Purple Hair. At the same time, he was punched by Purple Hair and sent flying. Ryan forcefully threw Nami in front of the opponent. After seeing Nami being caught, Ryan suddenly accelerated and left this place. Purple Hair Captain can only send Nami to the ground first, after she covers her with her own clothes. Purple Hair Captain released the lightning chakra and then chased after Ryan in the direction he had escaped. When Nami woke up, she saw the two people fighting in the air. At this point, Ryan is clearly at a disadvantage. Facing Purple Hair's attacks, Ryan showed no intention of fighting back at all. Purple Hair Captain knows that the opponent's strength is no longer inferior to his own. You only know how to defend. Are you looking down on me? In the midst of speaking, she heavily punched Ryan. This punch directly knocked Ryan from the air to the ground. Ryan did not expect the other party to have such formidable strength. Purple Hair slowly walked towards Ryan after landing. You're not really protecting that child, are you? That girl is my friend. What's wrong with me protecting her? Just now, that dragonfly killed over 300 humans yesterday. Do you say you are protecting humans? Do you think I would believe the lies of your bug beast? Purple Hair raised his fist and charged towards Ryan again. But just as Purple Hair Captain's fist was about to fall on Ryan's face, someone suddenly called out to her from behind. Nami, who had just woken up, came here. Please do not harm my friend. My sister is a warrior of the Reaper Squad, who is a hero specialized in hunting bug beasts to save humanity. But the person in front of you is also a bug beast killer. He has saved me more than once. Nami walked towards Ryan as she spoke. She used her body to block Ryan and said, "Please don't hurt my friend anymore." Purple Hair grabbed her shoulder, asking, "What are you saying? That guy is a bug beast that kills humans. Although it looks like it's trying to save you, who knows if it has any other motives? Did it threaten your family? If so, wink at me. I can help you." However, things are not as Purple Hair Captain thought. This black guy is my friend. Don't hurt it. But no matter how Nami explains, Purple Hair Captain refuses to believe. Because Purple Hair Captain knows the bug beast created to protect humans has been killed by them. Ryan was shocked when he heard this. Do you know Castle Plan 2? But from what you said, it seems like you don't know much about it. At this time, Purple Hair Captain doesn't want to talk nonsense with Nami. You go away. Otherwise, you will get hurt. Nami intended to continue to stop him. Unexpectedly, a large hand landed on her shoulder. Enough, Nami. Nami found the voice so familiar. When she turned around, she realized the Black Ant Warrior is slowly retreating in its armor. Its true identity is Ryan, whom Nami secretly loves. Leave the rest to me. Thank you, Nami. I know what you said about the castle plan, and I am experiment subject number 1 in the plan. On the other side, Clara and Ladybug Beast are rushing towards Ryan. Clara seems to have discovered something. She suddenly stopped Ladybug Beast, who was running forward. When they stopped and took a closer look, Ryan was actually caught by the people from the Reaper department. The two of them were about to activate beautification at the site. I'm in charge of the one with purple hair, you can handle the rest. Just as Ladybug Beast finished speaking, he was punched in the face by a mini black fist. He thought it was Clara's dissatisfaction with him again. But when the two of them lowered their heads, they discovered. It turned out that the one who made the move was a small black ant. The little ant left a message in the air, telling them not to worry. They can just secretly follow behind. Nami quickly sat on the car heading back when meeting people. Ryan and Dragonfly were locked in the trunk. Purple Hair Captain reported the situation here to headquarters. We captured Black Ant alive, and will commence the interrogation immediately upon their arrival. Please prepare a room at headquarters in advance. They arrived at the destination quickly. Nami and Ladybug Beast also secretly followed and arrived here. Both of them were a bit curious. What exactly is Ryan up to? Purple Hair Captain took the two back to headquarters. The first to greet them was a group of medical staff. Please take care of this girl. She is a survivor from the accident scene. After moving Nami aside, they took Ryan to another room. Watching Ryan being taken away, Nami felt a hint of unease. Ryan gave her a reassuring look. "I will take you to the interrogation room. I hope you can cooperate well." Nami also met an old acquaintance on the way to the medical room. It turns out long-haired Captain is also here. Long-haired Captain is taking care of his injured comrade. But squadmate is yelling at him loudly, very displeased. Because they are currently researching. They are planning to transplant the arm of the recovered bug beast onto themselves. "You should be the one who understands me the best, right? In the beginning, my proudest student accepted the bug beast gene. He also said that he did this to protect humanity. After that, he never saw that student again. Although I am now disabled. But I still can't accept the power of bugs. My beliefs will not change." Long-haired man no longer tried to dissuade him after hearing that. "You are indeed impressive. Even if you are one-armed and one-legged, it will not change your beliefs. Don't worry. Even with me being like this, you are not my match." In the meantime, long-haired man received a phone call. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly left the hospital room. Soon, he saw Ryan across the street. "You are the killer black ant from the same species, right?" Ryan just looked at the other person without saying anything after listening. "The senior is also here. Is that guy who is with you doing okay? I care more about the person you brought back than him. He not only knows about the castle plan, but he may even be experiment subject number 1 himself." They quickly brought Ryan to the interrogation room. A group of mid-level cadres are also quite concerned about this. They originally thought experiment subject number 1 was the woman in the photo. They didn't expect it to be you, this child. Based on our understanding, that Bug Beast King is also a result of the project. Are you similar to that guy? Although I don't remember things from my childhood very clearly, but I am not the same as him. I know what kind of person he is. He is experiment subject number 2, a hybrid of the strongest insect and ant project. Now he is the leader of the Skyworm organization, so what is his purpose? Even the management cadre doesn't know his purpose. I only know that guy is very strong. And we are brothers." Upon hearing this, the two were shocked. "Since you know him well, you should know his whereabouts. Could you lead the way for us?" "Don't worry, I have already called the management personnel here. They will be here soon." Upon hearing Ryan's words, the long-haired man was shocked again. At this time, an important person arrived outside the interrogation room. This person is none other than Mr. Jim from the Reaper Department Management. "It's really Mr. Jim. How come you are here?" "I'm here to see Ryan." Soon the long-haired man received the notice. He immediately stopped interrogating Ryan. "What's the joke? Is something happening outside?" Ryan remained expressionless. It seemed like everything was expected. At this moment, Mr. Jim has already arrived at the room of the mid-level cadre. Everyone stood up to show respect upon seeing Mr. Jim. "Don't be nervous, everyone. I am not the protagonist today. Our leader is back. Let's welcome him." Just as the words fell, a petite old woman walked into the room. Mr. Jim also treated her with great respect. And this person is actually Ryan's granny. She is the leader of the Reaper squad. "I am here to see my cute grandson. I wonder if he has eaten." She is the first-generation experiment subject 0 insect, red ant, and also Ryan's mother Sophie. Like Ryan, she also has a hole on her neck. But she still looks very beautiful. The only difference is that the ant inside her body is red. Just a short while ago, Ryan was arrested by the Reaper squad. They took Ryan to headquarters for interrogation. The Reaper squad wanted to learn about the castle plan from Ryan. Ryan told them that someone else would answer that question for him. The person Ryan mentioned is his granny. I didn't expect Granny to be the leader of the Reaper squad, which is also the largest shareholder. Suddenly, an announcement came over the broadcast instructing them to immediately stop questioning Ryan. Long-haired man was furious upon hearing this. "What are you doing out there?" It turns out that Ryan's granny has already seen them outside. My grandson wasn't wronged, right? At this moment, the staff also understand. It turns out that the black ant inside is Granny's grandson. The long-haired man also heard the voice of the leader outside. Both of them were a bit curious. Why did the leader suddenly come here at this time? Did you call the person here? After Ryan heard Granny's voice, he ordered Black Ant to untie his restraints. I'm sorry, I have to untie this thing. Purple Hair Captain immediately released Lightning Chakra upon seeing the situation, warning Ryan not to act recklessly. I'm doing this for your own good. Otherwise, Granny would be heartbroken if she sees it. Granny has arrived at the door in the meantime. My darling grandson, you really are here. Come over and let Granny take a look. Ryan also obediently bowed down when he saw Granny, allowing her to fuss over him. Captain, who was already confused, became even more confused. Does this mean that leader also knows about the plan? The young man has many questions, right? I will clarify them for you. But let's eat first. We can't let my grandson go hungry. You're also included. Soon, a few people arrived at the restaurant. The long-haired man, boss Mr. Jim in his eyes, could only stand obediently next to Granny. There was no intention of sitting down to eat. Ryan didn't care about that. He was enjoying Granny's delicious food heartily. After eating and drinking their fill, Granny prepared to discuss business. I know you all want to know about the castle plan, she said. I'll first talk to you about the events before the establishment of Castle Plan. 18 years ago, I was just a director of a Fortune 500 company. Mr. Jim, at that time, was still just my secretary. I was on the phone with my son that day. He is a security officer, just like his father. During this call, he said he was about to get promoted. Upon receiving this news, both Mr. Jim and I were very happy for him. But not long after being happy, a colleague told him that a murder had occurred nearby. After receiving the task, his son immediately set off for the scene. Just hung up the phone with me. But when he arrived at the scene, he found that there was a monster holding a colleague's head. My son immediately fired several shots at the other party. But those bullets didn't hurt the monster at all. At the same time, his actions angered the monster, and the next second, the monster with blood-red eyes rushed towards my son. Although he was also fighting back continuously. But he still died a miserable death at the hands of the monster. I cried my heart out at the funeral. I never thought I'd end up being the one to send off the person with black hair. Later on, I learned from the coroner that my son's death was not caused by a human being. At that time, I was already consumed by anger. I issued an order to Mr. Jim that must be completed. By any means necessary. We must find the murderer of my son. However, a few days later, several people wearing white windbreakers showed up at the front of my company. Mr. Jim said that a few guests had arrived. I originally did not want to see them. But they said they had information about the murder of my son. So I agreed to meet with these mysterious individuals. They said that a bug killed my son. I didn't believe them at that time. How could a tiny bug kill a human? But then he took out a photo from his pocket. These are the bug beasts that harm people. Where did you find these strange photos? And what do you do? I am planning to fight Bug Beast. Dr. J hopes you can support our project. As a reward, we will find and eliminate the killer of your son. Although I really want to avenge my son, it's hard for me to believe what you said. Then please take a look at our research results. Just as the words fell, a red monster walked in. This is our number 0 experiment subject. You can call her Red Ant. This scene scared Granny to death. Almost made Mr. Jim call the police. However, Dr. J said that this Red Ant is the hope of mankind. She slowly retreated, revealing the appearance of a human under the armor. I am Sophie, Dr. J's daughter. I hope Granny can support us. She is the number 0 experiment subject Red Ant in Castle Plan and also Ryan's mother. 18 years ago, Doctor approached Ryan's Granny for support for the funding of Castle Plan. In return, we will find the killer of your son and eliminate them. Granny does not believe the doctor's words. How could her son have been killed by insects? It was not until she saw the appearance of the red and that she realized there existed bug beast in this world. In order not to scare Granny Red and away, Armor transformed into a human appearance. I am Sophie, Doctor's daughter, hoping that Granny can support us. It's not difficult for me to find the killer of your son with my current capabilities. Granny already has plans to cooperate in order to seek revenge for her son. Please let me consider for 3 days, and I will give you a reply. I know you are not familiar with our project yet. For more detailed information, you can visit my laboratory for inspection. A few days later, Granny drove to Doctor's base. But they only discovered it after both had gotten out of the car. The laboratory that Doctor mentioned turned out to be so simple. Both of them started to doubt if they had come to the wrong place. Not long after, Doctor walked out from inside. Please come inside. I'll show you my research results. Then the two followed Doctor into the laboratory. They found many insect specimens hanging on the walls. Granny was curious why she didn't see her daughter. Doctor said she is preparing to show you a combat demonstration. Combat demonstration? What is that? It's a showdown between Sophie and Bug Beast. You'll know once you see it. Granny walked forward slowly. Through the glass, she saw Sophie preparing for battle. And in the room in front of Sophie, a terrifying bug beast was being held captive, as Sophie nodded in acknowledgement. The father outside pressed a switch to open the room where the bug beast was held captive. But what came out was not a bug beast, but a human with a broken arm. You said the opponent was a bug. What's going on? It's about to start. Please pay attention, and you will see. Sophie is currently releasing ant from her body. Countless red ants are crawling out of the hole on her neck. They quickly covered Sophie's entire body, forming a hard armor. The bug beast across from them also began to undergo beautification. As long as you can defeat me, you can leave from here. At this moment, the bug beast also completed its transformation and let out a piercing scream. Granny finally believed what Doctor said. Was my son really killed by that creature? In the midst of talking, Sophie was already wrestling with the bug beast. Granny was stunned by the battle between the two. I saw a bug beast swinging its huge claws towards Sophie. Sophie jumped into the air, her body spinning and gathering momentum. Before bug beast could react, Sophie kicked it away. But as she landed gracefully, she suddenly felt discomfort in her body. However, the bug beast across from her did not give her a chance to catch her breath. It directly unleashed a gust blade towards Sophie. She watched as the bug beast's attack was right in front of her eyes. Fortunately, Sophie's body regained mobility in the last second. She raised her fist and charged towards the bug beast not far away. Bug beast, who just reacted, attempted to dodge, but clearly it was too late. Sophie struck him directly in the face without hesitation. This blow sent Bug Beast crashing onto the ground. Then a flurry of punches rained down on Bug Beast's body. Granny on the side was scared out of her wits. Are you suggesting using monster to fight monster? My daughter is different. Not only will she not harm humans, and she also sees Bug Beast as enemies, because that is her food. Countless ants inside Sophie need to ingest Bug Beast as nutrients. Otherwise, the ants will bite back at the host. Granny seemed to have some trouble accepting it after hearing it. At this moment, Sophie forcibly pulled off the Bug Beast's other arm. Then she raised her leg, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to it. This move directly separated the Bug Beast's head from its body. Eat it, Sophie commanded. The ants all left her body one after another. They all rushed towards the body of the Bug Beast. However, the next second, Sophie could no longer hold on. She sat helplessly on the ground, her body completely out of control. Granny thought it was a side effect of transformation. However, the doctor said Sophie's pregnancy was the cause. How could you bear to let a pregnant girl be an experiment subject carrying sextuplets? Granny grabbed the doctor's collar angrily as she spoke. Are you still human? She is your daughter. Even if this is the killer who wants to harm my son, I will not agree to let this child take the risk. And I'm telling you right now, I will not collaborate with someone like you. Sophie, who had just come out at this moment, stopped the angry Granny. Please stop blaming my father. I volunteered. My husband was also killed by Bug Beast. At that time, I was blinded by hatred and did not know I was pregnant. But I have no regrets now. I cannot let my child live in a world where Bug Beast reigns. So please assist us. For the children, please help. You can tell from Granny's expression that she was moved. Later, she looked at the doctor and said, I agree to support you. But my only requirement is that the child should not be burdened. She must not be put in danger. You can rest assured, she is my daughter. Granny lived with Sophie for a very long time. Mr. Jim was sent out. He went to find a host to be experiment subject number 1. The doctor that received funding is also conducting research with peace of mind. Sophie's belly is also getting bigger. Finally, the sound of a baby's cry could be heard in the delivery room on this day. Granny excitedly held the child, and tears flowed from her eyes. Has this little one been named yet? His name is Ryan. Our little Ryan is so cute. Granny looked up to find the doctor seemed to be staring out the window. Why don't you come and see what the child is doing there? Granny only noticed when the doctor turned around that he was holding another child in his arms. The little one is called Luis, Ryan's younger brother. She is the strongest experiment subject in the castle plan, and in a battle against Bug Beast, she not only suffered severe injuries, but also had her tendons in her hands and feet severed. Just recently read and gave birth to 2 babies. One of them is Black Ant Ryan, while the other one, Luis, is the future leader of the Skyworm organization. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the 2 little fellows are already 5 years old. These 2 mischievous kids often kick the soccer ball onto Granny's face. Over the years, Granny has even spent more time with them than their mother. Today I must spank your bottom until it blooms. After that, Granny chased the 2 children around everywhere. When they got tired from running, they nestled in Granny's arms to rest. At this time, Luis raised his head and asked Granny when his mother would come back. Ryan also pouted and grumbled that he missed his mother. I really can't deal with you guys. In a couple of days, I'll take you to the lab. The day Granny came to the lab, we suddenly received shocking news. The staff said they have found the killer of her son. Recently, this Bug Beast has killed more than 60 humans again. The wounds are the same as those on your son. At this time, Mom has just finished her work and arrived here. Please tell me the location of Bug Beast. I will get ready to depart immediately. After hearing this, Granny immediately grabbed her. Can you not go? What will happen to the child if you leave? I have always kept the agreement with Granny in mind. Don't worry. I will grab that guy and come back safely. Thanks to your support, our experimental technology has fully matured. No matter what my mother says, Granny always holds her hand tightly. Until Mother said she wanted to tell her a secret. Then the 2 of them went to a place where no one was around. One evening not long ago, the 2 little ones watched the cartoon with great interest. The content is about a tiger warrior hunting monsters. Upon seeing the weapon held by the tiger, Luis's eyes immediately lit up. Then Luis turned to look at his mother. He hoped to obtain a weapon like the tiger warriors. Mom has already promised to take him to buy it tomorrow. But Luis is still unrelenting. At this moment, Mom's attention is all on Luis, and she hasn't noticed Ryan's changes. Until Ryan conjured a tiger blade using Black Ant and walked up to the front. Mom was stunned when she saw it. Luis was extremely happy to receive the tiger blade. He immediately ran to the side to play with it. Only when he turned around did he realize Mom was actually holding Ryan tightly in her arms. She was apologizing while crying. This is the secret Mom told Granny. Granny was also shocked to hear it. What about Louise? Is he okay? Later, I took Louise for a checkup. No abnormalities were found. The reason I told you in advance is that I was afraid Ryan might startle you when I'm not around. How could that be possible? How could a granny like me be startled by her own grandson? You must come back safely. I don't want to lose you as my daughter again. It turns out the two have been living together for so long. Granny has long regarded Sophie as her own daughter. In just a few days, Granny is napping. The two little rascals don't want to disturb Granny's rest. Louise came up with a good idea. Let's go tease the clumsy uncle. Later, the two of them arrived at the lab. They lay on the windowsill, watching Blue Ant transform inside. This is a crucial stage of Blue Ant's transformation. If successful, he can become experiment subject number 1. Ant's obedience rate has broken the previous record, reaching 70%. Two children were also watching with great interest on the side. It was at this moment that Louise also had the idea of becoming a bug beast warrior. Not long after, the obedience rate of Blue Ant dropped significantly. In the end, he still ended in failure. It is obvious that he was also very unwilling to accept it. The assistant analyzed the reasons for the failure of Blue Ant afterwards. If the transformation was not successful, he could not become experiment subject number 1. I gave up my career as a professional boxer for your plan. Isn't it your fault that I didn't succeed? And settling in your body is already a big deal. The next transformation will depend on you. None of us can help you. Blue Ant doesn't want to hear him babbling anymore. He turned and left the laboratory. Just as he reached the door, he saw these two little guys. Why does Uncle always fail at transforming? He truly lives up to his name as Failure Uncle. You are not as good as my big brother. He can transform into Tiger Blade to play with me. At this point, Louise had already forgotten what Mom said to keep secret. Soon, the group arrived at an uninhabited place. Blue Ant did not expect that what the two kids said was actually true. How about that? I didn't lie to you. My brother is much better than you. This also deeply hurt Blue Ant's self-esteem. He slowly walked up to Ryan, lifted him high. Tell Uncle how you did it. But Ryan couldn't figure out the reason after thinking for a long time. Blue Ant, who was anxious to transform, became furious. Damn it. Just say it. Louis saw his brother being bullied. Holding the tiger blade, he swung it towards Uncle. Just then, several medical personnel hurriedly passed by from the back, saying that number 0 experiment subject is injured and is coming back. After hearing this, several people all stood still in disbelief. Then, they quickly rushed towards the medical room. When the two people arrived at the medical room, they realized. At this moment, Granny was already crying her heart out. Mom's body is covered in wounds, and fresh blood keeps spraying out. Don't worry, Granny. I'm fine. The guy who killed your son has been caught by me. This is the most evil mutation bug beast in history. Red Ant also suffered serious injuries in order to catch it. She saw two children walking towards her. Red Ant tried to embrace them with its injured body, but she collapsed after only a few steps. Granny hurried forward to help. I have already caught the murderer who killed your son, Granny. And this ferocious beast has been locked in a room in the laboratory. Doctor and the assistant were both shocked by its appearance. Although it has been securely tied up, the aura emanating from it still sends shivers down one's spine. Is this the strongest bug beast? At this time, no one can see Doctor's ambition yet. Only the bug beast inside sensed the danger. It felt that the human in front of it had a darker heart than itself. And on the mother's side, she had already lain down in the hibernation chamber. Learn from the assistant. Mother is not in any life-threatening danger now. Due to the severity of her injuries, she may not be able to continue working as a red ant in the future. Granny blamed herself upon hearing this. If it weren't for seeking revenge for her son, she wouldn't have ended up like this. The two little ones were also crying very sadly. Granny felt even more uncomfortable in her heart after seeing this. Just at this moment, the doctor walked in. He had a gloomy expression on his face, looking as if he was very sad. The assistant reported to him about Sophie's current condition. The doctor slowly approached her without saying a word. Granny kept apologizing to the doctor on the side. You can tell just by looking at Granny. She cares a lot about the child's mother. But doctor's words that followed must have shocked Granny. No need to apologize to me, I should thank you instead. If it weren't for your support, we wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying monster, right? Granny couldn't have imagined it. In a situation like this, a father could still manage to smile. Next, the doctor turned his gaze to the two children. He then reached out to take Ryan away. Granny, seeing this, quickly protected Ryan in her arms. What do you want to do to the child? Ryan is a special existence chosen by Aunt from birth. I'm just checking his physical condition. I want to make up for his mother's shortcomings. You are crazy. You actually want to use the child as your guinea pig. I won't agree. I will raise Ryan to be a hero of humanity. And don't forget, he is my grandson. I can do whatever I want for him without others interfering. Luis feels a little uncomfortable seeing both loved ones fighting over his brother. He watches the doctor take Ryan away from Granny. In Luis's eyes, it seems like they only care about Ryan. Only seeing doctor lifting Ryan up high. This is my perfect grandson. Before leaving, doctor told Granny that he would put Ryan in the basement. You can come to see him if you want. After speaking, the doctor left. Granny now deeply regrets her decision back then. If I hadn't chosen to sponsor, the doctor wouldn't have turned out like this now. Next, Luis's words dealt another blow to Granny. It turns out that when Doctor just found out that Ryan had ant on him, the whispered conversation between Doctor and him was overheard by Luis. You are the perfect experiment subject number 1 in my heart. Why do you all only care about Ryan? Will I receive everyone's love too if I can become number 1 like Ryan? Luis, what are you talking about? Don't become obsessed with that kind of power. It's very painful. But Luis doesn't understand Granny's words at all. I hate all of you. After speaking, he ignored Granny's call and left here without looking back. Granny looked back at her mother when getting up. She found that the ant inside had become restless and agitated. Luis, on the other hand, found the blue ant and vented all his frustrations to it. Do you want to be number 1 and also seek the embrace of your family? How could I possibly be like you? I am striving for honor. But no matter how hard I try, I can only control a small part of ant. Watching the ant in his hand disperse again, Luis teased him as a failed uncle. This made him extremely angry as well. He then stood up and punched the small tree behind him. I couldn't do something even a 5-year-old kid can do. Luis on the side discovered it with horror. Just now, Blue Ant's punch actually knocked the hornet off the tree. Several hornets are now flying towards them. Blue Ant saw the situation and pushed Luis aside, shouting at him to leave. Then, with a wave of his big hand, he threw Ant into the air. The ant successfully killed several hornets, but some stragglers managed to slip past Blue Ant and flew towards Luis. Luis was scared by this scene and raised his hands to shield himself. However, the next moment, something magical happened. All of these hornets actually burrowed into Luis's body. Blue Ant hurried forward to check on his condition upon seeing this situation. However, unbelievable things happened again. Just now, the hornet that had just burrowed into Luis's body flew out again. After a long time, Luis got up and walked towards the Blue Ant. I feel very hungry, and my body is very itchy. 5-year-old Ryan unexpectedly became experiment subject number 1. Since Doctor found out that Ant was living inside Ryan, he showed him extra care and love. But this also aroused jealousy from young brother Luis. Little did they know that Luis had powers even more terrifying than Ryan's. Just now, Luis was attacked by a group of hornets. It's amazing that all these hornets actually drilled into his body. The nearby blue ant quickly stepped forward to check on his condition. However, the unimaginable happened again. The hornets that had just burrowed into Louis's body miraculously flew out unscathed. After a long time, Louis got up unsteadily and walked towards Blue Ant. You can tell by his appearance that Louis is already on the edge of putrefaction. My body itches so much. Blue Ant also inquires with concern. Do you need to go to the hospital? But Louis thought of a better idea. I want to show off to Grandpa. I also want to be an experiment subject. On the other side, Ryan is locked in an empty room. The doctor is observing his proficiency in controlling ants. Just saw Ryan gathering all the ants on his fingers. Shortly after, Little Blade appeared in front of him. You should know that Mom's red ant obedience rate is only 97%, while Ryan's black ant obedience rate has reached 99.9%. However, every time he plays with the ant, Ryan feels very hungry afterward. By then, the ant will torment him from inside his body. The doctor prepared a bug beast's arm for Ryan after hearing this. He informed Ryan to try to make Ant eat it. At Ryan's command, the ants quickly left his side. They all went towards Bug Beast's arm. At this moment, Doctor has completely mastered the characteristics of Black Ant. It is different from Red Blue Ant. They are individuals naturally formed within Ryan. Both cohesion and execution are much better than the former. Their only flaw is that they are very brutal, just like wild ants in the jungle. Ryan currently has only a small number of ants in his body. If they breed to a certain extent, there is a possibility that they will be eaten by them. On the other side, Louis ran excitedly to the laboratory. Now I also have powerful strength like my brother. Mom is number 0, brother is number 1, and I am number 2. Thinking that I can also become a hero like Louis makes me extremely happy. He wants to tell his grandfather the good news right away. However, the room was empty at this moment. Where else could Grandpa be if not in the laboratory? However, just at that moment, a sound of iron chains falling came from the room. It was only when Louis turned around that he discovered it. The most powerful bug beast actually broke free from its restraints. It was staring at him intensely through the glass. At the same time, a piercing alarm sounded in the hallway. Upon hearing it, both the doctor and the assistant felt that something serious was amiss. The doctor, who realized first, immediately issued orders. Everyone gather on the 3rd underground floor right away. At this moment, the most powerful bug beast slowly approached Louis with its blood-red eyes glaring. Louis was so scared that his body wouldn't listen to him. He stood there motionless. The monster only exerted a little force, and the bulletproof glass cracked under its push. The next second, it rushed out of the room and pounced on Louis. However, at the critical moment, Blue Ant suddenly rushed in. A punch landed on the face of the monster. Although this punch drove off the monster, it didn't actually cause it much harm. Due to Blue Ant's low obedience rate, his transformation is not only imperfect but also short-lived. Blue Ant is well aware of this, and takes the initiative to strike for a quick resolution. Meanwhile, the monster roars and charges towards Blue Ant. Both abandon defense and exchange blows to each other's faces. However, Blue Ant quickly fell behind, and was already spitting blood from being beaten by the opponent. On the monster side, although it also took a lot of punches, it remained unscathed, watching as monster's sturdy antenna was about to pierce Blue Ant. Fortunately, he had the foresight to dodge this fatal blow in advance. However, he was still stabbed in the stomach by the opponent. As a professional boxer, Blue Ant refused to give up. He raised his fist to strike back. Unfortunately, Monster was much stronger than him. As a result, he was beaten to the ground by the opponent. Monster showed no signs of stopping. His fists rained down on Blue Ant's body. He looked at the almost dying Blue Ant. He was eventually smashed to the ground by the opponent. The monster showed no intention of stopping, raining fists down on Blue Ant's body. Looking at the nearly dying Blue Ant, Louis, standing by the side, was extremely furious. I clearly have gained the power. Why can't I do anything? He only saw him roar at the monster. "You beast, stop it!" At the same time, Luis's body emitted a dazzling light. The monster stopped its actions and looked at this little guy with some interest. As Luis's light faded, the monster slowly walked towards him. "Perhaps if I were to eat you, I would become even stronger," the monster said with a sinister smile. "What are you joking about? Our battle is not over yet." When Monster looked back at the sound, discovered a mutation wasp charging towards him. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, this could have pierced its head directly. Although it avoided a fatal blow, the wasp still caused it significant damage with its speed advantage. At this moment, Blue Ant also doesn't know why it suddenly turned into a wasp. When Luis looked at Mr. in front of him, he found that he did not look like a hero at all, but more like a bug beast. Blue Ant didn't feel anything wrong and rushed towards the monster again. This time, he accurately pierced the monster with the spikes, then gathered strength to directly knock it flying away. Obviously, the monster was also seriously injured this time, but at this moment, Wasp was even more serious. He couldn't even stand up. Monster didn't want to play with him anymore, and was ready to send him on his way. On the other side, Luis, in order to protect Mr., unexpectedly intercepted Monster. Just saw him hold out his hand towards Monster. "I am telling you to stop. You stop." As Luis continued to exert force, Monster's body twisted. In the end, he actually sucked the entire monster into his body. However, this was also a very painful experience for Luis. After a long time, Doctor and a few others finally arrived here. But they did not see the figure of the monster. Instead, they saw Luis's glowing little hand holding Mr.'s hand. It looks like the little guy is healing Mr., who was in pain just a second ago. The next second, he unexpectedly showed a charming smile. Two mutation bug beasts suddenly appeared on the street, attracting many onlookers. Obviously, these ignorant humans didn't realize the terrifying nature of the bug beasts at this moment. Just as the bug beast raised its hand to take down the humans in front of it, a blue figure suddenly appeared in front of it. Then it easily chopped off bug beast's head. It turned out that it was the blue ant in the laboratory. At this point, it had officially become experiment subject number 2, observing bug beast flying away with a hostage. Blue ant gathered energy to its arm and aimed at bug beast. As blue ant released the energy, the bug beast holding the hostage was instantly severed in half. However, the building behind him was also shattered by the force of his energy. Although Blue Ant saved one hostage. However, more people died in the fire because of him. Watching everything happening before him, Blue Ant's heart remained calm. Upon returning to the laboratory, the doctor immediately observed him. From the assistant next to him, he learned that 36 civilians were injured or killed during this operation. "I sent you out to eliminate the bug beast, not to kill humans. Are you a hero or a bug beast?" Blue Ant doesn't think so. It is very normal for accidents to happen during the operation. It is clear that Blue Ant is enjoying its current power. Since the incident 2 months ago, Blue Ant has felt like it has been reborn. Originally, Blue Ant had an obedience rate of only 80%, but now it can reach 97%. However, sometimes it cannot control its power. At this point, the doctor also clearly stated, "I don't need an uncontrollable hero." Red Ant is unable to act now. "It seems like you can only rely on me. Don't forget that you are just number 2. Above you, there is experiment subject number 1, my 5-year-old grandson, whom I can abandon at any time." At this moment, Mom is holding a pot of delicious food and calling out to the 2 children, "This is the food that Granny has carefully prepared for you." Ryan heard this and ran out excitedly. "But why hasn't Granny come recently? I miss her so much." Mom is also confused. Granny hasn't appeared since the unpleasant argument with the doctor. However, she said she would continue to support us before leaving. Go get Luis to come over for dinner. Just as Ryan went out to look for Luis, he found him actually staying with his grandfather. At this moment, Luis is demonstrating his own ability to his grandfather, and it was because of my ability that Mr. successfully transformed. I can definitely become a hero too, right, Grandpa? It turns out Luis' body is like an insect collecting net. Not only can absorb the power of insects, but the most terrifying thing is that he can bestow this power to humans. Everyone in the laboratory considers this to be a very dangerous entity that could potentially generate a large number of bug beasts. After demonstrating his abilities, Luis finally received the hug he had long awaited, landing on his head. The following words from his grandfather once again brought Luis' mood to a low point. "You cannot become a hero because you are a failed work." Ryan saw everything from not far away. Night fell quickly. The two kids lay on their own beds, but Luis couldn't fall asleep at all. He slowly sat up and then quietly approached Ryan. At that moment, the mom, who was just about to fall asleep, was suddenly awakened by Ryan's scream. So she hurried to the children's room. The scene in front of her instantly widened her eyes, only to see Luis facing Ryan, using his ability to absorb the black ant in his body. "As long as I can obtain the power of the ant, then I can also become a hero." However, what greeted him was a loud slap from his mother. Then she angrily demanded, "Luis, what are you doing? Why did you lay hands on your own brother?" "I just want to have the same power as Ryan. I want to be a hero. It is very painful to have ant living inside the body. Why do you envy it? Mom sincerely feels happy for you when she knows there is no ant on your body. So let's just be ordinary people. No one really likes my abilities." Grandpa was right. I am just a failed creation. After saying this, Luis ignored his mother's calls and ran outside. But as soon as he ran to the doorway, he saw that Grandpa had actually come here. It turns out that Grandpa had seen everything that had just happened inside through surveillance. "I'm here to take Luis away. Absolutely must not let Ryan be harmed in any way." After finishing speaking, he immediately sent people to control Luis. As he was leaving, Luis turned back reluctantly to look at his mother. His mother wanted to keep him, but was powerless to do so. The doctor arranged a separate room for Luis to isolate himself, and would not allow Luis to leave the room until he gained control over him. The doctor coldly announced the rules for controlling Luis. At this moment, Luis feels that he has already been abandoned by his family, and he doesn't see himself as a failed piece of work, but rather as the only perfect masterpiece. The boy wants to become a hero for humanity. He actually didn't hesitate to hurt his own brother. But Luis not only got slapped hard by his mother for his behavior. He was finally taken away by his grandfather and locked in a dark and sunless laboratory. However, at this point, they did not know how terrifying Luis really was. Half a month later, the mother came to the doctor's place. "It's been so long, shouldn't you return Luis to me?" But the doctor remains unmoved, stating that if they cannot control Luis's abilities, they absolutely cannot let him leave. At this moment, Blue Ant is eavesdropping on the conversation outside the door. He knew about the doctor's ruthlessness, even though he was his grandson. If things really went wrong, that guy would definitely not show mercy. Although Blue Ant had mastered the transformation technique, he was not feeling well. Without energy replenishment, these ants would gnaw inside him. At this moment, Blue Ant suddenly detected the scent of danger pheromones. Red Ant also had a reaction, and they are certain that this pheromone is in the lab. But what they don't know is that the source of danger is actually the corrupted Luis. Mom is worried that Luis is in danger, so she left the doctor and rushed out. Blue Ant also quickly followed suit. On the other side, several experimental staff members were thrown out of the room by someone, and the culprit was Luis and his true form behind him. Security personnel arrived here, and without saying a word, they pulled the trigger aimed at Luis. But the bullet did not harm them at all, and this action thoroughly angered Luis. Under the protection of true form, Luis slowly raised his right hand. He aimed at the security personnel who were approaching him. Several golden energy beams instantly arrived in front of the individuals. The bodies of the two floated up into the air. Even Ryan in the distance sensed this dangerous energy. A few minutes later, the mom finally arrived here. At this point, Luis had already transformed the security guards into two bug beasts. Mom mistakenly thought they were going to harm Luis. So she shouted at Luis to run quickly. She wants to transform, but she can't control the red and inside her due to serious injuries sustained previously. Luis also completely came clean with his mother. Did you see that? This is my power, a power even stronger than anyone else's. Except me. After that, he controlled two bug beasts and charged towards his mother. The mother, who was completely unprepared, was pressed down by them on the ground like this. No one expected Luis to actually order the bug beast to kill her. My silly son, Mom has always been very approving of you. At this moment, Mom has turned into the appearance of a red ant. She kicked off one of the bug beast's heads with a single blow. The other one was also shattered by her punch, splitting the lower body. Then she came to Luis and hugged him tightly in her arms. My dear son, Mom shouldn't have hit you. It's all Mom's fault. Actually, Luis doesn't want to hurt Mom. It seems like he's also being controlled by something. His true form behind him doesn't care about that, directly moving to pierce his mom's body. Luis was completely panicked by this too, not allowing you to harm my mom. However, true form seemed not to hear Luis's command, opening its big mouth to eat Mom. Fortunately, Blue Ant arrived just in time and punched the opponent, sending them flying out. But this also successfully angered True Form. It shot out several poisonous spines at Blue Ant. Blue Ant gathered energy into its hands upon seeing this. While getting rid of the poisonous spines, it also smashed the opponent into pieces. I don't know why Luis's true form has become much weaker. At this moment, Luis remembered his mother. At the same time as he knelt by his mother's side crying. Grandfather arrived here with a gloomy expression. Luis seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. Grandfather, please help save Mom. But what Grandfather responded with was a cold bullet. You monster, stay away from my daughter. Luis can't believe that his grandfather actually shot at him. A work as unsuccessful as yours doesn't deserve to exist in this world. After saying this, he pulled the trigger at Luis again. Fortunately, Blue Ant swiftly hugged him and blocked the bullet. You crazy lunatic actually laid hands on your own grandson. His existence is a threat to humanity. I command you to step aside for me. Do you think I would obey your orders? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I will get rid of all of you. Blue Ant is very disdainful of this. If you have the ability, why don't you give it a try? What exactly happened that made an old man point a gun at his grandson? It turns out that not long ago, Luis, who was detained in the laboratory, completely turned dark. He used his abilities to lift two guards into the air. He turned them into inhuman bug beasts. He even ordered them to kill their own mother. Mom endured severe pain and turned into the appearance of a red ant, killing two bug beasts. Then she hugged Luis in her arms with aching heart, apologizing non-stop. She used the power of maternal love to call back Luis's humanity. But in the end, Mom was still pierced through the chest by Luis's true form. And this was not Luis's intention. Just as Luis knelt on the ground crying, Doctor came here with a grim expression on his face. He didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger towards Luis. You monster, stay away from my daughter. And this action causes Luis, who has just been brought back to humanity by his mother, to fall back into the abyss. Seeing this, Blue Ant hurriedly embraced Luis. You crazy man! How could you lay hands on your own grandson? Doctor, on the other hand, stated that his existence posed a threat to humanity and ordered Blue Ant to step aside. Blue Ant does not believe this nonsense. Then I will have to get rid of you both together. Blue Ant is very disdainful of this. If you have the ability, then go ahead and try. One side is for the peace of humanity, the other side is for protecting young children. It seems you don't intend to be a hero, do you? Blue Ant thinks quite the opposite. What he is doing now is more like a hero. At this moment, Luis had long been scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Doctor heard Blue Ant's words and reached toward his chest, then pulled out a remote control from inside. Blue Ant saw this and immediately felt that something was terribly wrong. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Doctor. "What do you want to do with this thing, you old man?" Since that incident, the Doctor has been wary of him. Blue Ant thought he had only installed a bomb on himself. The Doctor said it was something even more terrifying. As he spoke, he pressed the switch. Blue Ant, regardless of his own safety, turned around and shouted for Luis to run quickly. Ever since the last time Luis treated Blue Ant's injuries, a bond has developed between the two of them. It is because of Luis's presence that Blue Ant can transform successfully. In Blue Ant's eyes, Luis is his little hero. This is also the first time Luis has been recognized by someone. He is really happy. Now, seeing Mr. in danger, how could Luis possibly abandon him and leave alone? At this moment, Blue Ant's body felt a sudden discomfort. At the moment, he threw Doctor out. Those ants suddenly went into a rampage, gnawing on his body continuously. It turned out that the Doctor had placed a new queen ant inside his body. He used a remote control to issue commands to attack the host. The ants will not stop attacking until the host dies. The biting of thousands of ants has made Mr. extremely painful. His armor began to crack little by little, and purple blood kept gushing out of his body. When Luis saw this, he hurried to Mr's side. Then he used his own ability to absorb the ants that were tearing him apart inside Mr. Mr. is the only one who acknowledges Luis. He doesn't want Mr. to die like this. With Luis's continuous efforts, Mr. has been rescued from the life-threatening situation, but his appearance has slowly started to change. When the smoke clears, Doctor slowly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was a super huge monster. And this is exactly what Blue Ant looks like now. At this moment, Luis's heart also completely fell into darkness. In the end, you two still turned into monsters. And Luis denied Doctor's point of view, believing that they had just awakened. At this moment, Monster looked at Doctor and emitted a series of roars from his mouth. Then it raised its huge fist. Just as Doctor was about to detonate the bomb inside him, Red Ant suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the fatal blow for Doctor. At the same time, his mother kept calling out Luis's name in hopes that he would regain consciousness. However, it was quite clear that this was of no use. Monster showed no mercy at all and raised its fist at his mother again. On the other side, Ryan also came to the lab to find his mother. Although the corridor was shaking badly, the young child was not aware of the danger. At this moment, his mother was punched into the wall by the monster. It looks like she has lost the ability to move. He faced the monster that was slowly approaching. The Doctor asked his daughter to leave first while he prepared to detonate the bomb inside his body to destroy everything here. Although Luis lost his mind, how could his mother bear to leave her child alone and walk away? But the appearance of the last voice made the two of them instantly stunned in place. When the mother turned around, she realized. It turned out to be Ryan shouting behind her. At the same time, Luis also found his brother. "All this was because of you." Seeing Luis's expression, his mother shouted for Ryan to run quickly. She wanted to take Ryan away, but her body didn't obey, and she fell to the ground. At this moment, Luis also commanded the monster to disappear from my sight. Just as the monster was about to move forward to take out Ryan. On the side, the Doctor pulled the trigger. "I can't let you destroy humanity's hope. You are my good grandfather indeed. In that case, I will let humanity perish." As soon as the words fell, Monster raised his hand and waved. Doctor's body was instantly split in half. This scene instantly shocked the mother and son standing beside them. Before dying, the doctor told the mother to make sure Ryan stays alive. He then pressed the switch in his hand. At the same time, the mother desperately rushed towards Ryan. She held Ryan's little face and shed tears of reluctance. Mom used up her last bit of strength to let the red ant inside her protect Ryan. She was completely exposed in the explosion. Afterwards, Ryan kept calling for his mother, but he received no response at all. The blue ant, who was originally meant to become a human hero, now finds himself under the control of Doctor. He has turned into a completely inhuman monster. He just lightly waved his arm. The Doctor was instantly split in half by him. However, before dying, the Doctor activated the bomb hidden in his body. Mother attached all the ants inside her body to Ryan to protect him. She herself was then submerged in the explosion. After a long time, the outside of the laboratory was surrounded by firefighters. Granny also received the notice and came here. She never imagined that things would turn out like this. At this time, several firefighters arrived at the laboratory and found the survivors. It turned out to be Ryan, who had been calling for his mother all along. His mother sacrificed herself to protect him. Louise, who was on the side, was also affected but not in any danger. Granny took care of Ryan in the hospital for the following days. She learned about what happened in the lab from Dr. Assistant. She also saw the relevant information in his hands. Granny, who lost her daughter, cries every day. Another thing that worries her is where Louise has been taken. According to Assistant's understanding, Louise should be imprisoned in a secure underground laboratory. Although he is only 5 years old, he is also an extremely dangerous entity. Granny felt very self-blame after hearing it. If she had chosen to give up the sponsorship plan at the beginning, Doctor would not have created the monster in order to eliminate the monster. A few days later, Granny prepared a funeral for Doctor and the others. The originally happy family turned into the current situation because of the experiment. Granny, am I now orphaned? Silly boy, don't you still have Granny? You can live with Granny from now on. Granny made an important decision when she returned to the company. She handed over all the business to Mr. Jim. She herself is going to focus on raising Ryan wholeheartedly. That's all Granny had to say about what she knew. Because there is a large amount of information, it will take some time for several people to digest it. Eric Captain finally knows where the monster that escaped a few days ago came from. But there is one thing he still doesn't understand. Where is Louis now? Granny's expression turned serious upon hearing this sentence. Are you planning to eliminate him? Two captains were frightened by Granny's appearance, sweating profusely, and expressed that it was not the case. But letting it go unchecked is not the solution either. In that case, humanity will eventually face extinction. Granny also understands this truth, but what can be done now? At this point, Ryan across from him finally spoke. Let me take care of him. His words shocked everyone. Can you really kill your own young brother with your own hands? Ryan's answer is negative. But I can destroy his ability. Ryan has previously conducted experiments to transform Bug Beast back into a human using ant inside the body. If ant can eat away the true form hidden inside Louis' body, it might be able to destroy his abilities. On the other side, outside the Reaper department, Clara and Ladybug Beast are still boredly waiting for Ryan. Clearly nothing has happened, but both have a sense of impending doom. Sure enough, not long after, suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared on the deserted street, originally empty of any people. The scene happened to be witnessed by the two people in the car. They were observing the appearance of this person. The two individuals were beginning to find the person more and more familiar. At this moment, Clara suddenly remembered something. Isn't this person one of the 6 management members of the Skyworm organization? I saw the man creating numerous bubble-like things in front of the gate. The security guard on duty obviously hasn't noticed the danger yet. How old is that Mr. over there to still be playing such childish things? As soon as the words were spoken, the young security guard was ready to touch the flying soap bubble. However, in the instant the bubble burst, a red light suddenly flashed. Then, that security guard turned into fragments. Clara and Ladybug Beast rushed towards the man when they saw the situation. "Why did you show up here? I hate it when others delay me from getting off work. You'd better not meddle in my business." Black Ant has finally been updated again. Ladybug Beast is about to undergo evolution. Earlier, it was mentioned that one of the 6 management members of the Skyworm organization attacked the Reaper headquarters. And this scene happened to be witnessed by Clara and Ladybug Beast standing nearby. The two of them rushed towards the man as soon as they saw what was happening. At this moment, a deafening alarm also sounded in the headquarters. The two hurriedly got up to check. From the surveillance footage, they saw that the attacker turned out to be just one person, who was not a beautification ability user. Clara, who was confronting him, was there as well. From Ryan's mouth, they learned that the two individuals were his friends and posed no danger. However, he had to go out to help. Before leaving, he asked Eric to take Granny away from here, and he would follow later. On the other side, Clara and 2 others stood in front of the intruders. "Why are there only 2 of you? Isn't there also a Black Ant? Have you thought about joining our Skyworm organization? What a ridiculous Skyworm organization. Why are you causing trouble here? Do we need a reason for what we do? But this time, I am here to retrieve our lost arm, and to confirm the existence of a certain person." Clara both didn't quite understand. Who could that person he was talking about be? More importantly, the other 5 top masters will also launch attacks on Reaper Department in the near future. Clara was very shocked by this. "Are you saying that the Skyworm organization is going to declare total war on humanity?" Things just got suddenly interesting. "I really hate working overtime, so I get annoyed when these ants come out to cause trouble." After saying this, he waved his hand, and countless bubbles flew towards the Reapers who were going out to fight. Clara hurriedly shielded the bubbles in front of her. Ladybug Beast rushed towards the invaders. On the way, he discovered tiny bombs hidden in the bubbles, and quickly warned Clara to be careful. Clara, upon learning this, found her body spinning in the air constantly, and tried to use this to blow the bubble away. However, she still detonated the bomb inside the bubble. Fortunately, Clara reacted in time and ran out of the explosion radius. The members of Reaper Squad were not so lucky. If you do not choose to surrender to the Skyworm organization, you will have to die like them. However, before he could finish his sentence, Clara and Ladybug Beast charged at each other. But soon they both realized something was wrong, because their attacks were all blocked by a layer of bubble. The 2 of them, seeing the situation, stopped tangling and hurriedly retreated. And the man also fully activated beautification. "This is my defensive bubble that you cannot break through." Clara was very unwilling, just about to rush forward, but was blocked by Ladybug Beast. "Leave this to me." He was about to finish his sentence, but the enemy blinked and was already in front of him. "Do you think you are qualified to be my opponent? How can Ladybug Beast tolerate such insults?" He threw a punch directly at his opponent, but only hit the air. At this moment, the man appeared behind Ladybug Beast like a ghost. "I am a unique existence. Can you not feel my pheromone? Isn't that surprising?" he said, and then kicked Ladybug Beast in the face. This kick sent him flying several meters away. Clara, on the side, was also secretly shocked. She could not see the enemy's movements clearly at all. At this point, a one-sided situation has emerged. His proud fist couldn't even touch the opponent. It was quite a challenge to finally land a hit. That was still a deliberate opening the enemy revealed because he knew Ladybug Beast couldn't break through his bubble. Then he kicked him with a roundhouse kick, sending him flying out. "Do you know why you are so weak? It's because you can't break free from your current form. I can tell at a glance that you are a ladybug and your friend is a silk moth. Can you tell what kind of insect I am? If you can't tell, just call me Bubble." At this moment, Ladybug Beast is kneeling on the ground, already losing the ability to fight again. Bubble Man is no longer entangled with him, and disappears directly on the spot. His target is Clara, who is watching the battle on the sidelines. In fact, the ability I am truly proud of his speed. He kicked towards Clara after speaking. The heavy kick landed directly on Clara's body. Clara's body fell down like a cannonball, and Ladybug Beast helplessly smashed his fist onto the ground. He has always challenged the strong to push himself further, but in the end, he not only did not become stronger at all, but also turned into a clown. What world champion? It's simply a joke. It's all because of these heavy and cumbersome shells that don't fit my style. After speaking, Ladybug Beast actually forcibly tore apart its own armor. At this moment, Bubble Man also slowly landed on the ground. Clara had long been unconscious. Bubble Man arrived in front of her, wanting to destroy her. He directly stomped the ground, creating a huge deep pit. However, he did not stomp Clara into a patty as he had imagined, before Bubble Man could react. Two little ladybugs launched an attack on him. What is this again? Are you going to continue to struggle? It turned out that Ladybug Beast timely rescued Clara. He carefully placed Clara on the ground, then suddenly appeared in front of Bubble Man at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Bubble Man also sensed a hint of danger coming from the opponent. I heard that you are proud of your speed. Let's compare whose fists are faster. He is Bubble, one of the 6 top experts of the Skyworm organization. Even if Clara and Ladybug Beast join forces, they are no match for him. Clara lost consciousness after just 1 round of battling. Ladybug Beast also lost the ability to fight again. He angrily smashed his fist into the ground. He has always challenged the strong to surpass himself, but in the end, not only did he not become stronger at all, but he also became a clown. At this moment, he remembered the conversation he had with Anna before. Can the little worm you developed really make people stronger? Anna's answer was affirmative. She immediately wanted Ladybug Beast to taste it. However, Ladybug Beast decisively refused because he wanted to become stronger using his own power. But Anna said that it was not an easy thing to do. However, as a friend, she fully supported Ladybug Beast's decision. Because larva is just a temporary drug that provides power. When your desire for power reaches its limit, you will undergo a transformation. This is the second awakening. And at this moment, Ladybug Beast has just reached the critical value. He forcefully tears off the armor on his body. He successfully awakened his second form. At this time, Bubble Man on the side also sensed a hint of danger. But no matter what you turn into, I will tear you apart with my own hands. Saying that, he rushed towards Ladybug Beast. And Ladybug Beast was also eager to give it a try. Not only did he feel that his body had become much lighter, but he also had more strength than he could use. Soon, the two of them started grappling with each other. At this time, Clara on the side also slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she was instantly stunned by the scene in front of her. I saw 2 orbs of red and blue constantly colliding in the air. The red orb is the fast-moving Ladybug Beast. He can now easily keep up with Bubble Man's speed. Bubble Man angrily kicked out a powerful kick, but this blow was easily intercepted by little Ladybug. Ladybug Beast seized the opportunity and raised his fist at Bubble Man. This punch accurately hit Bubble Man's face, sending him crashing from the air to the ground. Bubble Man exerted force by leveraging, placing both legs on the tree trunk. His body surged towards Ladybug Beast again like a cannonball. But halfway through, he suddenly lost his target. It turns out that Ladybug Beast arrived behind him at a faster speed. Ladybug Beast wasted no time and punched Bubble Man directly to the ground. After a long time, Bubble Man finally flew out from the smoke. He never expected that Ladybug Beast would become so powerful with just 1 evolution. In that case, let me show you my ultimate move. He then made numerous illusions with his legs and kicked towards Ladybug Beast. However, Ladybug Beast didn't really care about the opponent at all. All his attacks were blocked by the little ladybug. Bubble Man was clearly unwilling to accept it and launched another attack on Ladybug Beast. However, Ladybug Beast easily caught his fist and indicated that his attacks were simply not worth dodging. Let me show you what real boxing is. As soon as the words fell, Ladybug Beast swung her fists and charged towards the opponent. He landed this punch accurately on Bubble Man's abdomen and successfully pierced through his chest. Bubble Man couldn't hold on any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "This is the consequence of you assaulting my friend. Now you can go die." Bubble Man was thoroughly frightened, and it is obviously too late to beg for mercy now. After a loud explosion, Ladybug Beast reverted back to human form. Clara beside her was also extremely shocked. This guy actually took out the management of the Skyworm organization. At this moment, a figure arrived in front of Clara. She turned around and found out that it was Ryan who came here. "How did you just show up?" The enemy was already taken down by Ladybug Beast. At this moment, Ryan suddenly showed a serious expression on his face, and Clara also felt that something was wrong. What is this terrifying sense of oppression all about? It feels like there are enemies all around. Have you noticed, Black Ant? I have completely won this battle. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden pain came from behind. When Ladybug Beast turned around, he realized that Ariel, who had not appeared for a long time, had come here. "Long time no see, my friend. Congratulations on completing the second awakening. I wonder if everyone still remembers Cody from Club 6. If Ryan had not appeared back then, Cody's own abilities would definitely have made him one of the management members of Skyworm organization. However, the truly terrifying presence in Club 6 was Ariel. The larva she developed can not only enhance her own abilities. Ordinary people, when they consume it, can transform into bug beasts. People with certain talents can even undergo a second awakening. Not long ago, Ladybug Beast awakened his second form, punching through the chest of the management of the Skyworm organization. Ryan slowly walked towards himself. Ladybug Beast intended to show off a bit. But suddenly a sharp pain came from behind. He turned around and found that the one ambushing him was Ariel, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. This woman is definitely not simple, whether in terms of strength or cunning. Ladybug Beast, who had just been through a fierce battle, combined with Ariel's poison needles. Ladybug Beast could no longer hold on and slowly collapsed to the ground. "I'm really sorry, my friend. In order to gain recognition for my research results, I have to do it this way." The research results that Ariel mentioned are the mutation bug beasts behind her. Clara, who witnessed the scene, was extremely shocked that the Skyworm organization had so many members. But Ryan beside her denied her idea. He felt that these things were the same as the larvae he encountered at the club. Only the ones in front seemed to have undergone a second evolution. Suddenly, 2 missiles exploded in the swarm. It turned out that members of the Reaper squad were attacking them. Leading the charge was Raphael, the long-haired captain underling. Raphael requested support from the other squads, but their situation was similar to here. All were under attack by the Skyworm organization. Before the captain returns, it's up to Raphael and Joel to try to hold off the enemy as much as possible. At this moment, Raphael suddenly pointed in Ryan's direction and shouted loudly, "The 3 people in front are allies. Our mission is to protect the base as best as we can." As soon as he finished speaking, the team members grabbed their weapons and charged towards the enemy. Clara felt something was wrong at the sight and said, "Let's leave. We'll leave this to the Reaper department." "It's not time to leave yet. My granny hasn't been safely evacuated." At this moment, long-haired captain is leaving with Granny and Mr. Jim through the secret tunnel. Nami is also preparing to leave the headquarters with a staff member. In that case, we need to deal with those guys together, right? There's no time to think. Those bug beasts have already charged towards them. Clara immediately used her silk ability when she saw this. She intercepted most of the bug beasts. Only a few slipped through, rushing out immediately and heading straight for Clara. Ryan quickly lifted his arm upon seeing the situation. He summoned Ant Clone to protect Clara. Then Ryan shouted and raised arm high, and instantly transformed into a black snake and swallowed several bug beasts. The battle was extremely intense at this point, as it seemed impossible to kill off the enemies. On the other side, Nami was still following behind the staff members. However, when passing a corner, she noticed that the evacuation personnel were going in the opposite direction. Before Nami could ask any questions, the staff member actually opened the large door ahead. The scene happened to be seen by the masked man who had just been evacuated. Nami was puzzled. "Why did you bring me to this place?" "This is where the black monster arm is being kept." Seeing someone suddenly entering, two staff members were somewhat shocked. Before the two could issue a warning, they lost consciousness. And the woman in front of Nami was the one who made the move. Nami watched as the woman's face slowly changed, and she spoke into her earpiece. "Arm has obtained it." Nami was petrified in place, frightened. On the other side, Ariel, upon receiving the information, was very satisfied. It turned out that they came here to obtain the monster arm. At the same time, a luxury car drove into the headquarters' secret passage. The people in the car thought they could leave here unnoticed. Little did they know that Ariel had everything in sight. This time she can definitely gain recognition from management. At this moment, Nami saw the other party's true face and covered her mouth in disbelief. Because the bug beast in front of her is actually her best friend Alice, whom she hasn't seen for a long time. "Long time no see, my friend. How have you been?" The girl was originally just an ordinary mutation bug beast. I didn't expect that she has ushered in a second evolution now. Just now, she burst into the Reaper department where the monster arm is stored. She used her abilities to hypnotize two researchers. She revealed her true appearance. Nami on the side couldn't help but be astonished. Isn't this her best friend, Alice? Alice flew to Nami's side and lifted her chin. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Let's go together." Nami looked confused. "How did you become like this?" "How am I? Am I pretty?" "I am a very rare individual among the larvae, so I can become stronger. Let's go together, and I will protect you in the future." Even though she is her best friend, Nami feels very strange. Alice also noticed the other's unusual expression. "What's wrong with you? Are you unwilling?" However, at that moment, a metal frame flew towards them. Alice leaped high to dodge the sneak attack. The metal frame happened to smash the container storing the arm behind it. Nami was heavily thrown to the ground. Looking at the broken container, Alice knew that the intruder was not simple. The person who returned is the masked man. "You little worm dared to break in here." Alice felt insulted. "It's a good opportunity to test my current strength on you." She then vigorously flapped her wings, sending a strong gust of wind towards the masked man. Although the last battle cost him an arm, this attack at the moment was useless against him. And he can still launch an effective counterattack. Only to see a stream of blood spraying from Alice's body. Masked Man seized the opportunity to turn back and used his lightning power to bind it. Then he prepared to deliver the final deadly blow to her. However, at that moment, Nami suddenly rushed out and stopped the masked man, saying, "She is my best friend. Please don't hurt her anymore." After saying that, she shouted at Alice, "Hurry, go!" Alice felt very heartbroken upon seeing Nami injured. However, she still followed Nami's advice and left the place. She successfully took Monster Arm away, and when she saw that Alice was safe, Nami couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. Alice also successfully flew out of the Reaper headquarters. On the other side, squad members are still engaged in fierce battles with the Bug Beast army. Due to the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, squad members are constantly getting injured. Luckily, Raphael stood up in time. He saved one squad mate after another. Although these bug beasts are not very strong in front of him. But he was horrified to find these bug beasts can stand up again no matter how much damage they receive. Even if they are sniped in the head by Joel, they can continue to fight as usual. Until Ryan took action, the bug beasts surrounding Raphael immediately lost their ability to move. From Ryan's mouth, it was revealed that the weakness of these bug beasts is the larvae hidden in their throats. These larvae are good nourishment for the black ant inside him. However, at this point, Clara on the side is about to not hold on any longer. Even if they found a way to eliminate the bug beast, there are still so many things to deal with. The current situation has already left people in a mess. If it weren't for Ryan's clone protecting the ladybug beast, it would probably have become prey long ago. Ryan suddenly showed a tense expression on the side. It turns out that Clara has already used up her last bit of strength. Countless bug beasts rushed out of the protective net. Just as these bug beasts were about to join the battle, they were suddenly pierced by densely packed silk, and countless bug beasts were once again frozen in midair. It turns out that Clara also awakened her second form. On the other side, Granny led everyone to the entrance of a residential area. The surrounding residents warmly greeted Granny when they saw her, approaching to say hello. During this period, everyone has worked hard. You can leave work early today. Originally, these people were all actors hired by Granny to play the role of the residents. Her purpose is to make outsiders believe that this is a regular residential area. Later, Granny took everyone to a spacious square. Then she and Mr. Jim took out a medal and embedded it into the square. The next moment, a passage leading underground was revealed on the square. "Let's go, I'll take you down to have a look." The people detained below seem to have noticed that someone is coming. "It looks like things are about to get lively here, huh?" The girl thought she was just an ordinary bug beast. Little did she know, she was a very rare individual among the many larvae. So she can become stronger. Just recently, Alice took away the monster arm from the Reaper department and quickly brought the arm to a mysterious cave. The cave is full of bug beasts feasting. When she looked up and saw the man sitting on the throne, she couldn't help but look nervous. This person is the blue monster that escaped from the Reaper department not long ago. Alice knelt down respectfully with one knee. She presented the stolen monster arm to the respected master, saying, "Master, I have safely brought back your arm." When the monster approached Alice, the arm in her hand turned into numerous blue particles and returned to the monster, restoring its strength. Instead of thanking Alice, the monster not only placed the arm on her head, which instantly made Alice break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the monster did not harm her, but directed its energy towards the stone wall behind Alice. The bug beast on the side also let out a piercing scream towards Alice. As long as they have the blue monster's permission, they will not hesitate to tear Alice into pieces. "It's best not to even think about betraying me, or else your fate will be very tragic." Such a powerful aura made Alice struggle to breathe. On the other side, Granny led a few people to the secret underground passage. Learn from Granny's mouth. This is where the castle plan was previously implemented, and now she has invested to turn it into a residential area. This is also where she and Ryan live. At the same time, this is also where Luis is detained. Soon, several people arrived at the elevator entrance. Granny took two young captains into the elevator and continued to go downstairs. Mr. Jim will wait here for Ryan to arrive. As the elevator door opened again, a mysterious person appeared in front of everyone. This person is none other than Doctor's assistant and also a survivor of the disaster. Granny then explained to him the purpose of their visit. After hearing this, Assistant led the group to a secret room. Here is being held her another grandson, Luis. Granny has always felt that she owes something to this grandson. But for the safety of humanity, she must lock up Luis. On the other side of the battlefield, Clara also finally awakened her own second form. The bug beast that was originally causing headaches is finally under control. Clara controlled Silk to stab into the bug beast's throat. She pulled out all the larvae hidden inside. Ryan then sent out clones to eat them all. A few seconds later, Ryan raised his arm and shouted, "Merge." The clone returned to Ryan's body the moment it received the command. but absorbing too many larvae caused Ryan immense pain for a moment. In his subconscious, he seemed to see the red again, and his body started to slowly turn red. Clara beside him also noticed that something was wrong with Ryan, but before she could say anything, Ryan suddenly told her to keep up with him. Before Clara could react, Ryan leaped into the air. Clara, accompanied by Ladybug Beast, followed suit and finally ended the battle. The squad members also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Joel on the side witnessed an incredible scene. The bodies of bug beasts lying on the ground unexpectedly transformed back into human forms. On the other side, Granny, looking through the glass at her grandson inside, who had not seen Granny for a long time, Louis expressed that he missed her a lot. "Why did you only come now?" At this moment, Louis also noticed the two captains behind Granny. The guests are actually carrying weapons. "Are you here to kill me?" Granny heard Louis' words, and suddenly felt a little flustered. "It's not like that, Louise. They are all employees of my company. How could Granny possibly turn against her own grandson?" But Louise clearly didn't believe Granny's explanation. "So what is your purpose for coming here?" "We are here waiting for Ryan. He said he might be able to cure your condition." After hearing that, Louise was stunned for a few seconds. Then he began to laugh loudly and mockingly. "Are you an old fool, old lady? What can a person who only raises ants in his body do? I've been locked up here for 11 years. Even if he can cure me, I refuse." Just as Granny was preparing to persuade Louise again, suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind. Two captains suddenly felt that something was not right. They turned around to see a blue monster slowly approaching them, having thrown Mr. Jim to the ground. The two hurriedly shielded Granny behind them when they saw the situation. But the monster paid no attention to the few people, and instead turned its gaze to Louis behind them. Louis also felt that the monster in front of him looked very familiar. "You are my hero. I will take you out now," said the monster. Then it switched to battle mode. Two captains did not retreat. Purple-haired captain guarded Granny, while long-haired man rushed towards the monster. However, the monster just casually waved its arm. A powerful energy instantly reached in front of the long-haired man. After a violent explosion, long-haired man has been seriously injured, even affecting the two people behind him. Purple-haired captain keeps calling out Granny incessantly. Originally, Granny had lost consciousness from the explosion. The boy was imprisoned underground for a full 12 years. Because he had a dark inner self since he was young. And he also possesses a terrifying ability. He can not only turn ordinary humans into terrifying bug beasts, he can also absorb the powers of others for his own use. Granny came to visit this grandson with two underlings. Unexpectedly, they were attacked by a monster. The newcomer is the blue monster that escaped from the Reaper department earlier. Although there are two Reaper captains stationed here. But Granny was still hit by the battle and seriously injured, unconscious. Ryan's whole body was glowing with red light as he hurriedly flew towards there. He sensed a power at Granny's location stronger than ever before. He must get to the place where Louis is detained before something happens to Granny. But the situation here is not optimistic, with purple-haired captain calling out non-stop. Granny is gradually regaining some consciousness. The blue monster punched the long-haired captain flying out. The powerful force made him lose his balance. The blue monster didn't intend to let him go like this and charged at him again with a fist raised. But what it didn't expect was that its punch actually missed. It turned out that the blue monster's target was Louis behind him, and this punch caused a crack in Louis's room. At this moment, a pair of mechanical arms suddenly reached out from behind the monster and grabbed it tightly. It turns out that Dr. J's assistant, driving a mecha, rushed over here. Purple-haired captain seized the opportunity. He raised his lightning-filled fist and charged towards the monster together with long-haired man. The combined attack of the two clearly dealt a heavy blow to the monster. They finally had a moment to catch their breath. The assistant did not let the two continue fighting, but hoped they could protect Leader and Mr. Jim and leave here. Leave the rest to me. Please make sure Leader's safety is guaranteed. Purple Hair Captain no longer hesitated. He picked up Leader and long-haired man and left here. The blue monster's body was tightly bound and unable to pursue, so he could only watch helplessly as they left. The assistant is still worried about Luis's safety inside. At this time, he does not know that these monsters are actually working with Luis. Watching Luis inside the safe house, there is no danger. Afterwards, he had no more worries, ready to press the button that could destroy everything here. However, his arm unexpectedly stopped uncontrollably in midair. It turns out that Ariel, who had been invisible all along, was the one who stopped his movements. Luis, who was bound to a seat, slowly stood up. This is also Ariel's credit. Now no one can stop me. At this moment, Assistant finally realized that the attackers here were all Luis's underlings. Luis also didn't want to waste words with the people who were imprisoning him, unleashing a terrifying power at them. Ariel quickly jumped aside at the sight, only to see a bright golden light emanating from the assistant's body. Soon he transformed into an ugly bug beast. It was also the first time Ariel had seen the true power of creating a bug beast. Afterwards, Luis came to the side of the blue monster and said, "These past days have been really hard on you, mister." Two captains have already escaped to the exit with two wounded soldiers. Purple Hair Captain hoped that the long-haired man could take them to safety. She was prepared to stay behind and guard the rear, but before they could finish speaking, Ariel flew out with the assistant, who had just turned into a bug beast. At the same time, the blue monster and Luis appeared. By now, the two of them had realized that it was clearly too late to leave. Luis pretended to care about Granny's injuries while walking towards them. Then he suddenly displayed his own ability towards the group of people. "Even if it means dying, you must give me a chance for revenge." Two captains quickly dodged to the side upon seeing this. The energy happened to land on a pigeon. The pigeon instantly transformed into a terrifying bug beast. Before the two could react, the bug beast charged towards them. The bug beast's sharp wings successfully scratched both of them. Purple Hair Captain is off balance. Bug beast seized the opportunity and charged towards Granny with its bloody mouth wide open. Fortunately, Ryan appeared just in time and stomped on Bug Beast's head, bursting it open. He looked at Granny lying unconscious on the ground. Ryan handed her over to two captains to take Granny to the hospital first. Ryan is planning to stay behind, and his current idea is to kill Luis. However, in order to eliminate Luis, he first needs to deal with this blue monster. The monster has also figured out Ryan's plan. Ryan punched the monster in the face with a heart full of hatred. However, the following attacks were all dodged by the monster. At the same time, seeing Ryan expose a flaw, monster then struck out an air blade at Ryan from a distance. Ryan could only continue to retreat as he saw it. The powerful air blade directly destroyed a building behind him. Ryan keeps spinning around the monster with the advantage of speed. Shortly after, Ryan suddenly accelerated and aimed his knee at the monster's head. But the monster seemed to have already seen through his intention. He only saw him reaching out to grab Ryan by the neck, then viciously pressing his knee against Ryan's abdomen. The heavily wounded Ryan's body flew uncontrollably backwards. The powerful impact force crashed through several buildings behind him. The blue monster had no intention of letting Ryan go so easily. He flashed in front of Ryan. He punched Ryan heavily, sending him crashing to the ground. Not only Red Ant can become a hero, I can also become a hero. After finishing speaking, Monster waved his hand and split Ryan into two halves. But in fact, that was just one of Ryan's clones. The real Ryan had appeared behind it. Ryan stared at the monster in front of him as if he was looking at a dead person. As the monster turned to counterattack, Ryan stabbed its belly with a knife. The ants transformed into blades took the opportunity, to enter the monster's abdomen. Ryan shouted madly, devouring it. Soon, the monster was eaten, revealing its true form inside, which unexpectedly turned out to be the body of Mr. Looking at his appearance, it was clear that the monster was already a dead person before fighting with Ryan. At this moment, the lifeless monster unexpectedly raised its arm towards Ryan again. Luis, who was standing beside them, suddenly arrived in front of Ryan and blocked the monster's attack. Mr. will always be my hero. You've been working hard during this time. Now you can rest. After saying that, Luis absorbed Mr. into his body. On the side, Ryan looked shocked and asked what was going on. From Luis, it was learned that after the laboratory explosion, Mr. died. The subsequent Mr. could be considered as Luis's clone. Now you can rest in peace. After saying that, he plunged the sharp blade into Ryan's body. You've been hogging all the limelight outside. Do you know how I've managed to survive all these years? Now it's my turn. I want to experience the power of a mother too. He then skillfully grabbed Ryan's neck. Then he used his own ability to absorb all the ants in Ryan's body. On the other side, Clara is still searching for Ryan's whereabouts. Suddenly, a dazzling light came from below, followed by a loud explosion. After what seemed like an eternity, Ryan slowly opened his eyes. You finally woke up, you little rascal. At this moment, Ryan realized that he was lying in the hospital. Where is Granny? After the explosion that day, the leader went missing. There is another bad news. Recently, bug beasts all over the world have become unusually fierce. The Reaper department alone is definitely no match for them. Ryan can't worry about that much now. He just wants to rescue Granny. But he can't sense any trace of Ant's power now. There's no other way. He can only seek help from the long-haired man in the hope of obtaining the insect genes of Reaper department. This inevitably surprised the two of them. As long as it can save Granny, I am willing to do anything. But has Ryan really lost his strength? Even Ryan himself didn't notice that there is a fierce red-eyed ant inside his body. The boy has a hole in his neck. The ant enters and exits the boy's body through this hole. He started raising countless ants in his body when he was 5 years old. These ants torture his body every day. At the same time, they also give him powerful strength. Even if the enemy is powerful, he can always discover new forms to defeat his opponent. However, he has an even more bizarre monster young brother. Young brother can absorb the abilities of others, including animals. Then he bestows this ability upon others. But in the eyes of grandfather, this power is seen as evil and uncontrollable. It will only make more bug beasts in this world, completely destroy the world's order. To eliminate this hidden danger, grandfather sacrificed himself. But young brother still survived. Brother and Granny couldn't bear to kill him either. So she imprisoned him in a secret dungeon. But 11 years have passed. Young brother eventually escaped alive. The first thing he did when he came out, he robbed all of his brother's black ant. After he regained his freedom, the number of global bug beasts has skyrocketed. 2 years have passed, and this place has become a world ruled by bug beasts, which now reign supreme over humans. They have become the top of the food chain, while humans have fallen into being their playthings to manipulate as they please. Some humans, in order to become one of them, do not hesitate to capture their own kind and then offer them to those bug beasts. The bald man is such a person. Today, he tied 10 people in front of the bug beast and reached out towards the purple bug beast on the stage. The humans have all been captured. According to the agreement, give me the medicine, black ant. The purple bug beast nodded silently as it counted, stopping in front of the last man. You only have 9.7. The bald man protested. You didn't say I needed a full 10 in the first place. Hurry up and give me the item, he said, as he was about to draw his weapon. However, the bug beast lightly flicked its hand, sending his hand flying out. Purple Bug calmly remarked, It's enough now. The bald man kept cursing. I shouldn't have trusted you little worms in the first place. Assure the bald man not to worry, then take out a small blue crystal. In the middle of the crystal, there seems to be an egg. I am Black Ant. I will keep my promise. With that, he threw the blue crystal next to the bald man. Enjoy the pleasure of gaining power. The bald man immediately revealed a thirsty expression, ignoring the pain of his severed arm. And the other bug beasts stared at the captured individuals. Let's also start enjoying the feast, they said. Just a moment ago, several figures were flying towards this church. Just as the bald man was about to devour the crystal in one bite, the window glass suddenly shattered, and the blue silk tied up the person who had come and then flew into the air together with the bald man. Clara coolly said, I found the blue crystal and 3 bug beasts. Now, the insect extermination operation begins. Those bug beasts don't seem to panic at all. Oh look, isn't that the Reaper from the Pest Extermination Organization? At this moment, another figure bursts in from the window, transforming his hands into guns. Without saying a word, he fired 2 shots, directly blowing up one of the bugs. The newcomers turned out to be Dragonfly Luca, a group of fools. We are the strike team. Purple Bug remained silent, while the bug beast who survived by chance shouted, You traitors! How dare you launch a sneak attack? I will tear you apart. After speaking, it rushed towards Luca. It was suddenly split in half by the appearance of a person. This person is Ladybug Beast, who was recruited into Strike Team. Do we really have to wear this ugly thing? Feels so embarrassing. Clara put the blue crystal into a bottle. If you feel uncomfortable, just take it off. I beg you to take it off quickly. Then the two started their usual quarrel. Luca also joined in the teasing. It seems that being restricted to 20% is not enough for you guys to still have so much energy. Just as they argued, Purple Bug has already rushed up. The 3 of them dodged hastily. Just one stroke left a considerable trench on the wall. Clara accused, We have been cooperating for half a year. Isn't there any tacit understanding? Luca also said, The speed of that attack just now was too fast. At this moment, she also made the discovery. Ladybug Beast has already encountered Purple Bug in battle, and forgot to argue with you. Our target this time is still here, and you dare call yourself Black Ant just based on trash like this. Purple Bug, on the other hand, mocked and said, I heard you were bitten by Black Ant before and cried like a baby. You traitorous waste. With that, he delivered a blow that sent Ladybug Beast flying out for several meters before stopping. He didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. Before he could prepare, the opponent has already taken an attacking stance, and in the next instant, a through strike was launched at Ladybug Beast. Ladybug Beast suddenly cried out incessantly when 2 bullets shot over. Luca kicked apart Purple Bug and Ladybug Beast. Purple Bug just noticed something when he found himself tied up. Not because you pretended to be my friend, but you really don't deserve the name Black Ant. Ladybug Beast suddenly cried out. His face twisted beyond recognition. I can put up with everything else, just can't stand being bitten by ants. During his speech, Purple Bug used the back blade to cut open the silk. He saw the Ladybug Beast attacking him. He also rushed up without hesitation. Suddenly, a Men in Black member knocked their attacks away before Ladybug Beast could ask. He spoke first and announced that the plan had changed. This time, they were going to capture this guy alive. The young boy uses his body to nurture countless ants, thus gaining unparalleled strength that ordinary people cannot match. But now all his ants have been taken by young brother, the Black Ant that used to make Bug Beast tremble with fear. He has become a powerless ordinary person. Fortunately, over these years, under Ant's torment, his physical fitness is not something an ordinary person can compare to. And through 2 years of hard training, he has acquired impressive combat power. During the battle between Ladybug Beast and Purple Bug, he just made a simple move to neutralize both of their attacks, and Purple Bug's pupil shrank when he saw him. Ryan has activated the electrical flow on his sword. He instantly arrived behind Purple Bug, and a gap appeared on Purple Bug's waist. He was also convulsing from being shocked. But he was still murmuring in his mouth that doing so was right. Everything was arranged by the Lord. After saying this, he fell to the ground unconscious. Ryan then explained the situation. It turned out that Dr. M wanted to use him for research, and he had to rush to the next location. Clara was still complaining that it was hard to come out once, only to hear Ladybug Beast gritting his teeth and threatening Ryan not to interfere next time, or he would kill him. Ryan just shrugged it off indifferently. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Clara spoke up, feeling sorry for Ryan. Do you think he was showing off his strength? You should also look at yourself. You almost used more than 20% of your strength just now. If he had arrived a moment later, you would have been knocked out. The words made Ladybug Beast even more angry, causing the controller to crackle for a moment. Ryan pretended not to hear any of it. At this moment, Luca came over and called out to them that there was something strange in that room. Several people who heard the words went into the room to observe, but no one knew what the cocoon-like object on the ground was. Ryan just became alert. The thing just kept shaking non-stop. At first, several people didn't take it seriously. Until Ryan mentioned that this thing is also a bug beast, several people immediately prepared to attack. Ryan added, I always feel that it is different from other bug beasts. I feel somewhat familiar with the aura inside. Just as I finished talking, the cocoon split open. Ladybug Beast shouted, As soon as it jumps out, kill it! However, a dazzling blue light shone from the cocoon, blinding several people so they couldn't open their eyes. The thing inside the cocoon has just peeked out. Ryan rushed forward in panic, while Clara tried to stop him. But she was also shocked by the scene in front of her. At this point, Ryan had already embraced the so-called bug beast. He looked at the person in his arms, speechless. Luca came to Clara and asked what had happened, while Clara looked incredulous. Because the person in Ryan's arms turned out to be their classmate Nami. She opened her eyes and called out Ryan's name when she saw him. Ryan was about to say something when suddenly Nami bit him on the neck. It was not long before their helicopter arrived, and Ryan was helped up to the rooftop while Nami was securely bound. Clara's face was full of worries. Do you really not need to receive treatment first? Ryan said he's fine. The most important thing now is to confirm Nami's condition first. A voice came from ahead, saying, It's been a long time since we last met. The person who came is Eric, who used to be the branch leader, and now serves as the leader of the pest extermination organization. Ryan took 2 steps forward to Eric. Just as Eric was about to exchange some cold words, Ryan unexpectedly punched him in the face. This action caught everyone by surprise. Ryan was seen grabbing Eric and angrily shouting, You promised me! You said you would help me find Granny and protect Nami, but you haven't done anything. Didn't wait for Eric to speak. The guards who followed aimed their guns at Ryan Bald Man and shouted, Back off! At this time, a sharp blade was placed in front of him. Put away the garbage in your hands before I act. Luca also aimed at another guard, until Eric spoke. They only lowered their guns then. In the end, Eric could only say a single apology. Ryan then ignored him, and a moment later, Eric nonchalantly got up. Several people returned to the base, and immediately went to Dr. M's laboratory. After analyzing it, Dr. M. He speculated that Nami must have encountered some problems during the hatching process, leading to her current amnesia. A woman who is 1.5 meters tall can eat a whole pig by herself. After eating, she falls asleep and does not gain weight. She just murmurs the name Ryan. However, she goes crazy whenever she wakes up. Dr. M speculated that she has amnesia now, and he doesn't need to ask Ryan. They already know that Nami was found inside a cocoon. According to him, it's like an insect undergoing metamorphosis. Humans are being packed into cocoons and then slowly mutating. In the end, she becomes a member of Bug Beast and may retain some memories. This is also the first time Dr. M has encountered this situation, so there is currently no solution. Although Clara has worked in the bug beast department, she has never heard of it either. And at this moment, Nami went crazy again, shouting Ryan's name loudly. Dr. M said meaningfully, "Your name has become its cry. Clearly calling your name, yet unable to recognize you. This is truly ironic." Ryan felt upset after hearing that. He returned to his residence shortly thereafter. Seeing Granny's photo made him even more sorrowful. At this moment, Clara burst in. "What do you think this is? You probably haven't eaten much these days. Although you don't need to consume a lot of food like before to feed the ants in your body, you still need to eat." Ryan also agrees with her. "Why did you take so much food? Is someone else coming over?" Clara immediately protected the 4 bowls of instant noodles. "These are all mine," said Clara. Ryan didn't say much. Shortly after the meal, Ryan's mood became much lower. It has been half a year since Nami lost her younger brother and parents, applied to join the pest extermination organization, mysteriously disappeared, and now turned out like this. "It's all my fault. I couldn't protect her," Clara retorted immediately. "How could this be your fault? You have tried your best. There will be a solution." Upon hearing this, Ryan's eyes became sharp. "We must find Luis. As long as we find the guy, we can definitely solve all the problems," Clara comforted. "We will definitely find him. That's why we formed this team, right? Then I'll leave first." "See you tomorrow," Clara said goodbye, and did not leave immediately. She knew Ryan was feeling bad at the moment, so she came to check on him. And at this time, in the laboratory, Dr. M is showing a strange smile. "Don't be so angry, it's just a genetic check. You are currently in a state of incomplete awakening, so you cannot determine what species it is. I'm really looking forward to what kind of results there will be." Dr. M stared at the screen in astonishment shortly after. "This is really beyond my expectations." At the same time, in a certain forest, an ordinary reaper is desperately fleeing. And behind him, closely following, are 2 spider beasts, but the 2-legged one cannot outrun the 8-legged ones. Seeing no way to escape, the reaper fights back with his gun. He had not expected the 2 spider beasts to be so vulnerable. Seeing this, he could no longer contain his excitement. "Look! You little worms! You are nothing!" Suddenly something appeared behind him, and he immediately reacted only to find that it was his companion. Now they were all wrapped up like zonzi and hung up one by one. He was scared stiff on the ground, only to realize that another spider beast had come up behind him too. As he looked up, the spider beast's fist came crashing down. He tightly closed his eyes, and only after a long time did he realize that the attack had missed him and hit the ground instead. But both the spider beast and his squadmate were nowhere to be seen. He pounded the ground with regret, questioning why he hadn't intervened to save them. Suddenly, a sharp horn emerged from the ground, followed by a giant monster wielding pincers breaking through the soil. The only fate awaiting this reaper was a dead end. The next morning, Ryan once again entered the interrogation room. Dr. M told him that the purple bug refused to say anything, but it mentioned that it would only speak to you. Upon hearing this, Ryan directly asked the purple bug, "I heard you have something to tell me. You don't need to speak, just nod or shake your head in response." "So where is Luis? And how is your blue pill made, purple bug?" The purple bug let out a mocking laugh. "Have you received the gift from that girl?" Ryan broke the glass with a punch. The killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. "What did you do to her in the end?" Purple bug said calmly, "I was just conveying that person's message. Without the ability of Ant, you are nothing. He told you not to struggle in vain. There are no more heroes now." Shortly after, the alarm bell rang and Clara rushed into Ryan's room. "Ryan had a mission squad ping Mountain lost contact, and now only we can depart." Ryan was ready to go when Dr. M asked him to wait a bit longer. Several minutes later, they flew to the sky above Ping Mountain, and Luca flew ahead to scout the path. Then he saw that the mountain was covered with spiderweb-like substances. This is a powerful and extremely cunning scorpion beast. It clearly possesses an indestructible body. Not even a laser cannon can harm it in the slightest. But it always likes to bury itself in the ground. It will seize the opportunity to emerge from the ground and take lives. Just a few minutes ago, Ryan and others arrived in the sky above Ping Mountain. They saw that the place was covered with spider webs. Luca took the first shot. He fired a few shots, creating a passage, but in less than 2 seconds, the spider web restored itself. He also wants to use more intense attacks. He was suddenly entangled by spider silk on his feet and mechanical hands. He found the spider beast appeared below him at some point, pulling him down so Luca couldn't move. The ladybug beast sneered. "How embarrassing to be caught by a few bugs!" With that, he dropped directly from the helicopter. In an instant, he shredded the spider web and those spider beasts. He also glanced back playfully at Luca and said, "Seeing you like this, how would you survive without me?" Seeing this, a few people landed on the ground. Luca did not pay attention. Ryan had just wanted to suggest splitting up to search for the missing people. Ladybug Beast intervened, saying it was unnecessary because those people should all be hanging here. Since that's the case, let's rescue them. Luca, you are in charge of keeping watch. At this moment, a not yet dead spider beast was desperately pounding on the ground, confusing Ladybug Beast. Ryan was the first to become alert, sensing that something was approaching. "Quick, hide!" he warned. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant beast burst out of the ground, and everyone quickly drew their weapons. The insects also pushed their abilities to the maximum limit of 20%. Clara took the first shot. She restricted the movements of the scorpion beast. The ladybug beast quickly followed up and struck with 100 cuts. After finishing, he called out to Dragonfly, "It's your turn now!" Luca was also well prepared. A high-energy cannon was already fully charged and hit the scorpion beast squarely. Ladybug Beast smiled triumphantly. Just then, a giant tail swept towards them, and Luca shouted. A large pincer appeared in front of him. But now, he was already too late to flap his wings. Fortunately, Ryan timely knocked the huge pincer away from the Ladybug Beast and Clara without any injuries. They were just shocked with confusion on their faces. What on earth is this thing? Our attacks are completely ineffective. Scorpion Beast also taunted, saying that your attacks are like tickles to a shrimp-like little worm, completely ineffective. With that, it struck a bodybuilding pose, boasting, "I am hailed as the death giant of the Skyworm organization. My perfect body was personally crafted by that great person." Luca, who has never seen the world, has no idea about such a thing. You can't even tell that it's human-shaped at all. Ladybug beasts express that they mostly maintain the appearance of insects. Ryan also said that he had encountered a few guys like this before. It's possible that Luis has someone more powerful in his hands than this guy. Nonsense. In this world, I am the strongest. Ladybug Beast leaped into the air and said, "Only fools who rely on brute force. Speed is our strong suit." As soon as he spoke, Scorpion Beast's tail swept towards them. Both of them were hit. They fell helplessly towards the ground. Scorpion Beast taunted, "What did you just say?" Ladybug Beast was very dissatisfied. "If I could fully awaken, I wouldn't have to be so stifled." Suddenly, he spurted a mouthful of blood. The Scorpion Beast emitted a strange laugh. "I forgot to tell you that even if you are just scratched, you will be poisoned." It was about to launch an attack when a sound of impact came from its back. Luca's attacks are completely ineffective. But he still managed to attract the attention of the Scorpion Beast. At this time, Clara and Ladybug Beast grabbed it again. Ladybug Beast shouted, "It's now!" A flash of lightning can be seen. Ryan has arrived in front of the Scorpion Beast, as the green electrical flow pulses. But his Chinkang sword unexpectedly shattered. In a moment of crisis, Luca stood in front of Ryan. The two rolled out more than 10 meters before stopping. When Ryan looked up, Luca was already lying still. Clara and Ladybug Beast were also in a terrible condition. Ryan cursed silently in his heart, thinking, "Am I really nothing without Aunt?" At this time, he saw a backpack not far away. And Scorpion Beast had already walked up to Clara and the two of them. "What foolish traitors you are! Once I capture you, I will be able to ascend to the throne of 6 feet." Just as the situation was on the brink of disaster, Ryan's figure flashed by, only to see purple sword lights rising from huge pincer. In the next moment, that huge pincer became fragmented. Scorpion Beast was shocked and angry. "What have you done to me, you bastard?" I saw Ryan land slowly. He was holding 2 blood-red broken blades that I had never seen before. "I will tear you apart." He no longer has Aunt, but he still has a strong physique. Dr. M made a pair of short blades for him. This is made from the sharp blade of a bug beast, which can cut through iron like mud. This is also Ryan's only major reliance to deal with enemies. He had just taken out one claw of the weapon Scorpion Beast when it was cut into pieces. Ryan is a simple one-cut again. The other pincer of Scorpion Beast has been cut off. It can only attack Ryan with its tail now. But the seemingly indestructible tail was instantly cut into 18 segments by Ryan. Ryan then pressed the Scorpion Beast to the ground. He first used a short blade to give it 2 strikes. Then he stabbed one of them into its chest. Listen carefully, no matter how powerful you become, we will definitely win. So you better tell me quickly, where is Luis? The Scorpion Beast let out a sarcastic laugh. Even if you know where he is, what can you do? Anyway, you can't even get close to him. Don't think you're so great. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, revealing a big mouth. Ryan's face was full of horror, but he couldn't do anything now. At the critical moment, Luca's figure flashed by and saved Ryan from the monster's mouth. The others were also just transferred to a safe place by him. Ryan felt a sense of powerlessness again. The deep pit in front of him was something that human strength simply couldn't accomplish. In the evening, the insect trio gathered together. They began discussing the battle in the afternoon. Ladybug Beast said that Ryan's delay in taking out the weapon clearly showed that he was holding back something from them. Clara did her best to defend Ryan. If it weren't for him, we would all be dead by now. The Ladybug Beast grumpily tugged at the restraining collar around its neck. If it weren't for this thing, I could have taken down that big guy on my own. I never thought that we would be fighting for them, only to end up being controlled. Luca also said that this is because we are in danger. Ladybug Beast immediately turned back in dissatisfaction. Dragonfly, do you also feel that it is only natural for us to be controlled? No, just because you've worked with humans for a few days, don't think you can become human again. Don't forget why you were sent here in the first place. I heard that what you did was much worse than what I did. Not only did you capture a van full of students, but you also slaughtered an entire camp. When Luca heard these words, he felt really bad, and Clara angrily called out to Ladybug Beast, but Ladybug Beast remained indifferent. Am I not right? Maybe we are being controlled because of him. At this moment, the voices outside the door interrupted them. It seems that the bugs are all very active. They truly live up to being bugs, recovering so quickly. The new person is the former branch leader, Dark Cloud, who is now serving as the strike team's chief captain and also a carrier of insect genes. Ladybug Beast immediately expressed dissatisfaction, saying, "Look at this guy, wandering around who knows where every day, and now he's back pretending to be the chief captain here, Dark Cloud." Ladybug Beast showed fierce eyes and said, "What an arrogant little guy. Haven't seen the captain for so long and dared to be so rude. Today, I will teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he was already halfway through beautification. However, Clara and the others had very nonchalant expressions. "Stop pretending and showing off," they said. Dark Cloud didn't get upset even after being exposed. "Children, do you know what I just did? I also feel that it's not right for them to limit your abilities. So I propose to lift the restrictions. Isn't that great? But the outcome is still uncertain. All the small captains and above-level personnel must attend the meeting. So where did your small captain go? And at this moment, after Ryan returned, he squatted outside Nami's detention room. Nami had already eaten and fallen asleep, but she kept muttering Ryan's name, which made Ryan feel uneasy. Dr. M also walked over. So amazing, right? Such a little kid actually ate a whole pig's head. Ryan ignored his ambiguous remarks, and also saw the Blood Reaper blades on the ground. So, are you here to return the weapon to me? Ryan held the short blade tightly in his hand. No, I want to find that guy. I need more power. Meanwhile, in a certain secret room, Luis is experiencing unparalleled power surging through his body. He has now merged with multiple insects, and outside the secret room is the meeting place of the highest cadre of the Skyworm organization 6 feet. A yellow and gray little worm is approaching with small steps. A figure appeared on one of the 6 stone pillars. Seeing this, the little yellow worm opened its mouth and shouted loudly. 6 feet cadre assembled. A cold light flashed by. Its voice suddenly stopped. The man with black hair on one of the stone pillars spoke first. What I clearly heard was the 6 feet formation, but why is there something that doesn't belong in it? She was originally a girl with no background at all. But she unexpectedly gained 3 extra eyes. Now she has become a fierce member of the Skyworm organization through a single leap. This is all thanks to her classmate boy with glasses. When he was attacked by Bug Beast at the school's trash dump, he actually used her as a shield. This resulted in her occiput being injured. But there is no way that heaven will not leave a path for you. Anna from the Skyworm organization found her at a low point. They fed her a worm. From then on, she embarked on an irreversible path. She not only sought revenge on the boy with glasses, she made him become an ugly giant reptile. She has gained a lot of merit in several battles. Her status is now even higher than the original Anna, becoming the 6th foot of Skyworm. However, the 4th foot is very dissatisfied with her, and threatened that 6 feet is not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry can sit on firmly. She just glanced at him. At this moment, a blood-red fist shadow struck towards Jonas and easily sent him flying. He glared at his assailant Otis, full of anger. "You're looking for trouble, Otis." To which Otis responded with anger. "It's his choice. You should not meddle." And with that, the two engaged in a heated exchange. At this moment, a weak voice sounded. "This place is truly dreadful, so dreadful that it completely lacks the sweetness the brain can sense." The person speaking while drinking was the 3rd foot, Drac Light. "By the way, who's the winner?" Suddenly, a light ball flew past him. It directly took away his hands. On the second try, Mark looked at him with a mocking expression. "If you have nothing better to do, let's have a round then." Drac Light was a little annoyed. "Are you looking to die?" Even if Bubble, that guy's opponent, suddenly had some flesh stripped away by a spike. He fell silent. On the contrary, Mark was aggressive. "Say it again. What happened to that guy's opponent?" He leaped onto the stone pillar where Drac Light was speaking in a much weaker tone. "That ladybug who killed Bubble is not very strong," he said. 3 years ago, I saw him fight at Club 6. I never expected Bubble to lose to such a waste. If it were me, I would definitely win against him." Mark then delivered a knee kick to his abdomen. "How many times do I have to tell you? Do you think everyone in the 6 feet cadre is as useless as you? Listen up. 6 feet is the strongest among the generals. Anyone who dares to provoke 6 feet, I will personally kill that guy with my own hands." After saying that, Mark walked back to his own pillar. At this moment, the battle between Jonas and Otis has not ended, but there is an old man crying at the scene. Just as the two of them were about to fight again, the old man suddenly opened his mouth wide. An invisible sound wave attacked the two of them. They immediately dodged and disappeared on the spot. Everyone present covered their ears tightly. Mark shouted loudly, "Old man, don't speak casually. Upon hearing this, Old Man immediately covered his mouth. He weakly apologized, and it turns out he is the first foot of 6 feet old Ma, so everyone should stop fighting, including you. Mark feels the situation is very bad. He turned back and said, "You come and clean up the battlefield." But suddenly, he widened his eyes. Even Drac Light himself looked puzzled. When did half of my face and arm recover? Otis and Jonas' injuries are also amazingly healed. At this time, the little yellow worm shouted like nothing had happened. 6 feet cadre, assemble. The dark figure next to Jonas finally spoke up. You really were careless. You fell under my hypnosis so easily. Jonas also looked surprised. When did it start? Mark laughed heartily. It's really embarrassing that we were completely defeated by a junior. Only Old Ma remained calm and composed. At this time, all 6 people trembled at the sudden appearance of a powerful and terrifying pressure on the scene. A voice came closer and closer saying, I am very disappointed in your performance. I am beginning to doubt your abilities. As the voice spoke, Luis approached on horseback step by step, saying, Regardless, the war has already begun. Calling it a war seemed a bit far-fetched. After all, they were just food. Always remember, we are the hunters now. The moment of hunting has begun. It's really hard for monsters to try to be good, although they have done some outrageous things. But they have now turned over a new leaf. But the Clara trio helped to organize and fight against monsters. Instead, they were shackled with restrictions on their abilities. That shackle limits their abilities to 20%. This not only reduces their work efficiency, this also exposes them to danger. Last time they faced the scorpion beast, they almost suffered a total defeat. So the strike team captain applied to lift the restrictions or increase the limit. All members above the rank of little captain must attend the discussion meeting. This meeting will be chaired by the short-haired man. According to him, the restraining collar is specifically developed for the bug beast. And the 3 members of the squad are all bug beasts. Now Dark Cloud acts as the team leader. Ryan serves as the junior captain. Short-haired man emphasized that these 3 individuals have all caused varying degrees of harm to humanity. First up is Clara. She teamed up with Ryan in the last major battle against the enemy, and her actions were recognized by the organization, which is why she joined the Pest Extermination Organization. But she also admitted with her own mouth that she had been involved in a previous incident of kidnapping humans. So the organization gave her the restraining collar to wear for a period of time after observing her. She has stronger social skills than little Captain Ryan. She is also the only strike team member who is perceived positively by the organization. The problem lies ahead. Member, Ladybug Beast. This person needs no explanation. He is undeniably evil. He used to run Club 6. He was also involved in the production and sale of the yellow insect pills, which harmed countless people. So he has also had many battles with Reaper. The main reason he joined the Pest Extermination Organization was simply to seek revenge on the Skyworm Organization. No one can say for sure whether he will turn his gun against humans in the future. Dark Cloud's somewhat guilty explanation, but he hasn't caused any trouble since he came in. At least his restrictions can be increased a bit. This shows that Ladybug Beast is such a person. Ryan, why did you let him into the team in the first place? Ryan just said it was because we were short of people. Dark Cloud is a bit confused. Wasn't there another ladybug monster with you guys before? Ryan did not answer this question. In fact, he did invite Ladybug to join the group at that time. He also needed the help of Ladybug very much, but was decisively rejected by Ladybug. As you know, I am a fighter. And my fist is not a heavy fist that bears the fate of others. It is born to defeat powerful opponents. So I will only enjoy my own battles. I will keep winning, and sooner or later we will meet again. When that happens, you must call me Big Brother during the distraction of Ryan. The short-haired man has already talked about Luca. Dragonfly caused hundreds of deaths in just 2 days. He was severely injured by the Purple Hair branch director at the time, taken for treatment, and then locked up in a prison cell. However, he was immediately attacked by the Skyworm upon entering, and it took the opportunity to destroy the cell and escape. At that time, people were being evacuated from the area. When the flying insects attacked the building, it actually took out those insects and protected the humans. After that, it was taken into custody by Ryan, who was supervising him. Now he lives in the city with his parents. Their situation has been discussed. The question is whether to raise their limits. Please give your opinions. A yellow-haired man directly expressed opposition. He is the team leader of the science division. Drake, even with the restraining collar on, I feel they are already strong enough. It's just right now. We can't let a rabid dog that bites people anytime go out without a muzzle, right? Ryan got a little angry when he heard that. Team leader Nora yawned heavily. I think the metaphor is incorrect. Dogs at least obey, but they are insects. Dark Cloud also did not expect Nora's attitude to be like this. He raised concerns about the last battle, saying that the children had already performed to the best of their abilities, but still couldn't defeat the enemy's bug beast. The person on the other side spoke up, saying that they indeed needed power, but the target was not the 3 members of the strike team. This person is Emmett, the leader of the tactical team. He lost 2 branch leaders in the war 2 years ago and barely survived. I feel that their brutal power still cannot be trusted. Dark Cloud is simply speechless. At this moment, Ryan spoke up. So are you scared? Are you afraid of being betrayed by the strike team bug beast? But that is at least after the destruction of the Skyworm organization. The whole scene fell silent. Eric only spoke after a moment, breaking the silence. That's it for today. We were just discussing. Everyone can go back and consider the direction for improvement first. At this time, Luca had already said goodbye to his parents and left. Although his parents tried their best to keep him. But Luca didn't know when he would be sent on a mission. But he had just flown out not long ago when he realized he had forgotten his hat. So he turned back, only to see his parents walking towards the city wall with their bags on their backs. Then they moved the grass pile to reveal the hidden entrance inside. Luca was very puzzled but just watched them climb out from the hole. It is well known that Clara always likes to stick around Ryan. Ryan, unfortunately, treats her as a brother. Ryan had just returned to the room when he heard voices in front of him saying, "The way you look, the outcome of the meeting might not be good, right? Anyway, thank you for your hard work." Ryan asked her why she always showers in his room, but Clara shrugged it off, saying, "Because the water pressure in my room is very low." By the way, are those cadres very annoying to us? Ryan is also a bit down. Everyone is too stubborn. I even argue with him a bit. I don't know if it will make the situation worse. Suddenly, his cheeks were pinched. Don't take it to heart. Even though the result is not satisfactory, you tried your best, didn't you? And now we are 20% stronger than all of our previous efforts combined, so do not worry too much. After saying that, she flashed a smile at Ryan. But where did the other people go? Ladybug Beast should be sleeping. As for Luca, he hasn't come back home yet. They don't know that Luca is crawling in the pit now. He doesn't even know there is a hole under the city wall that leads outside. He should have stopped them loudly just now, because his mind was too confused and he missed Luca. He had to quickly catch up with his parents and figure out why they left. Suddenly, he wondered if it was because of himself. After all, Luca's parents are both excellent doctors. They didn't expect that their child turned out to be a murderer. But at that time, they thought they were also victims, so they accepted Luca without hesitation. They probably know the truth now, and might want to leave. Regardless, we need to find them first. However, their whereabouts have disappeared, luckily leaving footprints on the ground that extend all the way to the woods. Luca immediately hurried there. Soon after, they saw the parents' figures, and in front of them sat a red-haired woman who seemed to have noticed something. Feeling frightened, Luca quickly hid behind a tree, watching nervously for what would happen next. only to see the woman's expression look extremely pained. Luca focused and noticed that the wound on her leg had become inflamed. Fortunately, both parents were doctors, and they quickly treated the wound. Seeing this, Luca breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out they had come out to help the civilians outside, and I had actually doubted them. Luca felt ashamed and burst into tears. Suddenly, he felt a shock of realization. A bug beast is approaching. I didn't expect there were humans in this place. Now I can feast well. The father stood in front of the two women. Just as the horned beast was about to strike, Luca kicked it away. The red-haired woman was also a little surprised. She saw the logo on Luca's clothes. The horned beast is extremely angry. You, this annoying dragonfly, buzzing around, are really annoying. As it speaks, it is about to throw a punch. But it was immediately knocked down by Luca. Luca stepped on it, making it unable to move. And the parents finally saw the figure of their own child. At this point, a gun barrel has already reached the mouth of the horned beast. Luca's face was grim, and the restraining collar on his neck kept emitting warnings. Damn guy! How dare he touch my family? With that, he fired a shot. The horned beast was shot through, and lay motionless on the ground. Luca just turned around. But he saw another horned beast grabbing his father. Luca was very angry but didn't dare to approach easily. The horned beast made a strange laughter. If you have the courage, shoot. However, the father keeps urging everyone to run away. But none of the three took a step, while the red-haired woman observed Luca. Seeing that the horned beast had already brought his father to its mouth, the father quickly called for everyone to close their eyes. The mother couldn't bear to watch and could only cry out in sorrow. Suddenly, more than 10 spikes struck towards the father and the horned beast. The horned beast, unable to take any further action, was pierced through by the spikes. The spikes were pulled out, and both the father and the horned beast fell to the ground. The mother hurried forward. Luckily, the spikes all missed the father, while Luca looked shocked at the figure releasing the spikes beside her. "You're also a bug beast," she said, but the person remained silent, looking at Luca with strange eyes. Although she was a powerful bug beast, she chose to stand on the side of humans. Unaware, Luca aimed her gun at her directly. The pink enchantress, undisturbed, while the father shielded her. "This child is not a villain. She's a good child just like you." Seeing this, Julia canceled the bug beast transformation. Luca remained cautious. "Dad, did you know her identity all along?" Earlier, the parents were still wandering outside. They encountered the injured Julia along the way. At that moment, a bug beast suddenly appeared, and it was Julia who handled it. Since then, Julia has been traveling with them, and it was thanks to Julia's parents that they could safely arrive at shelter. She had to stay outside because of her identity. So rest assured, she does not have any ill intentions toward us," Luca shouted loudly. "Even so, you cannot come out." Suddenly, he realized that he was losing control of his emotions, and both of them looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, it seems we have caused trouble. Does that mean you also drilled through the wall?" The two were shocked. "How is that possible? That wall is 5 meters thick. We just happened to discover this hole, and we're worried about Julia, so we didn't report it," said Luca with an even uglier expression. "If it wasn't them, then it means the security system may have been tampered with. So how did you keep in touch with Julia?" Hearing this, the father nervously took out a small device that he and his mother used to communicate with, which they had given to Julia before parting ways. Luca snatched the device. "Let's go, it's time to go back." They unpacked their bags and took out various items for Julia before their farewell. Julia also bowed to them as they parted, showing some reluctance. The next day, Luca returned to the base and started sparring with Clara. But after a few moves, he was knocked down by Clara. Clara jokingly said, "You look very tired, Luca." Luca replied sheepishly, "It's because you've been training too hard recently. I really can't beat you." Upon hearing this, Clara felt somewhat delighted. Indeed, Exercising can enhance our strength. After receiving Luca's approval, she was overjoyed. On the other side, Ryan is also sparring with Ladybug Beast. Unlike the relaxed style with Ladybug Beast, Ryan is very serious. But as soon as Ryan dodged a sweep, he was immediately subdued. Ladybug Beast even taunted. "Your skills are really lousy. Try harder. You are no longer the black ant who could win by strength alone." After Ryan's strike, the spike made him repel Ladybug Beast, and he no longer attacked. Instead, he withdrew the knife back onto himself. "Let's call it quits here. I'm afraid that if we continue, I might kill you." Ryan, on the other hand, assumed an attacking posture. "Shut up and keep going." At this moment, a hint of black aura emanated from the broken blade in his hand. The black aura unexpectedly penetrated Ryan's body. Ryan hurriedly released the dual blade. The black aura on the knife gradually dissipated. Ladybug Beast launched a merciless ridicule. "What are you doing? Don't tell me you can't even muster the strength to hold a knife anymore." Ryan ignored him. He didn't know what kind of feeling it was now. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Everyone didn't know where it was coming from. Soon, Ryan sensed something. He immediately picked up the pair of knives. This feeling is a bug beast. But how is that even possible in this kind of place? Outside the base at the same time, 3 large birds are flying nearby, each carrying a person on its back and holding a jar in its claws. Ryan's feeling is becoming clearer and clearer. He runs and reminds to get ready for battle quickly. The enemy is approaching. And at this moment, the leader, Draclight, took a big sip from a canister of liquid and then sprayed the liquid toward Shelter's defensive net in one breath. Instantly, sparking electricity surged and a large dent was smashed into the city wall. Draclight, with great interest, looked at his masterpiece. It was indeed a well-aimed shot. Here comes the Skyworm organization finally attacking Shelter. 3 members of the Skyworm arrived on flying birds in a grand manner. They are all trusted aides of the 6 Feet cadre. Standing at the front is the previously beaten-up Draclight, who is the 3rd-in-command underling. Next is Maya, who looks like a beautiful warrior. She is a member under the 6th-in-command. There is also the solemn 2nd-in-command underling Arturo. The pest extermination organization quickly located their whereabouts. Security team leader Nora ordered underling to zoom in on the image, only to see those few people approaching aggressively. She immediately ordered to intercept with a laser cannon. They saw the black figure on the opposite side suddenly inhale a liquid even before the laser cannon could fire. He sprayed towards the Shelter from a distance. The city wall of Shelter was directly hit, and a gap was created. Nora's expression became extremely serious, immediately sounding a level 1 alarm. "Take them down immediately. We must not let them break into the Shelter. Aim the laser cannon directly at the incoming enemies. Fire 2 rounds without hesitation." Draclight and Maya, however, remain unfazed, while only Arturo transforms into Armor Arm. Never let them break into the Shelter. Laser cannon aims at the incoming enemy without hesitation and fires 2 shots. Darklight and Maya remain unmoved, only Arturo transforms into Armor Arm and actively confronts the incoming laser. The laser disintegrates upon contact with its Armor Arm. More laser cannons are fired, yet Arturo can easily neutralize them all. The laser cannons in his path are destroyed directly as he moves forward. Darklight had anticipated this early on. It seems that this time, the credit will be taken by Arturo. He is truly a man appreciated by Mr. Jet. Maya is very unwilling to accept it. What a joke. The biggest contributor to capturing Shelter this time can only be me. I'm sorry to bother you with this. Darklight felt a bit guilty after just now. He lost the straw to Maya and wanted him to pick it up. But Arturo's displeased voice came over. "Don't be so stubborn, just go straight in. I can easily block this level of defense." Maya did not continue to argue. Upon seeing the situation, Arturo finally said to move forward. But suddenly, his head went black. a big foot fell on him from above. It was a mecha Maya that looked like a Transformers, and Dark Light also saw this kind of thing for the first time. And the head of the technology team, Dakota, was sitting at the control console. This machine was developed to eliminate the bug beast, known as the Exterminator. Dark Light also remembers Jed mentioning that he had seen a similar mecha during a big battle 2 years ago. Maya beside is already trembling all over. She immediately jumped down from the air. "I'll kill it in the name of love." Just as the words fell, they hadn't hit the ground yet. A sand pot smashed right into her face. This is the leader of the tactical team, Emmett, launching a surprise attack on Maya, causing her face to be scratched on the ground for a long distance. Emmett is also indignant and says, "You vile creatures causing trouble in the world, what right do you have to talk about love?" On the other side, the Exterminator's foot slowly rises. "How dare this mere scrap of metal and copper place its foot on me?" He then punched the Exterminator, causing it to stagger. At this moment, he appeared shiny and his shell looked indestructible. It even earned itself a title, the Dark Destroyer. With all systems activated, not only did he have astonishing defense, but his attack power was also unmatched. On the battlefield not far away, wisps of smoke rose unexpectedly. Emmett knew the enemy would not be easily dealt with. But a sudden feeling of nausea came over him. He quickly covered his nose. Where did this strong, pungent smell come from? Maya across from him has already transformed into a lady. How could a lady have a bad smell? You can't even distinguish between fragrances and bad smells. I will never forgive you. Dark Light is leisurely drinking juice on a flying bird. Although he feels safe, he always feels ignored by people. "I always feel empty deep down if I just pass through like this, so my enemy, please show up quickly." After speaking, someone greeted him from behind. "I'm here," Dark Light said, turning around in surprise. Dark Cloud introduced himself with a smile. "Your opponent is me." As he spoke, he transformed his hand into a claw and swiftly patted Dark Light on the back of his neck with a swipe. Dark Light fell heavily. And Dark Cloud has already transformed. Now let's start warming up. He's a man, but he's injecting insect genes into his body with all his might. Now he has the abilities of 4 insects, which also make him neither fully human nor ghost. And the reason he did this was all to protect humanity. That's why he is able to hold the position of strike team leader at the Pest Extermination Organization. Skyworm 6 Feet's underling was knocked to the ground by him with one strike. Dark Light taunted, "In my view, you look more like a monster than us." Dark Cloud told him to stop talking nonsense if he didn't want to be cut into pieces. Dark Light, however, disregarded it and confidently put on his diving mask, saying, "Let me show you my strong body." He had just laughed when a voice came from behind him, saying, "I can't wait." Dark Light was suddenly startled, exclaiming, "So fast! When did you?" The next moment, a big foot kicked him in the face. Dark Light, who maintained his composure, continued to mock. Hey, this is not fair. I'm not ready yet." However, Dark Cloud swiftly appeared in front of him, saying, "Did you think I would give you time to transform?" After saying that, he swung his arm, only to see a light blade directly slashing towards Dark Light. It took away a piece of his flesh and blood without giving him a chance to react. Dark Cloud has already pierced his body. Dark Light was completely defenseless, without even the time to transform. He could only call for hummingbird support. The hummingbird in the air shot several poison darts. Seeing this, Dark Light smiled mysteriously. Dark Cloud dodged in a flash. After the smoke cleared, Dark Light's figure had disappeared. Dark Cloud then turned to attack the hummingbird. The two small creatures were no match for him at all. The water tank they grabbed fell to the ground, filling the hole that had just been punched out. Dark Cloud still couldn't find any trace of Dark Light now. He just watched the bubbles coming out of the water pool, and guessed that Dark Light was hiding in the water. Dark Cloud stood by the water's edge and taunted, "Is this how you talk tough? Hide in the water when you can't win. After speaking, he drew out light blades one after another, slashing towards the water pool. After a fierce attack, the water pool returned to calmness. Dark Cloud looked proudly at his sharp claws, realizing that hiding in the water was still a dead end. A sudden foul smell wafted over. He cursed loudly in the direction of the odor. Who was hit so hard during the fight that they pooped themselves? What an uncivilized person! Just as he finished speaking, a pair of pliers grabbed in front of him. Dark Cloud was suddenly dragged into the water without any warning. And the person in the water had obviously been waiting for a long time. On the other side of the battlefield, Emmett was squatting on the ground and constantly retching. The stench actually made him vomit blood. Maya proudly said, "How about it? Is my fragrance deadly enough?" Emmett suddenly launched a fierce attack. "You are a true stinky woman." Maya couldn't believe he still had so much energy after smelling that odor. She was caught off guard and was struck with a punch on the chin. Emmett roared, "Do you know how I've lived these past 2 years? Relying on my trachea, I barely survive. I am lonely and desolate, and the sorrow of losing comrades." In the midst of speaking, his fist smashed into Maya's abdomen. Maya flew out like a float on water, just as Emmett was about to strike a fatal blow. The weapon in Maya's hand emitted a red light. The weapon only lightly touched Emmett's fist. She set Emmett's whole body on fire. Emmett was extremely shocked in the flames. Maya said she also didn't know why people inhaling her poison would catch fire when they touched this glowing weapon. Anyway, just treat it as magic. On the other side of the battlefield, the exterminator mecha slammed violently onto the ground, and Arturo was carrying one of its arms as he approached quickly. In the control room, Dakota looked dejected as the alarm kept blaring. He gazed at the smashed lollipop, lost in thought. And Arturo has already walked up to him. He revealed his claws that could tear everything apart. Then he leaped onto the exterminator in just a few breaths. He dismantled the exterminator mecha into pieces. He injected insect genes into his own body. Although he possessed the abilities of 4 types of insects, he had never injected genes from aquatic insects. So he was helpless when dragged into the water by dark light. He also saw the form dark light transformed into. Giant water bug is in its element in the water. Next, a long needle pierced Dark Cloud's chest. Not only did he feel a piercing pain, but also his strength was quickly fading. However, Water Bug Beast was suddenly startled. He instantly punched Dark Cloud away and muttered, "Tastes terrible." Dark Cloud was smashed to the bottom of the lake. But he still grinned smugly. How does it feel to taste trash food? Suddenly, he was hit in the face again. More attacks followed in quick succession, as Dark Cloud raised his arm and tried his best to defend. He not only had to fend off the attacks, but now he also had to hold his breath, so his situation is very dangerous now. On the other hand, the opponent was getting more spirited with each attack. Suddenly, a sharp spike came toward his head. Dark Cloud knew very well that if he got pierced, he would surely die. He slipped to the side, also realizing that fighting this guy in the water would be suicide. His lungs were running out of oxygen. Now he regretted it a bit. If he had known earlier, he would have injected the gene of an aquatic insect. He also rejected the doctor's advice at that time. His only way now is to escape from the ground quickly. At this time, 2 spikes lay across his path. Water Bug Beast sneered, "Where are you going? Didn't you say you're responsible for me? Although your taste is refreshing, it feels a bit addictive. I have to try again," he said, and then he darted towards Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud could only angrily curse him as a big pervert. And the needle of the Water Bug Beast stopped in front of Dark Cloud's neck. The Water Bug Beast only felt itchy all over. Soon, strange things grew on its head, resembling the various parts of Dark Cloud after transformation. Dark Cloud knew it was its special blood that was causing this. Now was the best opportunity to go ashore. Thinking about it, he kicked towards the Water Bug Beast's belly. He himself shot out like a cannonball. He successfully broke through the water surface and took in big gulps of fresh air. At the same time, he wondered if that pervert would just drop dead. At this time, the water bug beast also burst out of the water. His face still looked strange. "Where do you want to go?" And Dark Cloud has deactivated the enhancements on various parts of his body. Then he transformed into a giant sword. He flashed to the side of the water bug beast, and the water bug beast was cut into 8 pieces. Listening to the sound of the falling water behind him, Dark Cloud muttered in his mouth, "You must remember that eating junk food will make you sick." At this moment, Emmett has already been burning for 2 minutes, and the smelly little girl warrior is getting closer step by step. "Don't worry, I will let you go without any pain." However, Emmett began to mutter, "Do you know how painful it was back then? These flames burning me now pale in comparison to what happened then." He suddenly turned around. He startled Maya. She immediately struck Emmett on the head, but Emmett remained unmoved. Just as she was surprised, Emmett had already swung his fist as big as a sandbag. The next moment, the weapon fell to the ground. And Emmett's consciousness also completely dissipated, ultimately meeting their demise alongside the enemy. On the other side of the battlefield, Arturo from the Skyworm organization has already dismantled the mecha into sections. "I didn't expect the pest extermination organization to be so weak. I wish I had known earlier. I would have come over to dismantle this place." As soon as he finished speaking these words, the mecha parts that were dismantled by him flew up one by one. In the end, they became 5 small segments surrounding Arturo. This is the Exterminator mecha's aerosol mode. Arturo still looked down on them, no matter what kind of tricks they played. "You cannot break through my defense." And Dakota, who is controlling the room, has already unwrapped a lollipop. "Don't boast now. You'll see how you die later. Nano laser fire." After saying that, the aerosol components all shot out blue energy. Arturo blocked them all with his tough scales. He angrily shouted, "Useless things!" The energy was scattered by the shock. The aerosol components have all fallen to the ground. Stop struggling pointlessly. In the midst of speaking, he took a step forward. But his foot suddenly broke off without warning. Arturo fell forward in utter disbelief. Then his body fell apart like a pile of scattered pieces. In fact, the previous attack was just a feint, aimed at allowing those nanoparticles to smoothly penetrate his joints and cause damage from the inside out. In the end, bugs are still bugs and cannot escape the fate of being destroyed by modern technology. And high in the sky, there is a hummingbird holding a jug. After seeing that their own team has been defeated, it then threw the large jar to the ground. The jar shattered, but no liquid splashed out from the inside. A tall figure slowly emerged, while someone had been waiting not far from him for a long time. That's Ryan and his group of 4 people. "So, are you saying that he is the real threat? Tell them to be cautious. He is not an ordinary person." Jiganar mentioned that he has also heard of this person. He is the 3rd leg of the Skyworm organization. Jet has been unsealed. The insect trio that has been sealed for 2 years is finally freed from restrictions. They unleash 100% of their power and awaken the 2nd form. But they are still being pressed to the ground and rubbed by the cadre of the Skyworm organization. Just now, the 3rd foot of Skyworm organization Jet descended from the sky, while the strike team had been waiting for a long time. Luca was scared silly by the opponent's powerful aura. Jiganar commented, "Don't act like a naive country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world before. Isn't it just the insignificant 6 feet cadre? Last time, that little ladybug took care of one." "Are you saying that ladybug is a little ladybug? Last time on the arena, you were still beaten down by him. But just as you said, this is not the first time we have faced the 6 feet cadre. We will definitely win, because we have lifted the restrictions." In the blink of an eye, all 3 of them transformed at the same time. They activated their abilities to the fullest. Before they appeared, Eric blocked their way. At first, they didn't know what Eric was up to. If they delayed any longer, the bugs outside would break into the shelter. Eric also told them that the 3 leaders have already taken action, and 2 of them have refused your help. Several people are utterly confused. They are so arrogant to this extent. Ryan also mentioned that there is a very powerful guy hiding in the dark among the enemies. Eric, on the other hand, doesn't give any face. According to your usual strength, even if you go, it will be of no avail. He said that, and let Doctor take out the things. As soon as a few people saw it, they felt it was very bad, and Doctor decisively pressed the button. They only heard a loud click coming from the restraining collar around their necks. Everyone was puzzled until someone told them that Eric's restrictions had been lifted, and he apologized to them. Ryan had said a lot during the last meeting. I also feel that we did something wrong. Now I entrust you to take care of the enemies. Several people were stunned for a moment before running outside towards Jiganar. They gave Eric a pat on the back, and Eric Leader stood up straight and said, I will help you take them down. Meanwhile, Dr. M called Ryan aside. He handed something over to Ryan. He will introduce himself in detail for you to see. It might be very helpful for you later. The time has come. Jed just shouts loudly at them. The transformed individuals were just about to step forward. Then they stopped their steps again. Because Ryan had arrived in front of Jet, and his broken blade had already slashed to Jet's neck. But Ryan was suddenly startled. The rapidly appearing shell firmly blocked his blade. Ryan turned and stabbed towards the head. But the head was also wrapped up, leaving no trace on the surface. Before Ryan could take the next step action, Jet had already punched out. Powerful force sent Ryan flying backward. Luckily, Jiganar caught him. Jiganar asked him why he was in such a hurry. Ryan shook off his hand before saying he wanted to defeat his opponent before transforming, but now he had no way to do it. They used to be able to easily cut through Scorpion Beast's blades, but now they are useless. On the other side, Luca has already launched an attack. All of the shots hit Jet. And Clara increased her strength using elasticity. She also kicked it in the chest. But Jet remained unfazed as Luca continued his relentless attack and unrelenting questioning. Don't you think it's suspicious? That guy is like a roaring monster. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 beams of light shot out from the smoke. They instantly arrived in front of Clara and Luca. Then 2 explosions sounded, and the power was quite significant. Ryan shouted anxiously. In the next moment, a yellow and a blue figure rushed out of the smoke. Clara also felt a wave of fear afterward. Fortunately, her speed had increased. If it were before, she would have definitely lost her life. Jiganar jokingly asked Ryan by his side. What's with the subtle expression you just had? Do you not trust their abilities? Is that why you were so anxious before? Ryan interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know that villains die from saying too much? Upon hearing this, Jiganar sneered and walked forward. Leave the rest to us. Just be a good audience because you won't be of much use in the upcoming battle. Ryan felt a twinge in his heart upon hearing this. And Jet over here has already transformed. His whole body is wrapped in a golden exoskeleton, like some kind of unknown insect. The once dreaded black ant. However, he was insulted by his subordinates as a little trash. Jiganar will not indulge his temper, and even asked Ryan to take a good look. How amazing are they without limits? On the battlefield, Jet has already completed the transformation and injected energy into his hands. Then a dozen light bullets shot into the sky. 1 light bullet grazed Clara. Luca saw this and asked her to follow behind him. During the conversation, its skin kept shedding. And Clara, with a rope tied around his feet, followed closely. Suddenly, the green skin completely broke apart. The red dragonfly makes another appearance. It immediately raised the cannon in its hand, with its triceps high and bulging. A dragonfly cannonball was fired. The energy bullets shot by Jet were all crushed. But faced with such fierce attacks, Jet still didn't dodge. His attack created a cloud of smoke when it landed. In the next moment, Jet's body suddenly leaped out. He opened his mouth. In the instant he broke through Luca, he bit off his gun barrel, but the second form Clara appeared in front of him. She swung down the big machete in her hand. Jet had one leg chopped off. But Clara was also surprised, because Jet unexpectedly exerted force in the air for the second time and bit onto her waist. Luca hurried over, and Jet landed on the ground. Interestingly, his legs were completely unharmed. Clara was also stunned, but before she could react, Jet had already arrived in front of him. He grabbed Clara and Luca with one hand. He rushed straight toward Shelter's defensive net and threw them out just before they were about to be electrocuted. Clara and Luca were screaming miserably from being electrified repeatedly. Clara immediately used her hair to stab Jet. Electrical flow followed her hair to his body, but he doesn't seem to be affected at all. Luca raised his half-broken arm in response. He can actually shoot out cannonballs as well. Countless dragonfly cannonballs pushed Jet out. In the end, he hit him into the water. Not long after, Jet surfaced from the water. He had just thought of leaving when he heard someone behind him saying, "Where are you going? If you leave like this, I will be very sad. It's a good thing that a crazy person just made a pool here. This has become my home court. The second round starts now." After speaking, Jiganar appeared with 4 legs behind him. On the other side, Clara and Luca finally caught up with Ryan and hurried over. At this moment, he also had a worried look on his face. Luca said he was not seriously injured, but Clara seemed to be in trouble. At this moment, Clara asked Ryan what he was doing. Ryan did not quite understand. She struggled to sit up. "Emergency measures shouldn't be your job. You should go and fight. The enemy is still alive. Only Ryan can take him down. Some of you seem less confident. Now me." He didn't finish his sentence when he saw Clara raise her hand. She pinched Ryan's face and comforted him, saying, "I believe in you. If it's you, you can definitely do it, Ryan." Only then did he agree. Then he went to the battlefield without hesitation. Luca was somewhat puzzled. "Is he really okay? You know, even when we were at our best, the two of us working together didn't yield any benefits." Clara expressed her belief that Ryan would overcome any difficulties ahead, as that's the kind of person he is. At that moment, Ryan heard Dr. M's voice in his ears. He asked Ryan to take out the things he had just given him. It was a small black device. Dr. M smiled mysteriously and said, "Next, I will tell you how to use it. As long as there is a small wound on your neck, the parasite will burrow in." You all thought the powerful golden worm was Jet's true form, but it was just a poor creature possessed. Just now, Clara and Luca were both defeated by Jet, but with Clara's encouragement. Ryan rushes towards the battlefield alone. Dr. M told him that this research has not been tested, so safety cannot be guaranteed, but Ryan no longer cares. But suddenly he stopped in his tracks. He saw an unbelievable scene. At this moment, Jiganar was stepping on Jet. He effortlessly pierced his body with his feet. He complained to Ryan, "What are you doing here? I told you to stay over there. But since you're here, it's fine. Look, I've caught this big guy now. But it's just the third leg, it's just a piece of trash. Or is it that I have become too powerful now?" Casually, he walked towards Ryan as he spoke. "It's been a long time since I had such a comfortable warm-up. Let's go, my friend, back to the base." Ryan's eyes grew cold. He didn't say a word and slashed with his knife. Then he quickly retreated, always maintaining a fighting stance. He left only a shallow wound on Jiganar's neck. Fortunately, he blocked the attack on Jiganar with his broadsword and frowned. "What are you doing?" Ryan gazed at him with a stern expression. "Who are you? When did I become your friend?" Jiganar remained silent. After a moment, something emerged from the wound. "This guy's brain really thinks of you as its friend, don't you agree?" The voice emanating from the wound, Little Worm, said, as Jiganar also responded, "That's exactly how I feel." The little worm was getting longer and longer. Ryan looked incredulous. "Who are you really? Why did you turn into this?" The little worm chuckled. "Even when it's like this, you still don't understand. Are you really silly, or just pretending to be? I am the true form of sky worm with a third leg, you fool." Ryan immediately rushed forward. He struck the body of the worm with a single slash, only hearing the sound of metal clashing. The parasite taunted, "Don't waste your efforts. My body is very tough." Little worm finished speaking and bit Ryan's side at lightning speed. It is still spinning around Ryan. "Why are you covering the wound? Are you afraid I will parasite you?" It hits Ryan in the face again. "Don't worry, I have no interest in fragile human bodies. Only powerful bug beast bodies can attract me. I thought the guy before was already strong enough, but I didn't expect him to still lose to this guy. I'm quite satisfied with this body. Not only powerful but also irritable, and a bit despicable just like me." It retracted back into Jiganar's body as we spoke. "Now let me use this expression to destroy all of you." Second awakening is initiated. Aquatic form of spider is displayed again. He kicked beside Ryan, but did not directly hit his body. Instead, he roared, "You should have stayed hidden in the corner. Why did you have to come out? You bastard!" After speaking, he was momentarily stunned. He patted his own head. "Those words just now were said by himself, not me," he said. "It seems like his mind is not quite clear yet." Ryan silently put away the knife. "I don't want to hide, nor do I want to fall behind you all." Ryan ripped off the band-aid on his neck. He took out the things given to him by Dr. M again. Then he inserted the thing into the hole in his neck. The surrounding blood vessels immediately swelled, and a surge of energy was transmitted to various parts of the body. Ryan screamed in pain. In fact, just now Dr. M asked if there was anything special about Ryan's use of the Blood Reaper blades. Ryan also mentioned that during previous training, some strange power entered his body from the blades. Dr. M said that after Ryan and the scorpion beast fought before, they discovered bullet and DNA in his body. It can be inferred that the last time Luis absorbed Ryan's ability, Ryan also benefited from the misfortune and gained some of young brother's abilities. And this little thing holds immense power. Using this might awaken Ryan. Ryan's body is constantly changing. Realizing the anomaly, the parasite immediately attacked Ryan. The sustainable spreading energy not only blocked its path, but also rebounded it out. After a moment, Ryan finally stopped changing. Parasite does not know if this is a person or a bug beast, and Ryan ignored it. His current form is very different from before. The man's neck has a hole. There is a red end inside the hole. He just needs to insert the needle into the hole. Then he will gain powerful strength. Parasite also pursed his lips after seeing this situation. "You don't look that great either." Having said that, he lifted both feet and stabbed towards Ryan. I only heard a loud bang. Parasite was shocked, because Ryan blocked its attack with just one hand. Ryan clenched his other hand into a fist. "Now it's my turn." He immediately punched out Parasite, using dual knives to block, but still flew out. Ryan himself also felt that this new power was a bit strong. He killed towards Parasite again, and Parasite also rushed towards him. Both of them were in a position to avoid being hurt. After turning around, they collided with each other again. The attacks of the two left behind traces of afterimages. But they did not stalemate for long. Ryan punched off a corner of the parasite with a single blow. Seeing this, it immediately retreated and gathered energy on the water's surface. With one slash, a blue energy wave surged towards Ryan. Ryan then countered with a knife hand strike and easily cut it through. The parasite feels he is simply too arrogant, clearly not possessing any weapons at all. But in the next moment, his knife slipped out of his hand and flew out. Parasite is simply incredible. His shell is so tough. And in Jiganar's memory, This guy shouldn't be so powerful. It roars and stabs again. Ryan also gathers strength to punch. He deliberately strikes at the tip of the knife, only to see the visibly bending blade. Even Jiganar's body couldn't help but tilt backwards. But the parasite already has another idea, which is to take over Ryan's body. While he was contemplating, Ryan has already swung his fist. Unable to dodge in time, the parasite had one leg knocked off. Ryan charged forward again. But several tentacles have already surrounded him. And these tentacles all came out from behind Jiganar. The parasite is lurking in Jiganar's mouth, waiting for an opportunity. Come, I must possess you. At this time, the tentacles had already bound Ryan's arms, but it did not completely stop Ryan's movements. He easily tore the tentacles apart, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Jiganar. He was about to punch Jiganar in the face. But he heard a faint voice coming from Jiganar's mouth. Be careful, behind you. At some point, the parasite had already run out of Jiganar's body and lurked behind Ryan without giving Ryan time to react. It suddenly rushed towards Ryan's back. Jiganar fell to the ground while Ryan seemed to have grown tentacles like a monster. The parasite adhered tightly to his back. Some of its tissue had already penetrated Ryan's skin. It quickly spread inside Ryan's body. One eye had already been taken over. The parasite thought it had settled, but Ryan's hand grabbed onto one end of the parasite. Then he suddenly pulled, and the parasite was pulled out of his body in one piece. The parasite was extremely angry, gritting its teeth in hatred. But Ryan punched it, smashing its body towards the ground. He punched one after another, the ground cracked by Ryan's blows. The wounded parasite roared, "You fool! Do you think this kind of attack can kill me?" At this moment, Ryan's fist transformed into a spike. The parasite was chopped into several pieces with one stroke. But it still spoke defiantly. "You can never kill me." It hadn't finished speaking when 4 blood marks appeared on its head. In the next moment, it split into 4 parts. Its body was also cut to pieces. Ryan stood waiting for a while, still no response from the parasite's body. He then released the armor, reverting back to his human form. Luca and Clara struggled to make their way over to this side. No one paid attention to the unconscious Jiganar lying on the other side. Clara asked Ryan with concern if he is okay. I heard Ryan call out, "Clara," and say, "I met my mom." And just a while ago, Nami suddenly twitched in the base, then opened her eyes. She looked around, murmuring Ryan's name. It turned out that Mom turned into an ant and hid inside Ryan's body, protecting Ryan in her own way. Just now, Ryan arrived at a strange place where he saw a bug bee sealed in a blue crystal. This is the new power that Ryan has gained, and he can also sense it. There is Luis' aura inside. It seems that those blue pills are all made using Luis' ability. A white bug appeared at the side. It instantly entwined Ryan's arm, causing Ryan to be unable to move. Ryan realized that he was ultimately parasitized. At a critical moment, a red figure suddenly darted out. The huge pincer immediately snapped the parasite in half. The parasite was very shocked to find such a terrifying presence inside Ryan's body. Obviously, Ryan himself was unaware of it. The huge body of the red ant slowly dissipated, one hand supporting Ryan's collapsing body. The familiar figure completely appeared in front of Ryan. Ryan was shocked. He stared blankly at the face in front of him, as the shell slowly faded away. That was his mother, whom he had been thinking about day and night. He choked out "Mom" with emotion. He could no longer suppress the longing in his heart and embraced her. Only then did he realize that it had always been his mother protecting him. A whispered "thank you" rang in his ears. Ryan raised his head in confusion, only to see his mother gently stroking his hair. Tears fell silently from her eyes. The next moment, his mother's body turned into a little red ant. The little ant crawled into Ryan's neck. When he woke up from his sleep, his mother's figure was no longer there. Next to them came Luca's shout, "Clara! Ryan is awake!" 2.5 seconds later, Clara walked into the ward holding 2 flowers. She anxiously asked about Ryan's condition. Ryan said he was fine, but why is he lying in the hospital bed? According to Clara, he has been here for 3 days. Luca also said that Clara is very worried about Ryan. Ryan is holding flowers and saying thank you. Clara feels a little smug. Suddenly, the curtain is pulled open, and a green-haired man dramatically shouts, "Kids! You are making me very sad this way!" Clara and the other person are unfazed, but Ryan is visibly baffled. The green-haired man grinned widely, saying, "You have to take care of me too." Ryan then realized that this person was the leader of the strike team, so he stopped talking to him and turned to chat with Clara instead. Ryan said he was hungry. Luca immediately ran to get some food, and Jiganar was standing outside in the hallway. Luca said Ryan has woken up. "Do you want to take a look?" Jiganar sneered, saying he just slept for a while. What's so interesting about that? Luca joked, saying since they are friends, of course, they should go take a look. Jiganar's old face immediately turned purple. "What are you blabbering about, you dragonfly?" Luca said he heard Jiganar talking in his sleep, saying, "Little ant, can I be your friend?" Jiganar, in a fit of anger, grabbed a cane and chased after Luca. Luca didn't expect that, as he believed Jiganar's leg was broken. At the same time in the laboratory, Dr. M cannot calculate Ryan's final transformation result no matter how hard he tries. However, he can guess that there has been a change in Ryan's body. He can only wait for him to wake up and ask him. A call came just in time. The call was to report to him that Ryan had woken up. Suddenly, his eyes turned dark as he looked behind him. A figure is standing behind the glass. "Grandpa? Where am I exactly? Please let me out." Dr. M is very conflicted. Should he tell Ryan about this situation or not? Meanwhile, outside the city, the logistical personnel are still cleaning up the bodies of the bug beasts. A middle-aged mister stretched and complained, "Why do we have to collect the bodies of these guys? If it weren't for your help, maybe I couldn't have kept going. But what's your name?" The person in front of me also took off their hood. He answered with an innocent smile, "I am called Glasses." I wonder if anyone remembers the despicable boy with glasses. He caused Alice to lose her dream of being a star. She became a non-human monster. The guilty boy with glasses was eventually forced to eat 50 yellow pills. He turned into an incredibly ugly giant insect. He, who was going to be eaten by Cody, took the opportunity to slip away during the riot at Club 6. But he suddenly appeared at shelter and became a member of the logistics department of the pest extermination organization. Just now, Ryan woke up and had a big meal. Dark Cloud watched them outside the door like an old father. After eating and drinking enough, Ryan got out of bed. He said he was going to see Dr. M. Luca also said he would go together upon hearing this. When they arrived at the door, they found that Dr. M, who had never taken a day off, was not at the research institute now. Luca thinks he went somewhere. So the two of them came to the logistics department. They have not yet finished dissecting the body of the bug beast. However, they did not see the figure of Dr. M here. Ryan asked Luca if he, as a bug beast, would feel uncomfortable staying in such a place. Luca said he was fine. Someone shouted from the side at this moment, "Move these 2 wrecks inside. That's all for today." Mr. is happy about it, while Boy with Glasses looks darkly at the wreckage on the cart. Another Mr. turned around and urged Glasses to hurry up. Ryan's pupils suddenly contracted. The Boy with Glasses awkwardly turned around and answered, "Yes." He happened to meet Ryan's murderous gaze. Luca also noticed something unusual. I saw Ryan walking step by step towards Boy with Glasses. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. However, Ryan did not give him time to react. His big hand covered his dirty mouth. Then he lifted the whole person up. Boy with Glasses is still accusing Ryan. I don't want Ryan to roar even more angrily. "How dare you come in here?" Mr. hurriedly shouted at him to stop. Luca also asked him to calm down and put the person down first before speaking. The boy with glasses roared unwillingly. He grabbed Ryan's wrist. This in turn triggered a stress response in Ryan. Immediately, he punched and sent him flying out. The force was so great that boy with glasses skipped like a stone on the ground. Ryan wants to give chase. However, he was stopped by Luca, who sprouted wings. But Ryan still had a fierce expression. "Don't stop me! I want to take down that guy!" Luca yelled. "He is human!" Just then, blood flowed from boy with glasses' mouth and nose. Ryan was taken aback. He didn't expect boy with glasses' blood to be red. He himself witnessed boy with glasses swallowing 50 eggs and turning into a hideous crawler. But why was his blood red? Luca saw that he was not in a good condition and asked him to return to the dormitory first. As for himself, he would stay behind to deal with this matter. After saying that, he ran over to check on boy with glasses' injuries, but was scolded by Mr. Instead, boy with glasses said that he was fine. But Ryan still had a serious expression on his face. Mr. and boy with glasses complained until evening. How can there be such people? By the way, do you know the guy who just punched you? Boy with glasses said he doesn't know. You know too. I don't remember clearly about past memories. He comforted me with a few words, and then said goodbye to leave. After he walked away, the boy with glasses muttered to himself. Who is he exactly? Why is he only targeting me? Who did I offend? As he spoke, the veins on his body throbbed violently, and his body rapidly started to swell. Oh no, young brother not only snatched Ryan's black ant. He also learned how to control his ant clone. Just now Maya finally managed to escape back to the Skyworm organization headquarters. Now she is so scared that she doesn't even dare to breathe. Only because the pressure Luis gives her is too strong. But she still talked about the situation, despite the strong pressure from Luis, even though 6 feet cadre is knowledgeable and experienced. He changed his expression when he heard that Jet was taken down. While Luis remained silent and didn't say a word. He remained silent until he heard that Jet was killed by his own brother. Then he laughed like crazy. Brother, you are really amazing. It seems that you have mastered a new power. You really are a cockroach that can't be killed no matter what. After saying that, he summoned Ant Clone, and saw clones surrounding Maya in circles. As for whether you can escape back to pass on the information, I will reward you. Become a part of my body. With that, he swung his big hand down after eating her. The ant clones all rushed towards Maya. Maya stood frozen on the spot, and only heard a loud noise. A hand rope fell to the side. Luis glared at the side with a murderous look and questioned, What are you doing? The 6th leg. Alice then left the spot holding Maya, while her right arm was nowhere to be seen. Wujia thought she was crazy for daring to challenge the leader. Alice was very reluctant and apologized to leader. This child is my only subordinate. I hope my arm can take her punishment. Luis smiled meaningfully at the words. The idea is not bad. But it seems that the ants are not very satisfied. Alice can only ask for one more chance. If she fails, she will willingly give up her body. Luis sneered. Suddenly, he controlled a swarm of ants to strike Maya's neck. This made Alice scream in alarm. Not long after, Maya fell silent, and only then did Luis reveal the purpose of his actions. If I were you, once I leave, I would not come back. Now you can choose not to come back as well, as long as you don't care about this guy's life or death. On the other hand, since discovering the existence of Boy with Glasses, Ryan has been observing his every move. After that, he asked the head of security. He knew that Boy with Glasses moved into shelter shortly after it was completed. She also ensured that members of the security system would not be bug beasts. But there were unusual aspects in the hospital records from 2 years ago. That is, Boy with Glasses had extensive burns on his body. Anyway, Ryan doesn't seem to have any problems now. And boy with glasses doesn't have the same annoying personality as before. At this moment, a voice can be heard saying, "This must be a very powerful bug beast." Ryan didn't say anything, but instead asked where he had been during this period of time. Dr. M only said he took leave for some personal matters. By the way, how is your evolution? Ryan clearly stated that Ant protected his body, and he couldn't quite describe that feeling. Dr. M is not getting too caught up in it. Instead, he asked Ryan to come with him to an underground place. This place is empty and vast, like a big prison cell. However, Ryan just stepped in. The iron gate immediately closed without waiting for Ryan to ask. Dr. M first said sorry. "I want to see your evolution with my own eyes." Suddenly, Ryan felt something. He looked towards the depths of the prison cell. There must be a very powerful bug beast there. After a moment, a long claw came into view. Ryan also saw it clearly. That thing looked extremely strange. Dr. M smirked insidiously and started laughing. "I bet you are also very willing to show it." But this instead sparked Ryan's dissatisfaction. He asked why he had to show it here. Dr. M simply said that the practical effect would be better. Upon hearing this, Ryan continued to ask what exactly that thing was. Dr. M smiled proudly. "Impressive, right? I call it a dizia, also known as one of the strongest insects. Although it's a bit of a waste to use it for testing." Ryan also wanted to ask why it appeared here. Dr. M quickly reminded him to be careful. The opponent's attack has already arrived behind Ryan. The sound of gold and iron clashing immediately followed. Adizia was also stunned by this. Dr. M watched with great interest. So this is Ryan in Evolution's bullet ant mode. It's really amazing. Thinking of him with a crazy expression, he immediately had Ryan go all out. Ryan easily knocked away the opponent's giant claw. Immediately after, another poisonous claw attacked. The poisonous claw grazed Ryan's face, emitting a piercing friction sound. Then it smashed a large hole in the wall behind it. Ryan rushed towards Adizia as if nothing had happened, and the other side quickly grabbed the giant claw again. Ryan was hit without bias or deviation. Just saw the giant claw shaking non-stop. Then a gap appeared in the middle of the giant claw. The next moment, Ryan drilled out from the middle. Adizia screamed in pain. It immediately distanced itself from Ryan. Ryan also figured out the opponent's routine, which is very strong indeed, but its movements seemed unnatural. "Let's end the battle in one go." His rapier was less than 10 centimeters away from the opponent's face. Just heard the opponent hoarsely shouting, "Ryan!" An 18-year-old young girl was put into an egg. She turned into a monster that only knows how to bite people after hatching from the egg. She was further led and transformed by the evil doctor. Now she has become neither human nor ghost. Even Ryan couldn't recognize her. In fact, Nami had already regained her memory, but Dr. M wanted to see her transform into a bug beast. He then used a special method to transform her into a bug beast. Luckily, Nami's final cry was Ryan. This made Ryan's attack deviate slightly. Dr. M, however, was completely puzzled. Because he didn't hear the sound that Nami had just made, he didn't know that Ryan had already recognized it. Only to see Ryan gathering energy in his hands again. His attack slashed towards Dr. M. He could not penetrate the iron railing made of special materials. At that moment, Dr. M finally heard it. Nami was shouting Ryan's name loudly. He broke out in a cold sweat immediately. And Ryan was staring at him in uncontrollable anger. "You, a worthless fellow, even worse than a bug. What did you do to Nami?" Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped away by Nami's paw. Seeing Ryan sitting weakly on the ground, Nami continued to charge towards him. Its mouth kept shouting his name. But Ryan didn't continue to resist. Nami's claws directly smashed the insect armor on his head, and the rain-like attacks fell on Ryan without any response. On the contrary, Dr. M was extremely anxious. He loudly questioned Ryan if he was not cherishing his life. but when he saw his eyes, it seemed like he wanted to punish Dr. M's shameless behavior with death. Dr. M also knows that he is an indispensable main force of the pest extermination organization or his most important experimental subject. So he cannot stand by and watch Ryan die. As he pressed the remote control, Nami's movements suddenly came to a halt. When Ryan looked up, just then, as the insect armor disintegrated, Nami inside had already burst into tears. Afterwards, Clara found it very miraculous. She didn't expect that Ryan would let Dr. M go, but only to detain him. Ryan said that Dr. M is indeed the talent he needs right now. And at this moment, personality tests are being conducted on Nami in the interrogation room. Nami's answers to questions such as what her favorite food is, and who she most wants to see don't have any significant issues. Clara also asked Ryan if he wants to include her in the strike team. Ryan expressed that she is not able to control her emotions freely at the moment, and seeing Alice and the boy with glasses could potentially upset her mentally. On another note, I just went to see the boy with glasses earlier. I pretended to accidentally bump into him. I just showed my shoulder. I didn't expect that guy to become shy. It seems like he really didn't recognize me. But what you should be concerned about is how he can recover his human form. I think we should capture him and study him by slicing him into pieces. At the same time, the logistics department's boy with glasses is looking at the body of the bug beast. He swallows his saliva unconsciously, just as he is about to reach out to grab it. Mr. calls out to him from behind. The boy with glasses can only disguise his previous actions. And Mr. didn't suspect anything, he just wanted to invite him to dinner together. So they went to the restaurant with Mr. and devoured several bowls of rice. After eating and drinking their fill, he bid farewell to Mr. He walked onto a deserted street and sprinted off in a direction the next moment. He just couldn't stand it anymore. Eating 10 bowls of rice couldn't solve the problem. Then he arrived at the wall and pushed aside the grass at the base of the wall, revealing the dog hole Luca had found earlier. Following that, boy with glasses arrived outside shelter and heartily feasted on the remains of the bug beast, exclaiming how delicious it was as he ate. He didn't even know when he had become addicted. In fact, he was usually able to endure it while working. Clara came over in the morning and deliberately bumped into him. Others all thought boy with glasses was shy and would blush. Only he himself knew that it was a strong desire for delicious food. A bug was quickly eaten by him, leaving only remnants. Boy with glasses lying on the ground was simply too satisfied. It was really great to be alive. A female voice was heard in his ear at this moment. "Did you dig out the wall of shelter? So are you bug beast?" The boy with glasses quickly explained. "I am human. I didn't make that hole. I just fell asleep here because I was tired from work." Julia, on the other hand, claimed to be bug beast. The boy with glasses did not expect to encounter a living bug beast outside. He thought to himself, "I'm in big trouble now." Men prefer to eat bugs rather than rice. Only he knows that the juicy and protein-rich meat inside the bug's exoskeleton can fill his emptiness. Since he was forced to become a giant crawler. He also doesn't know how to turn back into a human, but since then, he would secretly come out at night to eat bugs. However, today he was seen by Julia. He suddenly threw a punch. Actually, he also didn't know why he did that. And his enlarged fist was easily blocked by Julia. The boy with glasses was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Then he was sent flying out. He struggled to control his arm to refrain from punching and begged Julia not to hurt him, saying it wasn't intentional. Julia instantly became enraged. She said, "I said I won't eat you." The boy with glasses asked her to tie up her hair first. Julia followed his instructions, indicating that she only wanted to find the person who dug the hole and thanking him in person. The boy with glasses was puzzled as to why she thanked him, and then heard Julia ask if he was a member of the strike team. Because a member of the strike team will arrive soon, she wants to ask the boy with glasses if they are together. However, when she looked up, the boy with glasses had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Luca finally arrived late. He wasted no time and asked Julia straightaway if she had made up her mind. Julia expressed her desire to join the strike team. Upon hearing this, Luca felt pleased. And in the corner, boy with glasses was witnessing it all. He felt that Luca was having an outdoor date. Just then, a blue light spot fell into his palm. When he looked up, he saw a huge moth fluttering across the sky, and those little blue lights were falling from its body. At the same time, there was chaos inside the shelter. Humans see the silhouette of the bug beast. Some people are fleeing for their lives. More people are fighting each other, muttering about bugs in their mouths. A reaper points his gun at a passerby. Luckily, Jiganar acted in time and saved the woman. He questioned the reaper why he did that. The reaper instead asked him what he was doing, and if he didn't see the bug beast standing behind him. Jiganar turned around and saw the woman looking innocent. Seeing this, he had no choice but to knock Reaper unconscious. He looked at the mess in front of him and sighed helplessly. Are these people all crazy? And the control room at the base also saw these images. Nora guessed that it was mischief caused by the blue powder falling from the sky. They restricted residents from going out at the same time. They sent Clara and the team leader to investigate. Eric's face was extremely solemn as Bug Beast's methods became more and more ruthless by the day, leaving him feeling helpless. At this time, Luca was still unaware of the situation inside shelter, still discussing the details of the strike team with Julia. Suddenly, they heard the town alarm sounding. Just as Luca was about to bid farewell to Julia to head into town, the ground violently shook. Then, they saw billowing smoke in the distance, as if something colossal was heading their way. At that moment, Luca and the team leader were already in midair, but they didn't spot any presence. Through thermal imaging, the team leader saw two figures. He told Clara about this. Then he flew towards the direction they saw. Seeing them flying over, Anna let Alice go ahead and deal with this place herself. Alice bid farewell to her upon hearing this. Thank you, sister. Not only did you heal my arm, but you also brought me here. Anna was very serious and urged her to take advantage of the transparent effect while it lasted and to leave quickly. She emphasized that she must not get hurt again. And their separate actions were immediately discovered by the team leader. The team leader operated the machine and was about to chase after the escaping person. He seemed to have been pierced by something. The machine exploded on the spot. Clara heard the warning in the midst of the explosion. I won't let you get away with this. She finally saw Anna's figure clearly. She vaguely remembered the scene 2 years ago when she took Alice away. At this moment, Jiganar easily knocked out the person on the ground. Ryan then used a rope to control them. Jiganar walked by as if nothing had happened. Ryan took out a mask and put it on, saying it's better to wear this. It is said that inhaling too much of this can lead to hallucinations. I see he still doesn't stop. Ryan had to taunt. Do you still want to be controlled? The effect was immediate. Clearly, Jiganar didn't want to lose face again. Ryan doesn't want to continue nitpicking. There's no need to say thank you. After all, we are friends. Jiganar instantly got angry and said that it's all nonsense that Parasite is talking about. And he, being 3 years older than him, muttered to himself as he walked into an alley. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, and in an instant, a flash of knives flew by. Ryan walked over and jokingly said, "Let's go together, friend." When he turned around, Jiganar had already been fatally struck with a single blow. He knelt down weakly on the ground. And that person cast a disdainful glance. What a useless person. The man was forced to swallow 50 insects alive. This caused him to transform into a hideous and gigantic creature. He was then treated as food by the members of the Skyworm. He barely managed to escape from there. 2 years later, no one knew how he turned back into a human. But he did not completely eliminate the hidden dangers. Every time it got late and quiet at night, he had to eat delicious, big bugs. Otherwise, his body would show strange symptoms, and he would go insane, losing his humanity. Today, due to the effect of the blue powder, Boy with Glasses has been feeling restless. He is running frantically inside the shelter. Scenes of being treated as a monster by his classmates back then emerged, as well as the accomplice who watched coldly, and the mastermind behind his transformation into a monster, leading to his uncontrollable animalistic nature. His entire body rapidly swelled beyond recognition. On the other hand, the arrogant Jigganar was unexpectedly defeated by the enemy with a single blow. Ryan quickly drew out his own weapon upon seeing this. However, his attack was effortlessly blocked. The long-haired man realized they were a strike team based on their attack tactics. Just as Ryan was distracted, the blade was already in front of him. He narrowly dodged and created distance from it. And his face mask had been split in half. He just realized that long-haired man was not simple, and very likely one of the 6 feet. So he immediately started evolution, and did not intend to stop the other party from moving forward. He said that indeed, he looked a lot like their leader, and his left hand had turned into a blade-like sickle. The still-alive Jigganar just gave a slight warning with his remaining sight. He then saw a shadow that looked very much like a mantis before Ryan completed his transformation. A flash of light slashed across his cheek. Then countless flashes of light swept out in all directions. The narrow alley instantly turned into a vast plain. On the other side, the long-haired man transformed into a mantis beast and threatened to present Ryan's head to the leader. He could also sense that although Ryan appeared no different from the bug beast, there was a sense of disharmony. The next moment, Ryan took the initiative to make a move. He instantly arrived in front of the mantis beast. However, the always invincible Spike was easily blocked. He was also swept away by the mantis beast. He barely managed to stabilize his posture. The mantis beast's attack followed immediately. Ryan immediately made a response. The two weapons clashed together. The immense power instantly shattered the surrounding buildings. The two remained deadlocked for a while. The mantis beast also revised its opinion of Ryan's strength. However, Ryan didn't waste words with it, and just lunged at it with a stab. Although he was blocked again, he immediately activated the power of the mantis beast and dodged in time. This caused Ryan's attack to miss, but he was also surprised by this power. Just saw its wrist suddenly stretch out a shiny golden sickle. The sickle spins rapidly. It forms a windmill that can attack and defend. The mantis beast is approaching Ryan while holding a large windmill. Ryan can only retreat to avoid its sharp edge. At this moment, an 80-yard big foot appeared. A big hand suddenly grabbed Ryan's head. That's the crazed boy with glasses. He grabbed Ryan and pushed forward desperately. In the end, he carried Ryan and ran away in front of the mantis beast. The mantis beast then realized there was another person present. Shortly after, he also disappeared on the spot. Not long after, there was a loud noise from a building, and Ryan's insect armor on his head was completely shattered. He just struggled to stand up. He was grabbed by Boy with Glasses with one hand. He was lifted up like a little chick. Ryan finally had the opportunity to see what the boy with glasses looked like. However, he shouted frantically, "Don't look at me like that!" The mantis beast also followed over, thinking that the newly appeared monster was Ryan's companion. Now it doesn't seem that way, and that thing also made him very uncomfortable, so this time he plans to deal with both of them together. At this time, a blade flew over. It was easily flicked away by the mantis beast. Jigganar approached it slowly. "Don't disturb their date. Come and play with me instead, mantis beast." With just one glance, mantis beast recognized the two knives on Jigganar's back. These are made from the two horns of the golden beetle. Jigganar is no longer hiding, transforming and drawing his sword in one go. Outside the base, chaos reigns, with the blue powder continuing to take effect. Shortly after, Alice's figure appears, indicating that the transparency effect has taken effect. Several security guards immediately come out to intercept. only to see Alice spreading her wings, emitting a dazzling red light. Those security guards actually ignored her, and instead rushed towards the innocent crowd. At this moment, Eric was still worried about the current situation. Soon after, he heard gunshots. Two guards inexplicably started shooting at each other. Alice calmly walked in. A sickle was put in front of her. Eric put on a gas mask before he dared to speak. "It seems that you are the mastermind behind the chaos. So why did you come here?" In the meantime, the sickle has already cut through Alice's skin. But Alice remains calm, saying, "Before that, please listen to a story I have to tell." The red light of the wings suddenly launched unexpectedly. Eric was stunned for a moment. He then arrived at a place filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The mask on his face seemed like an illusion. Alice spoke again. "From now on, everything you do will be under my control." And at this moment, in the sky, Clara is tightly entangled by Anna and is also at a disadvantage. Anna noticed that the blue powder had stopped and thought that Alice had succeeded. Clara then asked if the person just now was Alice. Anna did not continue to conceal and openly said that she had become one of the 6 feet. In the meantime, she did not forget to launch a sneak attack, but it was blocked by Clara's silk. She firmly grasped her weapon, and Clara sharply questioned, "What have you done to her?" Anna calmly replied, "We didn't do anything. The child grew up on her own. Get rid of these troublesome things quickly." Clara was simply furious. She kicked Anna's right cheek with one foot, and Silk didn't let her break free. Just when she didn't know what to do, her entire body was suddenly pulled forward. Clara is ready to deliver a fatal blow to her. "We can turn back into humans." The sudden words make Clara stop her attack. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Anna came over precisely because of this reason. Clara still doesn't believe. She thinks she is just talking nonsense to save her life. But Anna still firmly asserts that there is a key here to turn us back into humans. Ordinary people, as long as they eat a golden egg, they will never be able to turn back into humans for the rest of their lives. However, this man ate a total of 50 of them, although he became a strange and monstrous creature. But 2 years later, he unexpectedly turned back into a human. After listening to Anna's words, Clara immediately thought of Zane. Anna also explicitly stated that he is the best evidence to prove Bug Beast can turn back into a human. Little did they know, Zane himself has completely lost his mind now. Even Evolution's Ryan has been caught by him, and Jiganar has finally caught up. He is holding 2 new weapons in his hand. The weapons are made from the huge horns of the horned beast parasitized by the parasite. With this item, Jiganar threatens to cut the mantis beast in half. The mantis beast scoffs at this, expressing disdain for humans using their companions' bodies as weapons and never imagining such a thing within their own kind. He questions Jiganar, asking if he doesn't feel guilty. In fact, it was Luca who originally handed over this item to Jiganar. Jiganar does not want it. However, Luca said that if he doesn't use this, he might die when facing a strong opponent next time. Jiganar was so angry that he immediately kicked him out. But the weapon was left in the room by him. He didn't expect to use it so soon, but he still stubbornly said, "Mantis Beast speaks really mysteriously." The next moment, he had already rushed in front of Mantis Beast with a horizontal blade. However, Mantis Beast's reaction speed is also extremely fast. He blocked it as soon as he lifted the knife, and the blade energy slashed straight onto Zane's back. But this only managed to cut open his clothes. And Jiganar and Mantis Beast were entangled in battle. He questioned Mantis Beast as to why it would abandon Club 6 if it valued its kindred so much. But Mantis Beast asked him what Club 6 was. Jiganar remained silent. Then he erupted in rage. How could he forget so quickly? That is the place where I live. After saying that, he raised his twin swords and attacked the Mantis Beast. The Mantis Beast, unwilling to show weakness, also began spinning like a windmill, indicating that its existence was not even worth knowing. The attacks of the two insects collided, and powerful airflow spread around them. And Ryan is still staring at the Zane in front of him. Unexpectedly, Zane suddenly erupted. "Don't look at me with that kind of eyes!" Ryan, who was on guard early, simply raised his hand to neutralize his attack. He scolded Zane to let go, but the latter remained unmoved. He then grabbed Zane's arm, and with his other hand, he plunged directly into his arm. Zane immediately screamed in pain. Furious, he directly flung Ryan away. Ryan used a pillar to stop his momentum and instantly moved to Zane, giving him a punch. Attacks like raindrops fell on him. Zane was beaten without any ability to fight back, only to see him mysteriously tilting his head back. The next moment, he suddenly opened his mouth wide towards Ryan. Ryan felt that something was not right. He narrowly avoided his sneak attack, then decisively cut off his tentacles. Now Zane couldn't even shout, and Ryan calmly said, "It's time to end this." He immediately swung horizontally, only to hit empty air. That's when he realized. Zane was already kneeling on the ground, reverting back to his normal form. Just as he hesitated whether to continue to act, he saw tears flowing down Zane's face. He made intermittent choking sounds and said, "Sorry, friends." Before Ryan could take the next step, there was a loud noise behind him. When he turned around to look, the clash between Jigganar and Mantis Beast has separated, and Mantis Beast's weapon has become shattered. A large amount of blood splattered from his body. The next moment, he knelt down on the ground, while Jigganar was gasping heavily. He then revealed a forced smile triumphantly saying, 6 feet cadre was defeated by me." Just as he finished speaking, he weakly knelt on the ground. Ryan walked over slowly and asked if he needed help. Jigganar, however, asked him not to interrupt and to enjoy the joy of victory. But he also couldn't believe and complained. He didn't expect this level of strength was only the 4th leg. If it weren't for this thing. However, he didn't finish his sentence. The voice of the Mantis Beast rang out again. "The battle is not over yet. Have you forgotten? This is just my first form." After he finished speaking, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Ryan and Jigganar also immediately prepared for battle. He is a stray dog abandoned by the Skyworm organization. He is now one of the main forces of the shelter, but he always remembers the shame of the past. And today, he finally relies on his own strength. He took down the 6-legged cadre of the Skyworm organization, but that was only the first form of the Mantis Beast. When the enemy reveals its second form, Camo, both he and Ryan were overwhelmed by the powerful aura. On the other side, Zane is also watching the battle here. He now feels pain all over his body, and can't even escape. Suddenly, a hand covers his mouth. Anna quietly sneaked in here at some point, without attracting anyone's attention. She and Zane disappeared on the spot, while Jigganar remained stubborn on the battlefield. He is just a bug that has shed its shell. After saying that, he charged out first. And he immediately grew several more legs. You make it sound like it's not a big deal. His 6 legs all lunged towards Camo. But even with such intense attacks, they couldn't touch the hem of his garment. So Jigganar raised his dual blades and chopped down. However, he was blocked by the opponent's soft cloak. Camo scoffed, "Don't compare yourself to me. You might easily end up dead." With that, he swung his knife horizontally, leaving Jigganar no time to dodge. Fortunately, grabbing his hair and pulling it back with one hand narrowly allowed him to evade the attack. However, Camel attacked again. Ryan urged him to act faster, and eventually, the attacks of both sides collided with Camel's broadsword. But they immediately realized something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, they were swept off and thrown out. They only then realized in horror that the enemy was simply not on the same level as before. However, before they could even stop, the other party had already arrived in front of them. "Didn't expect you still had time to talk. You go first." With that, he swung his knife towards Ryan. In midair, he had nowhere to borrow force. Ryan couldn't dodge at all. Fortunately, Jiganar first used the hilt of the knife to knock him away. But when Ryan stopped his movement, Jiganar next to him had already been struck by a sword. Ryan went mad and rushed to kill Camel. But all his attacks were blocked, and he couldn't even get close to the enemy. And his prize-pointed spear was chopped into pieces. He saw Camel charging towards him. Ryan seemed to give up resistance, but the next moment a large knife struck Camel's neck. Camel's body paused for a moment. But Ryan found that the other party was unharmed. Camel lightly commented, "Your swordsmanship is still too inexperienced." Suddenly, another knife slashed on the other side of his neck. Jiganar roared angrily, "You really hurt me with that cut. Since that's the case, why don't you evaluate my swordsmanship?" Seeing the blood seeping from his neck, Camel calmly said, "I'm a little better than him." Seeing this, Jiganar shouted to Ryan to put in more effort. Ryan, of course, would not dare to fall behind. Both of them exerted all their strength. The blade gradually touched Camel's skin. Suddenly, two forces of sword energy appeared in front of the two of them. Even the entire building was chopped into pieces. When everything returned to calm, only Camel stood quietly. And his knife had a corner broken off during the recent battle. Not far away, Jiganar was lying on the ground unmoving. Ryan, who was nearby, wasn't doing much better. Seeing this scene, Camel was about to end their lives. Ryan slowly sat up. However, the bullet ant's limits had been reached, and he had to figure out a way to break the deadlock. So he grabbed the weapon fragments dropped by Camel. Jiganar stood up at some point and provocatively said to Camel, "Hey kid, the fight isn't over yet. If you're capable, come and face me." Camel was about to reply to Ryan when he darted to his side. He instinctively swung a horizontal chop, but Ryan dodged it by bending down. Camel's reaction was also very quick. He immediately used the hilt of the knife to strike downwards. He was suddenly grabbed by the appearing Jiganar and held his arm. A smile appeared on his face. And Ryan was already plunged into Camel's abdomen. Camel said that with those short fragments, he was fine. But Ryan saw through his move, the green whirlwind. Immediately, Ryan's arm turned shiny green. The blade went straight through Camel. Camel didn't wait for Ryan to explain the change that had occurred. A big hand pressed down on his face. Ryan said coldly, "I've taken everything from you." Camel was extremely horrified, but the next moment he only felt that everything he had was gathering on his face, and then flowing to that big hand. He then remembered this inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was the same ability as their leaders. In just a few seconds, Camel was absorbed until nothing was left. Jiganar, seeing this scene, also felt his scalp tingling. He didn't know what kind of monster Ryan was. He's back, he's back. The missing ladybug is finally back. Ryan and Jiganar finally destroyed the fourth leg of the skyworm. At the same time, another guest has checked into the crystal inside Ryan's body. With the addition of the previous bullet ant, there are now two guests staying there. Ryan only complained after reverting back to his normal self. "Jiganar, why didn't you use this ability earlier? We had to be beaten half to death. But how did you do it?" Ryan just scared Jiganar with a reach of his hand. He said it was actually a gamble. Before, he absorbed the power through fragments of the bug beast. This time, he was just trying it out. Unexpectedly, he actually absorbed the entire mantis beast. After hearing this, Jiganar became even more hesitant to approach. Suddenly, Ryan spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to explain that the mantis beast was still fiercely resisting inside him. Jiganar was worried about Ryan's condition and even felt a chill down his spine. Just then, they heard a whistle coming from the base. Ryan and the others immediately got up to head towards it. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. "I advise you all not to go there." The two turned around, their eyes widening instantly. Because standing behind them was Ladybug, who had been missing for 2 years. And on the other side, the base was already in chaos. Most of the exterminators had fallen under the illusion. They would see people and declare them to be bug beasts. Only a few familiar faces, who had not been affected by the illusion, desperately tried to stop him. At the same time, Luca and Julia were outside the city dealing with a big bug, while Nami was being held captive in a dark room. She heard the commotion outside and knocked on the door to find out what was going on. When the door was opened from the outside, Nami said it shouldn't be opened, as she still couldn't control the power inside her body. However, the other party quickly said, "We found the bug beast." Without further ado, Nami also admitted that she is the bug beast, but not anymore. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the other person had already raised the laser gun, muttering to herself to eliminate it immediately. Nami was just about to transform. Suddenly, a cane knocked a big lump on the person's head. Dr. M yelled loudly, "Don't touch my precious experiment specimen." Then he called Nami to go out with him. But after the last incident, Nami is not very trusting of Dr. M. Dr. M immediately became angry. And at this moment, the Supreme Commander Eric is still trapped in an illusion. Alice told him that destroying shelter to create the illusion of human extinction is the last resort to protect humankind. Therefore, the pest extermination organization must be the first to disappear. Eric simply doesn't believe her nonsense. He finally struggled to bite through his own tongue. He finally escaped from Alice's mental world and decisively picked up a sickle and attacked Alice. Alice also reacts very quickly. She once again used her bizarre ability. Eric felt his mind go fuzzy for a moment. But he immediately bit his tongue again to force himself awake. He just hesitated for a moment before rushing towards Alice. Alice didn't expect him to be so persistent. In the end, she could only turn her body to the side. One of her wings on the side was unfortunately chopped off, while Eric maintained a posture of never giving up. Alice then shot out a beam of light from the eye of the wing. It was easily bounced off by Eric's two large windmills. The next moment, her other wing was also hacked into pieces. Nami, who was leaving with Dr. M, seemed to have a connection. Dr. M is chattering ahead. He apologizes to Nami for what he did last time. But when he turned around, Nami was no longer in the same place. Little did he know, Nami was heading towards the room where the fierce battle had just taken place. By this time, the battle inside had already ended. Eric leaned wearily against the wall. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it on a screen. The screen lit up with a faint green light on which read, "Launch Protocol." He then muttered quietly, "I'm sorry, everyone. Is this enough? Will you protect humanity as promised?" Alice just nodded in response. Then the tentacles went straight through Eric's head. Ryan never expected that he was just catching the enemy. He was then held at weapon point by several powerful bug beasts. What surprised him even more was, many years after his death, Assistant Mister was unexpectedly still alive and speaking for the enemy. Just a few minutes ago, Ryan and Jiganar saw shelter engulfed in flames, and shortly after, Alice appeared carrying Nami. Eric Leader was also being carried by a wasp and seemed lifeless. Before Ryan could go up to rescue him, Alice placed Nami not far ahead of him. Ryan quickly stepped forward, took Nami and questioned Alice about Eric's condition. However, Alice only said, "You will understand when the time comes." After she finished speaking, she left with Eric. Ryan then asked Ladybug about the ins and outs of the whole matter. At that moment, a big bug flew out from the side. Ladybug asked Ryan to follow her first. Soon after, Nami woke up on the back of the bug. She said she had a dream that she met Alice. Ryan did not reveal the matter. And not far in front of them was a row of barren hills, where many strange bug beasts were staring at the large insects flying towards them. Just then, the large insects flew into the mountain through a hole. After a moment, it crashed to the ground. The ladybug was the first to land on the ground and make Ryan and the others feel safe. Jiganar was very puzzled as to why they were brought to such a damp place. This is obviously the nest of the bug beast. Is this a new forbidden land? Ryan and Nami also landed one after another. He reminded Nami to be careful. Although there are many humans here, there are also many bug beasts. Nami told him not to worry. After all, she is now considered a bug beast as well. At this time, Clara's voice sounded not far away. You guys are late. Ladybug, who hasn't seen each other for 2 years, immediately greeted her. Long time no see. Clara didn't say a word and just got to work. You actually said long time no see to me. I called you but you didn't answer, and you didn't reply to my messages. She only asked her why she came here first after she tied Ladybug up. How are the residents of Shelter doing? Clara said the residents have been taken care of by Luca. She followed someone here. Jiganar looked ahead with some disbelief. So you didn't come with her, right? At this moment, Anna was slowly walking with someone. Ryan's temper flared up in an instant. He grabbed Anna and interrogated her about why she was here. Anna, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. The next moment, several bug beasts surrounded Ryan. Please step back, or we will take action. Jiganar and others also wanted to come up to help, but they were stopped by Ladybug. She asked Ryan and Jiganar to stay calm. Ryan instead questioned him, what is he doing? At this moment, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded. Stop fighting, let me explain. Ryan was shocked when he heard this voice. The person speaking was Assistant Mr., who had turned into Bug Beast 2 years ago and had lost his mind. We hope to turn back into humans and live with humans as well, which is known as coexistence. To avoid persecution by your young brother Luis, we have gathered here. Meanwhile, Alice has returned to the headquarters of Skyworm, and the other members are looking forward to the outcome of her mission. And she also knelt before Luis respectfully saying, according to your orders, we have destroyed Shelter along with the Pest Extermination Organization. This person is the current leader of the Pest Extermination Organization. Luis obviously remembers him. He loudly questioned Eric where he was hiding his granny. But then he burst into crazy laughter. He also said that the old lady couldn't have survived the explosion. Then he praised Alice. I didn't expect you to actually get the job done. It turns out the 4 scouts sent to monitor didn't make it back. Alice expressed that she had tried her best, and she just wanted to rescue her subordinates. Luis, of course, knew her intention. So he simply said, come out, Alice. Alice's pupils suddenly contracted. She shouldn't have expected anything in the first place. Now Maya is the last soul, being toyed with by Luis, clearly a result of being completely absorbed. Alice instantly raged. She was pressed to the ground by Luis's large hand. You, this nasty woman, dare to play with me. Do you think your tricks can deceive me? And Alice was also shouting loudly, quickly kill me! Luis was a little confused by her words. The next moment, Eric suddenly rose up, and in an instant, he raised his sword in front of Luis. When a man gets angry, various insects will appear on his body. And these insects are all obtained through absorption. It's also because of these bugs that he gains the ability to be nearly immortal. Eric slashed with all his might. He couldn't even touch his skin. The 5th foot, Otis, rushed over when he saw this. But he was blocked by blue smoke halfway, so he quickly covered his mouth and nose to prevent inhaling it. At this moment, the voice of the 2nd foot, Ronald, was heard behind him. He told Otis not to meddle in others' business. After all, these small fries couldn't hurt their leader. As he said, Luis let go of Alice's hand. Then he punched Eric in the chest. He said that this wouldn't kill him. Eric slightly opened his mouth. Brown smoke immediately spewed from his mouth onto Luis's face. Luis just sniffed it. He immediately threw Eric out. Eric was heavily smashed against the stone wall. He opened his mouth in pain, revealing a small purple object inside. Luis was also coughing up blood. Injured and even more furious, bugs kept emerging from all over his body. He loudly demanded from Eric what they had done to themselves. Instead, it was Alice who answered him. She said it was smoke created using toxins from all the bugs. And this plan had been in the works for a long time, starting when Louise turned her friends into bug beasts. Everything they did was to successfully take down Louise. After hearing these words, Louise was so angry that his whole body trembled, and black ant quickly formed beside him. He then shouted angrily, and launched an attack on Alice. His speed was so fast that Alice couldn't dodge at all. But the next moment, she was pushed away by a big hand. And Eric, who pushed her, was instantly pierced through half of his body. Alice was on the verge of collapsing. Eric, using all his strength, said, "You must fulfill our agreement." Originally, in the illusion, these two had already discussed it. Alice intended to sacrifice herself by using poison fog. But Eric immediately snatched it away. He said that since it was designed to look like a smoke pipe, it was destined for him to complete the task. He also said that he couldn't let the young girl do such a thing. After all, although they appear to be enemies now, Alice is also the future of humanity. He hopes she can stay alive. This is also a kind of promise. Time has now returned to the present. Eric has already been submerged by the black ants. Once the ants disperse, not even his bones were left behind. All that remained on the ground were his broken glasses, and some ants wriggling on their backs. Louise then realized that Eric's body also contained toxins. Before he could summon the ants again, Alice was already coming at him with Eric's sword raised. She stabbed through his body with one sword. But Louise, as if not feeling anything, actually reached out and grabbed Alice's head from behind. Alice could only look at him in despair, muttering over and over in her mouth, "I'm going to kill you!" And Louise's words sank her heart even deeper. It turned out that he had known about Alice and their plan to turn back into humans, and he had anticipated that these methods would not threaten his life at all. And the reason he waited here was just to show Alice and them how foolish they were. After saying that, he absorbed Alice into his body, and his momentum seemed to have grown even stronger. Otis rushed over anxiously to inquire about his condition, but Louise suddenly burst into laughter. He mocked Alice and her companions as a group of foolish insects, and then called out to Otis. He asked him to follow his own ant to a place. Otis thought that they were going to destroy the opponent's base, so he immediately wanted to agree. But Louise revealed a sly smile and denied him. He said he would personally go to that place. On the other side, inside the coexistence base, everyone was unaware that the assassination plan had already failed. Anna is also praying that Alice must be all right. At this moment, Jiganar walked in. He first exchanged pleasantries with Anna, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Then he asked her where she went after Club 6 was destroyed. Anna didn't hide anything and said she left with Zane, who had eaten 50 bugs at the time. Then she suddenly asked Jiganar, "Which one do you think is your true self, the transformed appearance or the current one?" Jiganar answered without hesitation, "Of course, the transformed appearance is my true self. The current form is just for the convenience of blending into human life." Anna agreed with him, but she raised a question. "What if one day you can't transform into a human?" Jiganar expressed that it would be very inconvenient, as his insect form was quite sensitive and he would feel restless anywhere. Anna did not comment on his statement. She explained that many bug beasts in the coexistence base were unable to transform into human forms because the stem cells in their bodies, originally meant for transformation into humans, had been consumed by insect cells. This would be a problem that all bug beasts would face in the future. In other words, as time passes, they will only be able to live with insect bodies. Anna is researching how to turn bug beasts back into humans. At the same time, she is also conducting research on this. The greatest achievement of the two research projects is nothing but Zane, this experimental subject. Ryan also learned about this from assistant Mr. He also knew that it was Anna who helped Mr. at that time to prevent him from completely becoming an uncontrollable bug beast. But now it is impossible for them to completely turn back into human form. However, Assistant Mr. still thinks it is his own fault, believing that Luis would naturally hold resentment after being monitored for 10 years. Ryan, however, dares not agree. He believes that it was his own young brother's excessive wickedness that led to the current state of the world. Soon after, Anna gathered them together, indicating that a task needed to be done. Ladybug immediately asked about the commission, but Clara scolded him, saying he was only interested in money. Anna also made it clear that it was not free. The purpose this time was to retrieve the experimental results from Anna's previous research institute, and they would be led there by Anna's assistant, Freya. Ryan originally wanted Nami to stay at the base, but Nami firmly disagreed and said she wanted to help out. Ryan did not continue to persuade her, so they set off immediately. However, what they didn't know was that Otis had already visited Anna's research institute, holding in his hand the item they were seeking. Otis asked the nearby Black Ant clone, "It seems like a few people are on their way here. Should we get rid of them before returning?" Black Ant, once Ryan's familiar, suggested. "It has degenerated into a henchman for the major villain, committing evil deeds." Now, after a gap of 2 years, the master and servant finally meet again. It unexpectedly opened its tusks towards Master. Just now, Ryan and his group headed to Anna's research institute. Since Nami is not good at moving quickly, Ryan stayed behind to take care of her. She wants Ryan not to worry about her. Suddenly, 2 golden tortoises blocked the way, but before they could attack, 2 arrows hit them right in the forehead. Clara then realized that this assistant's strength was extraordinary. Ladybug told her that Freya's strength in the base was among the best. At this time, Freya indicated that the research institute was just ahead. However, Ryan suddenly had a sensing. He immediately stopped everyone and explained that there is a bug beast nearby. Others thought it was just like the 2 small trashes earlier, but Ladybug looked particularly serious. She also sensed that the enemy, this time, was extraordinary. Several people looked towards the research institute, and in the next moment, a big hole was blasted into the research institute. Otis and Black Ant walked out from inside, and when they saw the people outside, Otis gave a playful smile. Ryan's gaze stayed on Black Ant the whole time. Suddenly, an arrow was shot out. It was blocked by Black Ant on Otis's head. Otis then asked Black Ant to go back first. So Black Ant tried to leave from the side, but Clara kicked Otis without hesitation. Otis used both arms to block. Clara loudly questioned him why he knew about this place. But as soon as her voice fell, her body started spinning uncontrollably. Before she could react, a big foot was already pressing down on her head. At this critical moment, Ladybug intervened and stopped Otis from chasing her. But Otis' reaction was also very quick. He immediately changed his target and kicked towards Ladybug. Ladybug blocked the attack and unexpectedly praised the opponent's excellent kicking technique. The next moment, his eyes suddenly became passionate. On the other side, Freya had already recognized that Otis was the 5th leg of the skyworm, making her break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards them. Nami immediately recognized that this was a clone of Ryan from the past. Freya didn't hesitate to shoot an arrow, which passed directly through the body of Black Ant, exposing what was inside. Freya said that if someone is coming to retrieve the antidote, it means Alice's actions are effective. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately became serious. At that moment, Black Ant had already passed by the 2 of them. The only one standing in its way was Ryan, but he remained unfazed as Black Ant charged toward him. With a punch thrown by Black Ant, the fist dispersed before it could touch Ryan. Then, Black Ant's entire body dissipated. Ryan remained motionless, watching the dispersing ants in front of him. It wasn't until it reformed behind him. Ryan then turned his head to ask it, "Why did you hold back with me? Is it out of concern for the past? Come and bite my flesh and blood as you did before." Upon hearing this, Black Ant let out a roar. Ryan was just about to transform. He turned and ran, but after only a couple of steps, a punch turned him into smithereens. Nami then told Ryan that they couldn't let it go. Ryan then asked her to stay further away. Just as he finished speaking, countless ants have already crawled up Nami's arm. Under their bites, Nami screamed in pain. But she still refused to let go, and there were several bottles of antidote inside. Black had really had no choice but to disperse from Nami. He didn't know if he had managed to grab all the antidote. Inside the research institute, Otis is confronting Ladybug and Clara. Otis is surprised that the two of them can handle him without transforming, and they are even gaining the upper hand. Otis, on the other hand, blasts both of them away and then strikes a strange pose, saying, "Then I'll let you see. But I hope you won't be taken down easily." With that, he transformed into Ladybug. Clara were not afraid at all. They both said they can talk big too. After saying that, they both activated their second transformation together. However, they had just completed their transformation. Freya shot an arrow at each of them, as if she had timed it perfectly. She was still shouting, "You must forgive me!" The man couldn't understand why he, a boxing champion, was defeated by a martial arts expert. But the difference in their strengths turned out to be so huge. Otis was able to suppress him, and Clara even before transforming, when Otis displayed a transformation afterward. The two no longer harbor any illusions, and directly activate the second stage of transformation. But they were suddenly ambushed by Freya. Clara is puzzled as to why Freya would betray them. On the contrary, Ladybug asked Freya not to do anything unnecessary. After speaking, he pulled out the arrow and threw it away. Upon hearing this, Clara also found that being shot by this arrow was actually painless. After the arrow merged into the body, Clara instead felt her body filled with power. Ladybug then told her that this was Freya's auxiliary method to enhance one's physical functions. Then he asked Clara to let him fight alone. As soon as the words fell, a huge energy ball had just grazed Freya, and her body fell due to the impact of the explosion. Otis said angrily that Freya had disturbed his battle. After saying that, he fired another energy cannon. Freya, who was falling, had no way to dodge. But the next moment, the energy ball was split in half. The wall behind was directly blasted out with two large holes, while Freya had already been held up by Clara. Clara said, "Don't get distracted." Otis was immediately punched while he was backing up. Ladybug continued to pursue. Unexpectedly, Otis was punched again. He immediately clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. He launched an energy cannon attack towards Ladybug. I saw a Ladybug flying in front of Ladybug. While it blocked the energy ball, Ladybug got scrapped. The next moment, Ladybug had already arrived in front of the opponent. Otis, who saw the situation, immediately threw a punch in response. The two fists clashed without a clear winner. Ladybug then had another Ladybug rush towards Otis. After a burst of explosion, that Ladybug was also disabled. Unharmed, Ladybug asked the other party if the duel was over. On the other hand, Otis, covered in blood, with a fierce expression, indicated that the battle was not over yet. Ladybug is shameless for not wanting to fight. He stated that the duel was over, and the next battle would be between both sides. His fists were still trembling with cracks on them. Soon after, Clara and Ryan came to Otis' side. Otis, on the other hand, was not worried at all. He said that the more of such lowlifes there were, the better, as he could then go all out. He finished speaking and punched the ground. The loud noise was so great that even Nami outside could hear it. This made her worry about Ryan and the others. In a moment, the entire research lab was reduced to pieces. Ryan and the other two stood above the pool, all guessing that the other party was an amphibious insect. Now that he had hidden in the water, it was very likely that he had escaped. Clara started to blame Ladybug, feeling that he had the ability to defeat the opponent just now, but why did he give him the chance to escape? Ladybug expressed helplessness about this and explained that just now, it was not as easy as it seemed, and they couldn't launch an attack immediately. and they said that this is the most powerful bug beast they have encountered so far. The one from 2 years ago is not even on the same level. At this point, Ryan reminded the two to be careful, as the lake water seemed to be boiling. Immediately, a water ball burst out of the water. Otis was being wrapped in a water ball as he said, "You guys haven't forgotten what I said, have you? Don't die too easily." As he spoke, he had already prepared his attack. Dozens of water balls shot rapidly towards the three people. Ladybug and Ryan could only dodge or defend themselves with difficulty, while Clara had already flown into the air. She immediately used silk to cut. The water ball was split in half, revealing the inside transforming into the two forms of Otis. Clara, realizing something was wrong, turned around and walked away. However, Otis had no intention of letting her go. A jet of water shot out. It instantly cut Clara, but Clara was not one to be trifled with. She turned around and counterattacked with her 5 fingers shooting out silk. Otis blocked 4 attacks. Only one strand of silk pierced through its left shoulder. Then silk immediately tied itself into a knot. It unexpectedly pulled Otis forward for a distance. While Ryan took the opportunity to rush up, Otis unexpectedly advanced instead of retreating. Ryan was hit in the right arm while stabbing his waist. The insect armor on his right arm immediately shattered, and the two of them landed simultaneously. However, Otis' expression became even more serious, because at this moment, Ryan's right hand had already started to change. This kind of transformation was all too familiar to him. It was the ability of quadruped Jonas. Ryan did not deny it. He simply said that at this moment, it happened to be the right time to use the guy's power. After saying that, his other hand had already caught Freya's arrow. He inserted the arrow into his own body. Immediately, his body began to undergo changes. Otis was not angry but laughed instead. He expressed that he had long wanted to compete with Jonas, the fourth leg, but due to leader's orders, he didn't have the opportunity. "Now let me learn a lesson from you." With that, he couldn't wait and rushed towards Ryan. And Ryan finally completed his transformation, raising his hand to catch Otis's punch. It was simply too cool. The beaten Ryan looks more like a dark reaper holding a scythe. He harvested Otis's life with just one slash. Just 2 minutes ago, Otis unleashed his second transformation. At the same time, Ryan also utilized the ability he obtained from Jonas. They immediately engaged in battle. In a short moment, they exchanged over 100 moves on the water. Otis not only did not feel sad because of his partner's death, he instead urged Ryan not to lose face for that guy. After speaking, he shot water bullets towards Ryan. But without exception, they were all cut in half by Ryan. Immediately after, Ryan took one step forward and arrived in front of him. Unprepared, Otis was struck by a slash, but he did not retreat and instead moved forward. He landed a punch directly on Ryan's chin. He had to block the punches with only 2 weapons as Ryan tried to defend himself. At the moment they separated, Otis used the water bomb again. Ryan directly threw the weapon as a hidden weapon. He originally wanted to cut open the water bomb to inflict heavy damage on Otis. He didn't expect that, as he flew past Otis from both sides, Otis fired off a water bomb. Then he dodged and arrived behind Ryan, immobilizing him in place. Water balloons hit the two directly, their bodies thrown into the air. Otis was seen flipping in the air. Ryan, unable to move, was directly thrown and fell onto the stones. Otis, on the other hand, bounced to the side. He no longer paid any attention to Ryan's life or death. Instead, he waved to Ladybug. Ladybug stood still. He was seen raising his hand to make a neck-slashing gesture. Otis still didn't know what he was trying to convey. Ryan has already swung the knife in front of him. In a hurry, he could only turn his head sideways, thus saving his life. But he still lost almost half of his face. Ryan then bites onto a sickle. He quickly took out a few small things. The next moment, Otis roared like a madman. only to see him punch the surface of the water, and a special energy extended forward from his feet. Then a burst of energy wave erupted from the water, engulfing Ryan entirely. According to the law of having a smoke without harm, Ryan was indeed unharmed, and at some point, a giant scythe appeared in his hand, blocking most of the attacks. Ryan then approached, wielding the scythe. The next moment, Otis was decapitated, with Ryan grabbing his head in his hand. With a single thought, he absorbed it into his body. He didn't even spare the body on the side. Clara and Ladybug will meet not far away. Clara asked Ladybug what she thought of Ryan's new power, and Ladybug truthfully replied that she had seen it last time. He just didn't expect the power to be so terrifying. But Ryan was still seriously injured, to the point where he could only be supported by Clara. And their purpose for this trip has also been achieved. Freya said she had already obtained the centrifuge during the recent chaos. At the same time, inside the base, Jigginar just yawned, and suddenly the collar around its neck fell off. He wanted to ask if it was Anna who did it. He heard Anna talking on the phone, saying she met 6 Feet Cadre. Jigginar heard it and started yelling, feeling disappointed that he couldn't participate in the operation this time. Anna couldn't be bothered with him, and just wanted to prepare a big meal for them to eat when they returned. When the two of them walked out of the stone room, they realized that the sky had turned dark, even though they remembered it was not late yet. The residents had become uneasy and anxious. Someone took the initiative to fly up to investigate, but when he got closer, he found that the entrance seemed to be blocked. Before he could finish speaking, he fell silent, and his body dropped from the sky. There were many black dots floating around his body.